Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome back to the R1 Championship. And I tell you what, we're going to be in for another treat as we move away from the knockout seeding phase and now head onwards and inwards to the dynamic group stage of the R1 Championship. George Morgan here, your commentator as usual. Tonight we head to the Fuji Speedway ahead of what will be an incredible round 4. Joining me in the commentary box once again, it's the one, the only Lewis McGlade. And Lewis, this is where things get rather spicy.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, for one, racing at a brand new track here at Fuji, and we're in the dynamic group stages. Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with trying to explain it. We'll have an explainer in just a second to go through all that. But great to be racing at a new track. We've got 6 teams rather to deal with here in Groups D and Group A. I think the racing is going to be fantastic. I think it's going to be a little bit brutal out there, at least in the first couple of races. Yeah,
well, rather than us describe how this is going to work, obviously, with the dynamic group stage, we have got something to help explain it. Here it is.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into 2 parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1-style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
There we are, the format explained, with drivers moving up and down through the dynamic group phase. Of course, we have 2 nights of action to bring you live from Fuji. But speaking of which, we can take a little look at the calendar as well. So let's do that. As you can see, Fuji is, of course, tonight's action taking place on April 18th. April 25th, we'll return for night 2 as well. And we head to the streets of Jeddah, the Corniche, for round 5. Night 1 on May 2nd and May 9th for night 2. Daytona is the next destination. Night 1 for round 6 on May 16th, and then night 2 on May 23rd, and then the Autodromo Monza, the Temple of Speed, on May 30th for night 1 of round 7, and then night 2 on May 31st, before we then reach round 8, where then a track will later be announced. A round will be announced ahead of June 6's action. Of course, though, tonight the full focus is on the Fuji Speedway. 16 corners, 4.563 kilometers, and to take us through it, it's the one, the only Moritz Lerner.
Hello everybody and welcome to this track guide here at Fuji for the first round of the group stages of RENNSPORT R1. I am Moritz Lerner, driver for Maus, and I'll take you on a lap in the BMW M4 GT3, and I would say let's go. First off, like always, you have to start the lap with going wide in the last corner and get a good exit out of this last corner for the main straight. The main straight here at Fuji is, as you can see, very, very long. So every little bit of speed you can gain out of the last corner is very important for your lap time. As you cross the line here now to start the lap. First corner, you want to ideally brake at 150 meters. I have a little bit of a line on the asphalt, which I use for my braking point. You go apex up until the bollard and use all the available exit space up until the curb. Then upcoming very fast left-hander, trail brake up until the apex, and once you hit the apex you can usually go full throttle out of there. In this corner is difficult, you have to play with the throttle to keep the minimum speed high. Down to 3rd gear, then also here feed in the throttle to not get any oversteer out of the corner. That will just compromise the exit speed, which you obviously want to avoid. And yeah, coming up to the hairpin, 6th gear, down to 2nd. You can cut over the sausage curb on the inside. You can also cut on the grass here on the inside a bit, and then use all the space on the exit over the sausage. Also here, apex, usually you want to go up until the bollard, use all the exit available here, let yourself be dragged out, and then cut back in. Also here, bollard is the apex, all the available space on the exit, and then you can do multiple lines here out of the, like into the last corner. You can either go tight or very wide, depends how you want to do it. Tight line will have a worse exit than the wider line, of course, but you can use both and basically come to the same lap time. Over the line here for the lap at Fuji, and yeah, I'm just wishing everyone luck and a lot of fun, and I hope everyone enjoys the new racing format that we have for the group stages. I think that should be very exciting.
Not wrong at all, Moritz Lerner, I have to say. Big thank you to him as well for taking us around the Fuji Speedway. Always a pleasure, obviously, to come to this track. Lewis, slightly different from what we perhaps usually see on the typical R1 calendar. Offers something a little different from others, and especially where it comes down to long straights. One of the longest straights again that we'll see on the calendar as well, especially when we factor in coming out of the final sector down through towards turn 1. Just what can we expect with the trip around Fuji? Overtaking, things of that nature. What do you think we can expect?
So, for one, it's going to be big slipstream, right? That straight is really, really long. I can't remember, I think it's like 1.4 kilometers off the top of my head. It's really long down into turn 1, obviously downhill braking zone into that first corner. So we do expect to see a lot of slipstream, a lot of pack racing up there. But most importantly as well, it's the fact that, as you can see here, the group stages, if we're focused on Group D for the first race, so the 3 teams we'll be dealing with is Mercedes-AMG Team MSI, is ERA, and is Guild, which means that obviously with it being a 12-car grid, all 4 of your drivers are out there. So I think the most important thing that we're going to see through this is teamwork. You need to make sure that in each of the 3 races this evening, you are working strongly within your team. Unfortunately, for the first race, we might be down to just 11 drivers. As Robbie Stapleford, I believe, has some internet issues, so won't be joining the ERA Esports team this evening, I believe, or at least for now.
No, and that could put them on the back foot just a little bit. Yeah. Bono House, though, is going to be the first for us to see out on track. Obviously, we're now into qualifying conditions now this time around. If we want to talk about fastest times here so far out of free practice, Jamie Fluke actually managed to nestle in the fastest time with a 1:36.566 to kick us off here this evening. So we're expecting times around that mid-36 here, Lewis. 26.4 in the first sector for Bono House. Guild have had a really tough time, I think, at the very start of the season. I think it comes as no surprise, hence why they are currently operating in Group D. But obviously, not necessarily a lot of point scoring finishes. Bono House, arguably, probably with the most experience where it comes to sim racing. They'll be heavily reliant on him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, you're going to have to lean on your heavy hitters here as a group, as a team. But again, it's just about, for one, obviously making sure you qualify well. We always know that's really important here in R1 in general. But also, it's just really important to make sure that you're keeping your nose clean and keeping close with your team. You can see there in the middle sector there, a 35.7 in the final sector. We have no idea if that's good or bad. That's the joy of racing at a new track here, George.
It certainly is a bit of a mystery. Like I said, the only time that we do know or are aware that's quick is obviously Jamie Fluke's 1:36 that he registered in free practice. Obviously, that does allow drivers to sort of make their way around the circuit on multiple occasions. But it'd be interesting to see how their practice leading up to this event would have paid off for them. 35.7 in that middle sector, though, for Bono House as he now makes his way across the line. That's a 1:36.947. So you're talking around about just over 4 tenths or so away from probably where he'd like to be, just under 4 tenths, in fact. Just to rubber stamp that in. Michael Schmiedel, though, purple in the middle sector with a 35.712.
Yeah, losing a couple of hundredths though in the first sector as he have the long wait down into the start finish line. So we'll have to wait and see across it. Obviously, with that 36.9 there to beat from Bono House, I think it might be a little bit quicker. Certainly is 36.6, not too bad.
Yeah. not bad at all. To the top of the shop at the moment. Jamie Fluke, who we said was fastest in free practice, now here in qualifying trim. No purple sectors thus far. 26.5 in that first sector, met with a 35.7, which isn't ideal at all. Currently he's lying 37 thousandths off the pace, at least for now, but that's a very fine margin and can easily be corrected, that's for sure. And looking at the gap between Schmidl and Bono House, for example, stretches just under 3/10 as now he watches Fluke, comes up towards the line. Could be easily enough to take provisional pole. Won't be this time, though. A fine margin, only 29 thousandths between Fluke and Schmidl.
Losing a little bit of time in that first sector here is Solomon, but I mean, look, it's just about seeing where your teammates are and trying to get among them, knowing there might be potential problems for Robbie Stableford. It's not going to instill the most amount of confidence in the team, but Mikael Schmidl being up there, I'm not super surprised to lose out that 10th or so in that first sector. Solomon might be coming back, though, in this final sector. Sets a 0.7, just a 10th off his teammate.
Yeah, next up, John Robertson, who had quite a busy Hockenheim round, has actually managed to register the purple first sector as well with a 26.391. That's not a bad place to start, with a 35.8 in the middle as well, as they now fly heading down the next straight. We'll soon see what he can muster coming up towards the line. Can he topple Michael Schmidl at the top of the shop? Lost a little bit of time, though, in that middle sector. Would need a giant recovery in sector 3 coming up towards the line. Does recover a little bit, only enough, though, for 4th fastest.
I'm expecting the qualifying times to be fairly close around here, much as it is a really awkward circuit, especially here in the final sector. I'm not going to lie, I really can't stand the final sector around here. I really have never gelled with it. But the drivers tend to, when you get very similar lap times around here, and I'm not too sure, considering how lax the track limits are around here, not too sure how many slow down penalties we're going to get across the evening. So that one might keep things pretty calm. Here comes Jimmy Antunes across the line, just 5th position, just behind John Robertson. I was getting a bit concerned then.
Just a stagnant Bono House after completing his lap. Next up comes his teammate Marko Pejic, who hasn't had the best of times either, obviously racing in the series thus far at the moment. Obviously his best result up to now, Marko Pejic, was incidentally a P6 in Monza in the first the quarterfinals phase, as now he makes his way up towards the line. 78 thousandths away off the top, enough to go 3rd fastest, puts him in the firing line for a potential victory here in the quarterfinal.
Indeed. Here's a driver. I messaged Henry Moore a bit earlier on today. I said, you're going to win today. Obviously, you are technically against a weaker field than what you've normally been up against. He said, not going to happen. Love that confidence. Out towards the line comes Henry. I'm sure he's more confident than that. But maybe a bit of a frustrating final sector for him. A long wait to the line for the drivers. The sector's looking okay. Could be around where Marko Pejic was with that 7.18, maybe slightly slower. Oh, a terrible final sector. 37.1.
Well, we celebrated ERA Esports' first final visit last time at Hockenheim, and they were celebrating it mightily on social media. Ibrahim Khan will be hoping to try and deliver yet more grandeur for them this time around, making his way towards the line. 26.5 in the first sector, just over a 10th off again, losing yet more time in that middle sector as well, a 35.8 as he now heads towards the line. Where is Ibrahim Khan going to go? Is it enough to pop into the top 5? No, only enough for 7th fastest, just behind Jimmy Antunes.
The stapler is in the session, so clearly he's done some work to sort out his internet. The potential issues for him coming into this, I'm sure, will be looming large in his head, but still trying to set some decent lap times and throw himself into the mix. At the moment, it's his teammate on the pole position, but they're all kind of being separated really at the top of the field. It's MSI with 3 cars inside that top 6. We need to see another ERA one throw its way up into the top reaches. Will it be Robbie Stableford up to 7th, just ahead of his teammate Ibrahim Khan?
It's a respectable time there for Robbie Stableford, puts him in the top 6 fight. We do, of course, have Matt Emery as well, just now about to round the final corner right now before he then hustles down the straight. The first sector, 26.4, is not bad at all. Right, well, about where he needs to be, 35.8. That's an early 35.8. Would have probably preferred a 7, though. But now sprinting up towards the line for Guild Esports. The last of the Guild cars to set a time here in the initial race that we're witnessing here in Group D. As he now puts foot to the floor, and that's only enough thus far for 10th fastest. That's 3 Guild cars, 9, 10, 11.
And do you know what? I thought coming into this that they might have been one of the more favoured teams to get the top placement of the group, because again, reminder, across the 3 races that Group D will be racing in this evening, the top team across the evening will be moving their way on into Group C in round 4 in a couple of weeks' time. Johan Harth not particularly pleased with his lap time though through the final sector. His teammate might be on the front row. He's only good enough for 7th, but look at that, MSI 5th, 6th, 7th. That's not bad for the MSI team. This driver there for ERA, it's Michael Schmiedel on pole position.
Yeah, fantastic result for ERA. Fantastic result for Michael Schmiedel, who will be absolutely thrilled with that. One of his best displays so far. Bear in mind, ERA, their best result to date at P6 from Marko Pejic back in the 2nd round of the series on the run-up through the seeding phase. Phenomenal stuff indeed. Advantage ERA then, Lewis McGlade. MSI, respectable. Questions, though, around Guild. What's going on there?
I mean, look, just clearly a difficult session for them, but look, the points are paid out, not in qualifying, but in the race. You got one major positive. This is where ERA are the ones that they have probably the more negative on this. MSI have the biggest positive on it, is that they've got at least Guild have 3 drivers close to each other. They can work together. MSI obviously have 3 cars close to each other in the middle of the field. ERA is spread out. Yeah, sure, they've got the pole position, but they're kind of spread out a little bit more across the session. I know you got Robbie Stainford and Ibrahim Khan a little bit close, but just kind of one of those ones you want your teammates to be close, because especially around here, that's where you can work together with that big slipstream. I think we're going to see some very big moves down into T1, and you know, I wouldn't rule any team out of this thus far.
No, there's going to be a heightened sense of urgency, I think, in Group D, especially, Lewis. Obviously, if you remember, the bottom teams that are lowest in the division, by the end of the whole dynamic groups phase, they're essentially out of the running to get into the EWC. So add some extra incentive. They don't particularly want to be out immediately. We could expect some fireworks straight off the bat. They're obviously going to be looking to set the tone for the rest of the dynamic groups phase.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, realistically, you've got to start out strong, especially if you're looking to get all the way through into the Esports World Cup. If you're in Group D, obviously your backs are basically against the wall. But this is the thing about the dynamic group stage, which is so interesting. Of course, we have 4 rounds inside of the dynamic group stage where we're doing each of the groups separated like this. And then the final day is a little bit different. We'll talk about that when we get to it in the start of June. But with where we are right now, theoretically speaking, the top team from Group D this evening could theoretically work all the way up into Group A if they, win today and then win in a couple of weeks' time when they're in Group C. Or maybe 3 weeks' time if how it is, and then win again, and then win again. Like, they could theoretically get all the way up to into Group A. It's fascinating, but of course, just remember that the groups that we're talking about here, they're not moving up for next week's race, because that's still technically a part of round 4. That's just 92 of round 4.
Yeah, well, there's Michael Schmiedel just getting in some last-minute practice in ahead of race 1 here for Group D. Someone who has got plenty of experience at the highest level as well, and will be looking to try and flourish through ERA Esports. Of course, embrace single-seaters as well as, of course, sports car racing, and no doubt looking to come back here and give his grandest account, much like this man, Johan Harth, who did not have the best of qualifyings for MSI, but they'll be hoping for something a little bit more. They have such high expectations, especially as we have seen Apex performed so well in the past. When you've got names like Jamie Fluke, Johan Harth, obviously Jimmy Antunes, they've experienced the good times in R1, essentially, Lewis. And now since moving away from being essentially part of a team that are former race winners, in a car that they've embraced, they're once again in the Mercedes this time. Do you think they need to come back and, do you feel that they've taken a downward step, in a sense?
Yes, generally. Sorry to the Apex squad. Obviously got a lot of respect for them. But yeah, I do think there is a bit of a step backwards. And that's for a lot of reasons. I think they didn't look at their absolute strongest last season. And they'll be well aware of that. They haven't looked ridiculously strong in this championship since basically the full season of 2023. But I will say, this kind of format with the way Apex works with each other, this could work out quite nicely. Do you remember again, 5th, 6th, 7th, Robertson, Antunes and Harth running in that position? Technically speaking, they're the highest placed team, because they've got Jamie Fluke in 2nd position and then 5th, 3, 7th. I think they could run quite well this evening.
Yep, they certainly can. Well, let's take you through the starting grid from back to front. From P12, Henry Moore lining up on the back row alongside on the 6th row, Matt Emery, 2 guild cars at the rear of the field. P10 for Bono House, Ibrahim Khan in 9th for ERA. We then have Robbie Stapleford, ERA in 8th, with Johan Harth and MSI in 7th place. Jimmy Antunes in 6th on the 3rd row of the grid alongside John Robertson, with Gabriel Solomon and Marco Pejic on the 2nd row. Front row, though, going to Jamie Fluke. Alongside him, though, Michael Schmiedel, former Le Mans virtual champion, now back to the top this time around in the R1 Championship in this Group D phase that we're now going to be witnessing. The race soon to light up here around Fuji. Any predictions, Lewis?
Chaos. Look, it's nice. It is, I will say one thing, it is nice to see the 3 different teams in this first, second and third. That's always a good thing. I expect MSI to work together strongly early to work their way through, but I am expecting a potential, I was going to say a whopper of a crash. Actually, no, I think someone's spinning off at T1 through assistance. That's my prediction, George Morgan, and I will say the winner, Jamie Fluke.
Oosh. Big predictions laid down by Lewis McGlade as the cars they make their way up towards the line. Pace car now looking to head into the pit, so it's all on Michael Schmiedel and Jamie Fluke until the lights go green and they'll be putting the foot to the floor once more. The question is, who's going to win the battle at the first corner coming out of Daichi in towards turn 2, and then the Coca-Cola corner coming up at turn 3. They've got a string of cars in behind them, of course, lining up in lining up side by side on the run down through towards the first corner. Lights have indeed gone green, and it is pedal to the metal, and it's go. Great start for Jamie Fluke. He gets his nose in front. Not so good away was Michael Schmiedel. Gabriel Solomon got a great start, as does Marco Pejic, who now looks to launch himself forward, and they all lunge coming in towards turn 1. Contact. It's amazing how no one's round against some argy-bargy coming out of the first corner, and it looks like right in the heart of it is Gabriel Solomon as he now makes his way down through towards turn 2. We're pretty much 4 wide, now 3 wide, coming in towards the next left-hander coming through out of turn 3 and now towards turn 4 off the track. Johan Harth, who looks to now rejoin, but it's the Stapler who hits the front with Jimmy Antunes sitting in 2nd. Bono House has found himself in 3rd place. It's basically they've taken the classification and turned it round, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed, bit of a spinner there for Guild. It's Bono House who's been dropped to the rear end of the field as they work their way through the hairpin at turn 6. How has Robbie Stapleford gone from 8th position to 1st? I do not know. There's Henry Moore looking to the inside. They're trying to make a move on Salomon, making the look down the inside as they work their way into Dunlop corner and through this awkward, tricky, tight section. The top 2 are clear of the field as there is an absolute cluster in a pack. Trust me, this is a single file part of the track and they're going 3 wide. It's never going to work out well.
Goodness me. Well, we said it could be volatile, and it certainly is. Johan Harth is around. I have to say, a perplexed look on his face, almost nonchalant to a certain point, as we now watch Matt Emery make his way around the final corner as well, now occupying P4. What a turnaround for Guild. Pretty much most of their cars are at the rear of the field now, but they've got Marco Pejic and Matt Emery in the top 4, still being pursued by Jamie Fluke, who was fastest in practice. Ibrahim Khan coming in for ERA, but at the moment, ERA holding all the cards. It may not be the man who started on pole, Michael Schmiedel. Instead, it's Robbie Stapleford, as now Emery dices it out with Jamie Fluke. These two coming together once more as Fluke looks to dive up the inside, coming in towards turn 1. A queue of cars coming in behind as well, late on the brakes now, as the 2 ERA cars belonging to Michael Schmiedel and Ibrahim Khan, they both run out wide, and through goes Henry Moore up into 6th place as Gabriel Solomon positions himself into 7th.
Yeah, I'm not sure Henry Moore knew they were 3 wide there as well. A little bit of contact and muscled them out wide. I'm sure, again, race control will have something to say about that. Whee! Goes a car in the background. That was John Robertson. MSI having a terrible race in this one with Johan Harth and John Robertson being down there. Solomon looks down the inside of Henry Moore, who's currently in that 6th position. Yeah, Robbie Stapleford stroked the 1st place. That was very interesting. I wonder if potentially, this is going back to the race start, if Jamie Fluke might have jumped the race start. We did actually have that last week with Darren McCormack, who was given, I think it was a 10-second post-race time penalty.
Rooted to the back.
Yeah, basically dropped him right the way to last for McCormack for jumping the race start. I wonder if the same fate might fall the way of Jamie Fluke. But I will say one thing. I said MSI were going to work really nicely as a team and whatnot. In storms Jimmy Antunes at T1. Did not do his teammate any favours.
No, certainly not making any friends. If you remember as well, Jimmy Antunes was at the heart of all the chaos back at Hockenheim Ring as well, not too long ago. And now coming back this time around at Fuji, nothing much has really changed, it would seem. But Robbie Stapleford a second clear of Antunes now. As they make their way down the straight, we've got Gabriel Solomon all over the back of Henry Moore as they go wheel to wheel again. A little bit of contact and argy-bargy. Plenty of track, though, in amongst them. They decide to come together instead as we now watch them go side by side. Around the outside from Gabriel Solomon, who goes for the ultimate send around turn one. Doesn't have the favourable inside line. That's going to be favoured here for Henry Moore as once again they make a little bit of contact. A slight dusting between them. And unfortunately for Solomon, he's got to wait in behind of Henry Moore. It is now 3 guild cars in the top 6 with Marko Pejic, the highest of them all in P3. Like I said, quite the turnaround.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I know there was obviously that contact at T1 for Henry Moore with the 3 wide there as he gets a bit of a dive down the inside. Solomon sending it into the hairpin. Great move from the Porsche driver as out wide goes Henry Moore. If Henry Moore was going to get a penalty for doing so, again, I don't know if Race Control will or not. I don't know, and yeah, it is what it is. One thing that he can do here, though, is help his teammate Bonnehouse close his way back into this group. To the outside comes Ibrahim Khan on Henry Moore. 2 of the youngsters in the world of sim racing, although Ibrahim Khan's getting on a bit these days as he opens up the door for his teammate Mikael Schmiedel, the pole sitter, to come through. Henry Moore then 7th position. Bonnehouse trying to work his way past Ibrahim Khan and moving up the order. 2 guild cars against 3 ERAs, and there's no chance these get into the top 5.
The question is with Ibrahim Khan, with age does come wisdom.
No,
so
not with him. not with Ibra.
Heinous, Lewis McLean. Heinous as we now watch them come down the long straight. There's Ibrahim Khan in the bottom left of screen now. Henry Moore now sat just below our timing tower as we watch them come together again once more. This time it's Michael Schmiedel who will look to the outside of Henry Moore as once more ERA meet Guild on the road down towards turn 1, and indeed Schmiedel with that outside line will look to take and relieve that 7th place away from Henry Moore as they now dart around the first corner. Again, it looks like Henry Moore is coming close, but this time loses out around turn 1, and it'll drop in the favour of original pole sitter Michael Schmiedel, who now reoccupies 7th place and just sat behind teammate Gabriel Solomon, with Henry Moore down in 8th, just ahead of teammate Bonnehouse, with Ibrahim Khan just sat in behind him too. It's still Robbie Stapleford out in front. I've got to say, very impressive. As soon as he's had that clean air, Lewis, 1.1 to 1.2 in front.
And this is where our stats, Mr. Morgan, are going to get thrown into the bin with this format, because obviously the way that you race against, obviously we're going to get a lot of new winners here. We're going to get potentially streaks going longer than even the 4 races, technically speaking, because obviously Kevin Siggy's on 3 consecutive races. If he wins all 3 races tonight, definitely possible. And I would almost say there's potential that it might even be easier for him to do so than in a typical round of racing where we've got the semi-finals and the finals, the jeopardy of doing so. This is a bit earlier on in the race, and this is where just everything unfolded. Yeah, the 2 guild cars to the inside. There was the spin from one of them. That was Bono going for the spin. I don't know how he spun there, to be honest.
No, it's bizarre. It must have been, well, there was some initial contact that I think befell him first. I mean, that was a different one. We saw, obviously, the MSI team getting collected. Jamie Fluke, however, was right at the front of the order. We just saw him go wheel to wheel just now as well, coming through. This moment certainly wasn't him, but I think that was John Robertson, yeah. Number 86, just spiralling out of control on the way through the first sector. But now as we rejoin live pictures, here on lap 5 of 10, halfway point in the race, the gap at the front still normalised, with Jimmy Antunes down in 2nd place, 1.1 to 1.2 away from Stapleford. Marko Pejic sat in 3rd as well, 2.6 off the top as we watch Antunes make his way through. You can see the difference there in the bottom of your screen. Stapleford still marshalling that gap well. It's just a question that, you know, can he hot lap his way to the finish now from this point onwards? Doesn't have anything else around him to really jeopardise his current situation, and a win, considering where Robbie Stapleford has been in recent times with ERA. He hasn't had it easy. we look at his results, has not once so far made it out of a quarter-final phase through the course of the seeding process. Now winning, or could be winning, his very first dynamic group stage race here, Lewis, and that can make a huge difference to a driver's confidence.
Just saw a comment on the stream that's going obviously out on Twitch on the Porsche stream, which I relate to. Phil Baldwin says Group D for diabolical scenes, which, to be fair, considering that first lap, spot on, absolutely spot on. That was a little bit chaotic. Obviously, it's been a bit calmer since then. And Robbie Stableford looking for his first victory in R1. Of course, you want to find any stats, statistics, race results from any of the previous races we've had, or get involved in RENNSPORT yourself. You've got the RENNSPORT app there. Scan the QR code left for Google Play and the right hand side for the App Store there. But we've been having fun building these stats, but I think we're going to get some very odd stats chucked into the mix, including some brand new winners, which Robbie Stableford looks to be chucking himself into. I don't even believe Jimmy Antunes has a race victory to his name. Certainly doesn't. In fact, doesn't even have a podium to his name.
No, and speaking of new things as well, new stats, we're also going to be teasing some new exciting announcements that are going to be coming out very soon, folks, as well. So you want to stay tuned for that. That'll be coming up later on in the show. So keep your eyes peeled for a nice teaser announcement, should we say. So sit tight, folks, as we now watch as Gabriel Solomon makes his way through the middle sector and then very shortly in towards the final one. We're on lap 6 of 10. Still Stableford out in front, 1.3 now between Antunes and Stableford. That gap now enlarged by another 10th or so, with Marco Pejic down in third, still 2.7 off the top. Here's Gabriel Solomon, though, coming out of the ascending section, where of course you do rise uphill quite some margin in comparison. Of course, we've come away from tracks such as Hockenheim Ring, which is relatively flat. We're now moving into a circuit which is certainly carrying more elevation that drivers are having to cope with and deal with, and at the same time try and readjust ahead of what is a new circuit, relatively new circuit here to the RENNSPORT platform, as now Solomon bursts down the long straight, towing along Michael Schmiedel. As I said, has got prior experience at the top level, Le Mans virtual champion back in 2021-22. Solomon looking to set the tone, set the pace, and it's not the only champion we have seen in ERA Esports. Of course, Elvis Rankin was announced for ERA as well, and he is a Skip Barber champion from 2022, as we now see Schmiedel pop ahead of Gabriel Solomon for that 6th place.
Finding all your old stats, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, that was a fair one for Solomon, like basically again playing the team game. To be fair, around here Slipstream is very powerful, of course, so if you get your faster drive route ahead, you can just sit behind and get pulled around the circuit, and so you'll gain you a few tenths of a second, especially out on the start-finish straight. Yeah, sure, you've got the dirty air to deal with, but that's nothing crazy. This is more about ERA just trying to confirm 6th and 7th position as Butterhouse, Henry Moore. Those two, obviously they're still getting slipstream, but realistically, again, that really potent part of the slipstream is 7 tenths and below. As you can see, as we ride on board with Butterhouse, you can see the gap there from Henry Moore to Gabriel Solomon. It's around that 7/10 margin, and with Solomon getting some decent slipstream from his teammate now, that gap might relatively stabilise around that 6, 7 to 8/10 margin.
Yeah, now riding on board with Bono House on the back of Henry Moore. Half a second between himself and also his teammate just in front. Solomon now in 7th place. Ibrahim Khan just within 5 tenths, was just within 5 tenths to Bono House. The gap's now started to just sort of thin out a little bit in the bottom 7, with a little gap then to Johan Harth, who was trying to recover after the initial spin he faced earlier in the session. Of course, paying the price for MSI Gaming, who still see 2 cars at the bottom of this 12 classification order. Robbie Stableford, though, yet again advancing 2 tenths on his time between himself and Jimmy Antunes. A really phenomenal performance from Robbie Stableford thus far. And Marco Pejic 1.3 away from Jimmy Antunes. So they're relatively equal between the top 3, with Jamie Fluke occupying P4 and trying to give Marco Pejic somewhat of a headache. Still an opportunity here for MSI to put 2 cars in the theoretical podium places, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know it's the first race of the evening, but starting off with some good results here will be critical. Again, these teams and drivers will be racing 3 times across this evening. So, yeah, like you say, going after podiums, going after solid results this early. Jamie Fluke getting that over Marco Page would be extremely handy for the MSI team. It would be obviously terrible for Gil to drop back a further position for Marco Page, but you're scoring points as a team, and it is obviously very, very critical at this point. I think it's 25, obviously points for the victory there, and you want to be scoring as many as is humanly possible across the evening. 20 points for second position, 16 for third, then 13, 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0 points for the final position on the grid. 3 races across the evening. If you're wondering where all the other teams are, of course, we're talking about Group D here. This is the bottom 3 points from the opening 3 rounds of the 2025 season. We'll also be dealing with Group A. Weirdly enough, you'll be shocked to hear that's the top 3 teams of the season thus far. So that'll be Redline, Virtus Pro, and the Porsche Coanda team as well. That'll be coming up in the next race.
Yeah, not forgetting, of course, in concerning the other groups, we will be having that action showing up in Night 2, of course, next Friday, so be sure to tune in. Of course, usual starting time as well, as we now enter on the penultimate lap of the race. Robbie Stapleford nearly 2 seconds clear now. He's marshalling so much more time between himself and Jimmy Antunes further back as we now watch Jamie Fluke looking to persevere on the back of Marco Page. P3 still up for grabs here at this very fragile moment in the back stages of this Fuji race, the opening one of the night. We've still got now coming up very shortly Group A's race, like Lewis so rightly said, made up of the top 3 teams out of the seeding phase that we witnessed in the first 3 rounds of this championship. As now Fluke dives down, coming into the very tight right-hander. Of course, now as they wheel their way through Dunlop Corner and now out of turn 11, turn 12, and then rise up through towards turn 13. Nets comes up then in turn 14 and 15 before then making their way around turn 16 at Panasonic before they then take the long straight down through towards turn 1. Fluke rising uphill on the tail now of Marco Page. Stapleford, though, with a 2-second advantage now normalised to Antunes, so still marshalling that time despite being comfortable here at this very late stage, still keen to add more delta onto Jimmy Antunes.
I just don't know how he did it. I just don't know how Robbie Stapleford got from 8th position to 1st in like 4 corners. That is crazy to me. Clearly timed it well. Here comes Jamie Fluke, though, on the attack for the MSI team. Goes to the outside of Marco Page on the race down into the first corner. As Page is going to send it in deep, trying to hold on to the podium position for the Guild team. Muscles out Jamie Fluke as they work their way down into Coca-Cola, the fast left-hander at turn 3. Fluke still got an overlap as they throw their way in. Still to the outside, though, goes Marco Page, using all of that experience, and he's got the inside round this long right-hander, and you'll watch him drift over to the left-hand side of the road as he'll defend coming down to the hairpin to avoid Jamie Fluke from getting to the inside. Sits into the middle of the road brilliantly. That was lovely stuff from Marco Page.
It certainly was, defending the place against the imposing Jamie Fluke as they come out of turn 7 through towards turn 8, and then 300R that will come up next, but Fluke is far from done. He's going to swarm all over the back of Marco Page as they look to dip down now, coming through Dunlop Corner and out of turn 10 through towards turn 11. Again, though, Page denying him at every turn as they now rise uphill through towards turn 13. The Mercedes just can't find the answer against the Aston Martin Vantage, at least for now, as they sweep around nets at 14 and 15. Still can't find a way through, and it will be, at least for now, Marco Page holding on to that 3rd place. But up at the front, we have, of course, got Robbie Stapleford Fluke with a very urgent lunge up the inside as they come wheel to wheel again and look to race down towards the stripe. But it's Robbie Stapleford who will go on to make history. His first win of the season, and ERA will make history as race winners here in R1 for the first time. And here comes Jamie Fluke, a last gasp charge up towards the line, but it will go Marco Page's way. He'll hold on to 3rd, just behind Jimmy Antunes. Fluke will hold on to 4th, but Robbie Stapleford take a bow, a race winner this season in R1 on the road to the World Cup.
Yeah, that was really nice from Robbie, and again, like you say, a first victory for him. That's always a nice one to chuck onto the history books. Becomes our 38th winner in R1 across the entirety of the 2.5 years or so that we have been running. I suspect that number will be touching 14, maybe not by the end of the night, but certainly by the end of the dynamic group phase. Great, really, honestly, really good drive.
Yeah, phenomenal drive. As soon as he got in front, the directive was clear. He just wanted to build the gap and did build it ahead of Jimmy and Túnez. What a moment there for Robbie Stapleford. Certainly sending a clear message to the rest of the team. Obviously, we've got Group A coming up next, but for Group D to get off in such a way. Very frantic start, though, Lewis. There's definitely going to have to be a lot of, I think, words said behind the scenes, perhaps, between team managers and their fellow drivers to sort of say, hey, listen, guys, let's not jump too early. You know, by all means, go for the big places, try and make gains, but perhaps you're just, sort of treading a little bit too far there.
Especially for me, the one was Jimmy Antunez's move down into T1. That kind of was the catalyst to everything else. And I get it, you're down the inside, you've kind of got to commit to make a move. But he basically just sent it in way too hard and pushed out his teammate. Jamie Fluke, I think, would be pretty annoyed by how that race started, because I think he probably would have felt pretty strongly. But it's kind of one of those ones where Schmieder was pushed out. Well, a lot of the heavy hitters were pushed out wide down at turn 1. And that can happen quite a lot this evening because it's so open and so wide down there. And you're going from such high speed to such low speed, and that happens just tricky anyway.
Yeah, well, I think we have an interview standing by as well with our one and only race winner, Robbie Stapleford, and we can have a little quick chat with him right now. Welcome back, Robbie, race winner here in R1. I tell you what, that must have felt good, and not only that, you make history as ERA Esports' first ever race win in R1 as well. You've got to be delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. To be fair, I was lucky to be even raced in that race. I joined practice with 1 minute to go because my electricity was off. So I probably wasn't even going to make it. So yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with that after such a bad quali. Yeah, got lucky at turn 1, but I'm happy.
Let's talk about lap 1. You qualified in 8th position, and after not very long in that race, you were first. How does this happen? What actually unfolded? Because that's very bizarre.
Well, to be honest, going off the test, I knew that T1 was always a bad one. So I just held back, and luckily for me, the Apex guy in front of me outbroke himself. So I just went round, kept it clean, make sure I got my braking right, and I came out in P1. So yeah, it was good.
It was a cracking result, though, Robbie, and I'm sure the team are going to be absolutely thrilled with it. Obviously, that's race 1 done. You've got plenty more to come, so we'll wish you all the very best for the rest of the night here in Fuji. That's Robbie Stapleford, everybody. What a cracking performance. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, some of the moments. There were plenty of them, weren't there? Heading down in towards turn 1, this was the mishmash that we were referring to. Plenty of drivers leaving it very deep into turn 1. You see there in the middle, Gabriel Solomon was right in the heart of the action, right in the middle for ERA Esports. A sandwich there between the two MSI cars heading through the initial stages on this lap before venturing around turn 3 at Coca-Cola. Then we saw yet more carnage further back as well, as you can just see them all fanning out, heading down towards the next left. A spin there for Bono House in the Guild Esports car. Unfortunately, that unseated his race to a certain degree, and he had to recover then from that. Plenty more where that came from as well. An unfortunate visit there for the MSI Esports team. Of course, John Robertson getting caught and spun later on, I believe, as well. A very tricky moment for him. In fact, no, I think that was Johan Harth who actually got caught just towards the rear there and had to recover. Obviously was disconnected from the very rear. In fact, I think that might have been Johan Harth. He was 1.2 off the back eventually, recovered very well indeed off the back of that carnage that occurred right at the very start. We know how things can get quite trying at Fuji as well, but not a bad start certainly for Robbie Stapleford. ERA now, they've got there first, Lewis. The duct is broken. More to come?
I mean, tonight, yeah, I think there is potential, but he even said there he got a little bit lucky at T1. He picked his way through nicely. He could do the same thing again. That doesn't mean that he's going to be qualifying on pole position when Group D go out, obviously, again, in about an hour's time. Of course, the main thing there is the chaos. Like, it's avoiding the chaos, and Robbie Stapleford did such a good job. And I will say, as much as Group A, I think is going to be a very different style of racing, I think they would have all taken notes from what they had seen in that to kind of make a bit of a judgment call as to how aggressive to go. Of course, that was the first race we've ever had in R1 at Fuji, so Robbie Stapleford at least can claim that no one else will become the first ever winner at Fuji in R1. Of course, next time, though, we've got Team Redline, Porsche Commander and Virtus Pro to go out. This is going to be big. This is the heavy hitters obviously taken to the track.
Yeah, you're talking about those teams that are looking to get automatic spots into the EWC that's going to be coming up later on this year. But we've got quite the journey in between in order to lead up to that very moment. There's Kevin Siggy, of course, the reigning Esports World Cup champion for Team Redline. Of course, Team Redline also went on as a consequence in their own right to take in the team's title. It was double domination for Team Redline back at Saudi Arabia last year. And Kevin Siggy showing no signs of changing in terms of that. Won 2 races his last time out back at Hockenheim Ring. It just seemed like the typical Kevin Siggy. He made no, you know, should we say, he didn't throw any other narrative other than the fact that they were disappointed about the first 2 rounds here, Lewis. Came back, though, at Hockenheim Ring, and they put on a dazzling display that we've come to expect from a team like Team Redline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing, obviously, heading into this part of the competition is exactly what we'd expect from Team Redline. I genuinely think that with how this competition works, with all 4 cars being out on the same track, Redline are the team to beat, not Porsche Commander. Now, that sounds crazy, and if you are a Porsche Commander fan, sorry. You're a Porsche Commander, sorry. I still want my shirt and stuff. I'd love that. Thanks. Can you get LM branded ones? But no, obviously, the really important stuff is that they are strong, but I just think Redline works so well as a team.
They certainly do. Well, I'll take you through the results from the first round that we just witnessed as well, the first race that we witnessed for Group D. Robbie Stableford, your winner here for ERA Esports. And then we had Marco Pajic in second place, Jamie Fluke in third, Matt Emery in fourth, Jimmy Antunes in fifth, with Michael Schmiedel in sixth, Gabriel Solomon in seventh, with Bono House in eighth, Ibrahim Khan in ninth, John Robertson in 10th, and Johan Harth in 11th place, with Henry Moore finishing at the rear of the field in 12th spot. So that is the conclusion of D1's results. Robbie Stableford, of course, making history as ERA Esports' first ever winner in R1 as a competition as well. And credit to Robbie Stableford as well, returning to winning ways, like I said before, coming off the back of form that was not in his favour one iota. If we look at over the last few rounds, or certainly where he is certainly featured in the first 3 rounds of the season, Spa, Monza, Hockenheim, it hasn't been easy for him. Came into this, finished P12 in round 1, P10 in round 2, and then, of course, P7 in Hockenheim Ring. That was his best result throughout the entirety, and they were all in quarterfinals, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I think, yeah, this could be the catalyst for Robbie Stableford to at least go and get him some more decent results. I can definitely see him on the podium. Maybe not a victory again this evening. We'll have to wait and see. Before we're going to focus here on qualifying here for Group A. I will touch on the points from Group D that we've just had, of course. ERA, they have 42 points. Their name, they are topping Group D at the moment. Guild Racing have 37 points. They're obviously second. And MSI have 29 points. So at the moment, if everyone would to finish as it stands, it would be ERA moving up to Group C for round number 5 of the 2025 season. Either way, let's keep our eyes focused on the big bad Jeffrey Rietveld into the final sector, of course. And I think this is probably a positive thing for Redline to go out early, to have a heavy hitter of their team go out. I say heavy hitter of the team as if, yeah, there's all 4 of them are heavy hitters. First sector's already been beaten, though. I think that might be by Mikhail Statsenko, not by Joshua Rogers. We know that Porsche goes well in the middle sector, courtesy of seeing Mikhail Schmiedel's time in the previous sector. So expect Josh Rogers to take over the second sector, potentially, from Jeff Rietveld. It's a BMW versus a Porsche versus an Aston Martin. So pretty similar to the previous one, except obviously it was a Mercedes and then a Porsche and an Aston. On this occasion, the BMW replaces the Mercedes from Group D. Jeff Rietveld across the line, 36.6, pretty solid start. That is going to get absolutely decimated, though, by this driver here.
Certainly will. Joshua Rogers, purple in the first 2 sectors. If you want an indicator as to the differences between Group A and Group D, Josh Rogers' best time in free practice was a 1:36.331, which incidentally blasts away the one that Jamie Fluke put together, a 1:36.566. But 2 purple sectors for Joshua Rogers should firmly place him right to the very top, and it could be a tough one to beat this one. Ooh. With a 34.3 in the final sector. That is a stellar 1:36.3 and not far away from his fastest time in practice, only 29 thousandths away.
Yeah, but you just never really know. Mikhail Statsenko, the next one to come out towards the line for the Virtus Pro team. Honestly, as to which team is going to top the session, or more importantly, which team is going to get demoted from this group into Group B. Honestly, this is going to be a tough one to pick. You'd probably say Virtus Pro might be the favourites to be dropped down, but then McCormack's pace, you just never really know. It's another 36.6. This one's a 6.24 for Statsenko, drops him behind Rietveld.
Yeah, Caruso coming through 26-4. One of the shining lights as well. One of the drivers that has really come to the furore here for Porsche Coanda. Had performed brilliantly back at Spa, entering his name into the winning fold as well for the semi-finals back at Spa with a P1 on that occasion that led him into his first final with Porsche Coanda as he now enters his name into the fold. Goes second fastest. That's Porsche Coanda 1 and 2 with Rietveld in third and Virtus.pro's Mikhail Statsenko down in fourth.
I mean, it's just showed how impressive that lap time is from Josh Rogers. I know Jordan Caruso's come, I think, fairly recently. I think he was in contention for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Relatively speaking, everyone's expecting Cooper Webster to come out on top in that one, of course, just last week. And Cooper Webster did come out on top in that one just last week. But Caruso was challenging for his second title, I'm sure. Luke Bennett then out towards the line, just fourth place for him, a 0.595. A little bit disappointing for the pace there from the Red Line duo thus far.
Yeah, of course, Luke Bennett went on to win the Hockenheim round. That was our final entry into the seeding phase before we then entered into the dynamic group stage. Charlie Collins, though, who's been making all the headlines as well for the right reasons. First 4 races in this season's R1 campaign have led to 4 straight victories. Could not quite do the number 5, but it joined him at the hip with some of the best records we've seen in R1 thus far. Charlie Collins, though, enough to go second fastest. It's Porsche domination in the top 3, but Enzo Benito stealing the purple middle sector. Not bad at all, Lewis.
Not bad. I mean, look, Enzo Benito was one of the shining lights just last week, of course, taking a victory in the quarterfinals and in the semi-finals, making it through to his first final of the 2025 season. He could be the leading light here for the Red Line team as Porsche Coanda is domination from them at the moment, first, second and third. Of course, qualifying is one thing, racing is another. Enzo Benito will at least throw himself amongst them, but still, look at how clear Joshua Rogers is. He's 10.5 clear of his teammates.
Yeah, Enzo Benito clearly not phased about being left out of Red Line's team for last season's EWC as Dane Warren now enters his name down onto the fold. But frustration kicking in for Dane Warren, not happy. 35.6 in that middle sector, and I think the error must have occurred around sector 3 because if you look at the differences at the bottom where the times are being shown, it doesn't look that bad. But Dane Warren only enough for 5th fastest. That just goes to show how perfectionist these Porsche teams really are.
Yeah, look, they are. They've got a very strong position in this race, but we've only seen one Virtus Pro car come across the line, and that was Mikhail Statsenko. Now we're getting the triple threat come as Kevin Ellis Jr., Wojtek Fiala, and Darren McCormack will come up towards the line. The first of those being Kevin Ellis Jr. Sectors are looking okay up towards the second sector, but that's kind of similar to what we've seen from the group behind. It's going to be a 0.5 with some descriptions, a 0.547, so throws himself just behind Benito.
Yeah, Wojtek Fiala also looking fairly strong, I have to say, on this very lap as well. 26.4 in the first sector as well, with a middle sector of a 35.7. He's going to need to try and hold it together in order to try and usher in a decent third sector. He could yet find himself with a top 5. He might even get a chance to topple Jordan Caruso and maybe even join his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. Let's wait and see as he now sprints up towards the line. Where is Wojtek Fiala going to fit in this timing tower with 2 minutes to go here in qualifying? It's a 136.7. That is way off the pace, but Darren McCormack, his teammate, is purple in that first sector.
And this is the lap time that we always see. As soon as we saw that 36.3 for Joshua Rogers and absolutely no threat basically from anyone else, the next 2 lap times definitely could be a threat to that pole position. We've got the 2 leading lights in each of the given teams. Darren McCormack for Virtus Pro and then Kevin Siggy for Team Red Line. What's it going to be up towards the line? The first sector is really good for McCormack as you're just driving on a straight and shifting up gears. It's easy peasy on the straight. It's a 0.491. It's a tenth and a bit off of pole. Still good enough for the front row at the moment.
Yeah, decent lap there for Darren McCormack. He will be running side by side with Joshua Rogers heading into our next race here this time around at Fuji. Here comes Kevin Siggy, though, the reigning EWC champion. 26.4, not quite the 26.3 that we've seen elsewhere. 35.6 in that middle sector. A little bit of time lost there, but can he recover it in the third sector? Can Kevin Siggy, the man with the greatest moustache you'll see in sim racing, can only go third fastest, but that's not bad. Second row of the grid.
Yeah, that's actually pretty fine. I mean, I think everyone's probably going to be a bit concerned about the pace of this guy here, but to be fair, the style of racing that we get around here, I don't think that's too bad. Everyone's going to be able to keep up in the slipstream. This is going to be very, very interesting, though, and this is where I think Team Redline might have the edge, because they generally, we saw this quite a lot back at the Esports World Cup. They race well with each other. Now, that's not saying that Porsche Commander don't, but Redline are all kind of like set in the sense of they know how they race with Enzo Benito, they know how they race with Luke Bennett, with Kevin Siggy and Jeff Rietveld. Porsche Commander, they've not done this kind of style of racing necessarily quite as much with Charlie Collins. I don't think they've ever really done this style of racing with Jordan Caruso. So they're the kind of outliers in the team. I think experience is going to be king. I think Virtus Pro, though, they are the big threats for potentially being bottom of the group.
Yeah, I would say probably they are probably the favourites. I mean, out of the three teams, I mean, Virtus Pro, they're almost reliant on their two big hitters, aren't they? Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dara McCormack to deliver the final results. But if you look at Team Redline, they're a team that are built on R1 as a championship. They've been there since the very beginning. We look at Porsche Commando, who had a relatively solid lineup which included Mitchell de Jong and Mac Backham. But of course, they made the big changes, then bringing in Jordan Caruso and Charlie Collins. Collins, though, probably more ingratiated with the R1 system than, you know, Jordan Caruso, but that doesn't mean to say that Caruso hasn't brought his best on the day. Of course, we look back at results such as Spa, where he took his first victory in semi-final action. Not to mention, of course, we all know how great Joshua Rogers is, and Dane Warren on his day can have, you know, one of the best some of the best qualifying pace you'll ever see in the championship in itself. So we'll wait and see as to what they can do. Obviously, though, I would say if you're Porsche Commander, you're relatively comfortable in a way, Lewis, because you essentially put most or the majority of your cars, if not all four, inside the top six.
Yeah, look, I think with what we saw in Group D, as much as I know Group A is going to race very differently to Group D, qualifying almost feels like it matters less here than, to be fair, it almost feels like it's ever mattered in R1. So I think the most important thing is that you have your cars relatively close to each other. But then again, that wasn't really that much of a blessing, I think, because I think you trip over each other a little bit at T1. So maybe you do want all your cars separated. Basically, George, I'm sat here on the fence, mate. I don't know what's good. I don't know what's bad. I just know that we're probably going to see some chaos. No, absolutely not. Obviously, we're out now in practice, which some people were saying last week we shouldn't be having practice between qualifying and races. These drivers should be able to blah 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 blah. I was bored of it, to be honest, but yeah, some people were critical of it. So I'll bring it up.
You carry some baggage there, Lewis?
I'll be completely honest, George. It kind of annoyed me a little bit. That definitely came from people that weren't that experienced in racing. It's okay, don't worry about it. Either way, we are in practice. It is a thing, and we are going to be doing it between this and the race, more so that everyone can get everything set up. Not the drivers, everyone behind the scenes. So yes, anyway, they're all out on circuit. They're all going to be driving around. They're all going to be, to be honest, learning nothing. No one's learning anything in this session. They're just driving the circuit before we get into the absolute chaos of turn one. How long into this race, George, until the car's backwards?
Well, I mean, it didn't take too long last time, did it? I mean, we came out of turn one and it was pretty much there and then. But we'll wait and see.
It took longer than I expected, because it's only down to a hairpin, actually. It's 6 corners. Great.
Yeah. I mean, with this bunch, I think really the biggest risk, lies with some of the Virtus Pro drivers. I think they're going to be taking, you might see the odd Wojtek Fiala or Mikhail Stadsenko perhaps looking to, garner some very quick positions. And sometimes that can only be attained if you can commit to the inside and maybe make some aggressive moves. Try and take on the very best of them. They know in terms of outright pace, they might not be as fast as a Kevin Siggy or for example, a Joshua Rogers in that instance. But take us through the starting grid, Lewis, and we'll see how it unfolds.
Yes, indeed. 2 Virtus Pro cars starting at the rear end of the field with Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Stadsenko. 2 Redline cars only ahead of him with Jeff Rietveld and Luke Bennett. And then guess what? It's 2 Porsches ahead of them, Dane Warren and Jordan Caruso. Then we get to Kevin Ellis Jr., Enzo Benito there, representing Virtus Pro and Redline respectively. Charlie Collins for the Porsche team starting from 4th position, before we get a Redline in 3rd, a Virtus Pro in 2nd, and a Porsche in 1st. That is obviously Kevin Siggy, Darren McCormack and Joshua Rogers with an epic lap time, almost unbeatable. And to be fair, if he can repeat that across the 3 sessions, I get the feeling that Josh Rogers is going to be on pole position each time this evening. However, winning. Very different, George. Who do you think's coming out on top of this? Bearing in mind the winner in the previous race started from 8th position. Do you think that's going to happen again?
Well, I mean, I think we're going to see a very different race here, Lewis. You've got, a plethora of teams or a plethora of drivers in this race in itself that are built on just strong race pace, just good, solid one-lap pace and race pace. I find that Joshua Rogers being out in front and sharing the front row with Darren McCormack, I don't think that'll impose on him too much. I think Rogers has got enough in his locker. Having the clean air in front of him, I think that's where he's dangerous.
Collins is going to go on the attack deep into T1. As we saw from Jimmy Antunes, I'm sure he's going to get followed in a little bit by Kevin Ellis Jr. And I'm sure we're in for 10 KO, well, maybe 1 KO lap and then 9 calm ones. So we'll have to wait and see, of course, the second race of the evening, the first race of Group A, about to get underway this evening. And it's Joshua Rogers on the pole position. They're fighting for demotion, or rather avoiding it. Of course, the bottom team of this group will be demoted into Group B in a couple of weeks' time. Good start from Joshua Rogers to already cover off Darren McCormack. And a good one. Look at the red line duo on the outside as Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito work wonders with that outside line. As Siggy goes in deep at T1, doors open. There's a spinner in the background. Jeff Rietveld, I think, has been round with Mikhail Stetsenko and Jordan Caruso. The pair of those dropping off the rear of the field. Look at Kevin Siggy making it 4 wide in the run down into the left-hander. Coca-Cola. This has worked out as a disaster for Redline. Now just 5th position for Siggy as we've got Dane Warren and Kevin Ellis Jr. working their way through for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Joshua Rogers comfortable at the very front. Disaster for Jeffrey Rietveld coming through turn 1, and disaster for Redline as a whole. Kevin Siggy chanced his arm for a quick move, heading around the outside, coming through turn 1, hoping that he could lift his BMW M4 GT3 to the front of the action here on the opening lap in the opening sector. But it's Rogers, McCormack. The status quo maintained between those two, with Dane Warren locked in behind and Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to work his way through. It's a Porsche Commander Virtus Pro story inside that top 4. Siggy looking to try and disrupt it. Wojtek Fiala also starting relatively confidently. He's just behind Enzo Benito. We can see him at the bottom left of screen, and Charlie Collins sandwiched in between Siggy and Benito as it stands. But it's going to be an uphill climb for Rietveld from here.
Very early to be chatting points, but I'm going to anyway, because who cares? I'm going for it. 50 points at the moment, Porsche Commander would be scoring. 39 points, Virtus Pro would be scoring. 19 points would be scored by Team Redline. They would have, it would be more than twice the points to second in the group. And bearing in mind, you want to be first or second today. If you are 3rd in this group, you are demoted to Group B for night number for round number 5 rather. Of the evening for their second race at this point. Whoa, what a mistake from McCormack. He's got in way too deep at T1. He's opened up the door for his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr., but more importantly, he's opened the door for a Porsche Commander 1-2.
Yeah, throwing them a bone, that's for sure. That is a very rare mistake from Darren McCormack. You certainly wouldn't expect that from a driver such as him, with his sheer reputation and CV coming through this championship. Remember, he was, of course, a round winner in his own right all the way back at Monza, winning at the Temple of Speed. Could not quite replicate and make it 5 wins across the board when we were asking him that question back at Hockenheim, and said he could only attain 4. Kevin Siggy trying to rampantly rise. Charlie Collins holding on to 5th place now, just behind McCormack, but being peppered by Kevin Siggy, who's going to look around the outside now as they come down in towards the next right-hander. They're coming into the tight sector at Dunlop now. Coming out of turn 11, Siggy can't quite find the answer, almost pushing Charlie Collins around this portion of circuit as they now climb the hill, coming through out of turn 13. Nets at 14 and 15 coming up next, but he can't net an overtake, and Siggy, he reneges, remains in 6, and it's Collins who holds 5th.
Yeah, this is honestly, this is an absolute disaster for Redline at the moment. It's really not worked out for them.
Luke Bennett as well.
Yeah, no, honestly, the whole team, this is not going well for them at the moment. They're dropping points. They're scoring 16 points at the moment versus Porsche Commander's 56 points. I mean, that is honestly crazy. It's baffling. It's not what I expected coming into this evening, and it's going to get even worse for them because Luke Bennett, I think, is about to be passed by Stetsenko.
Yeah, it looks like he could be on the run down through towards turn 1. We're seeing it again, witnessing it side by side as now up the inside. We see Jordan Caruso and Luke Bennett still fighting hard to try and gain places back. He was briefly in P11 was Luke Bennett. He's somewhat recovered, managed to drop ahead of Statsenko, and now pressuring Jordan Caruso over P9. It's emergency time now for Redline. They need to dig deep and try and muster something in this race. Jeffrey Riefeld already relatively disconnected from the rest of the group, just really vigorously trying to bring himself back in. He's around 8/10 away from Mikhail Statsenko as it stands right now, as we watch Caruso make his way down through towards the middle sector this time around. But Joshua Rogers looking to check out, along with Dane Warren. Kevin Ellis Jr. 1.4 seconds away from the race leader. McCormack hasn't actually dropped off anywhere just yet. It's not the case that he has lost tread on his teammate in P3. It's just the case, obviously, he's forfeited a couple of places. He's still within a second of Kevin Ellis Jr., but needs to fight back. Virtus Pro can't afford to miss on this opportunity with Redline falling off.
No, certainly not. Here's a replay of the race start then. Let's see what happened with Redline down to T1, because obviously there was a spinner for Riefeld. Got helped around lovingly by the duo of Virtus Pro, and that's how Caruso was also sent off there. So Statsenko and Wojtek Fiala assisting the spin there for Jeff Riefeld. He's had a frustrating start to the evening.
Not ideal at all. And unfortunately now for Riefeld, he's on damage limitation. He has caught up though with Mikhail Statsenko as we now watch Kevin Siggy and Charlie Collins go at it once more, coming down in towards turn one. Siggy holding firm, Charlie Collins reneging in behind, and enter as well Enzo Benito, who's going to look to try and tuck it up the inside of Collins on the run out of turn one, heading down towards turn two, but Collins able to prevent Benito from taking the place. Redline in a desperate attempt to recover whatever they can get here on lap 4 of 10. They've still got 6 laps to do it. It's not out of the question, but they've really got to dig deep at this very vital point in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, look, there could be one of these things where maybe the BMW doesn't race quite as well around here. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything for sure. Maybe the Porsche Commander is racing really well around this Fuji Speedway. But at the moment, to be fair, also, this could happen to Porsche in the next race, right? That is the thing with this kind of format, where you've got all 4 of your drivers out. This is actually quite rare. We don't typically see all 4 drivers from a given team out on the circuit at the same time. And that rarity is what creates the intrigue, right? And that's where we're kind of at the moment with this, is seeing these dynamics within the groups kind of unfold. At the moment, like you say, it's obviously working out best for the Porsche Commander team. And obviously, at the moment, it's working out the worst for Redline. That said, Redline are so strong. I just wouldn't be shocked to see them in a race later on this evening grab themselves 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, like that kind of margin. But that's a problem. At this point this evening, I don't see anyone beating Josh.
No, well, I didn't think anyone would. As soon as he had that clean air at the start of the race, I thought he's going to be a very difficult driver to catch. And you've got to think as well, Lewis, this is essentially a Porsche Commander team that are looking to bounce back from Hockenheim after the dismal performance they put through. Probably, arguably, one of the worst performances through a night in R1 they have ever had, in my theory.
You're saying it, not me. No, you're absolutely right. You're spot on. No, you are spot on. They had a terrible run at Hockenheim. It was very, very disappointing for the Porsche Commander team. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're bouncing back brilliantly. At the moment, points-wise, we head halfway through this first race. They will be scoring 56 points, which is playing to Virtus Pro's 34, so they're 22 points ahead of Virtus Pro. They're 38 points ahead of Team Redline, who are scoring just 18 points at the moment. Redline would be 16 points behind Virtus Pro, the team that again, you need to finish second, so the team that they're eyeing up beating is Virtus Pro, and at the moment it seems like Redline are going to be the team being knocked out of Group A. Of course, we're very early days, we've got 2 more races to deal with after this one, but they're backs against the wall.
Certainly is. Lap 5 of 10, halfway point, and Joshua Rogers still out in front. Dane Warren just in behind Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to close the gap. Charlie Collins also going to work on Kevin Siggy, who's managed to dodge ahead of Collins and up into 5th. Obviously, those two have come together increasingly now. Also, Enzo Benito chanced his arm on Collins only a lap or so ago, as they now take the trip down through towards turn 1 once again to commence the next lap, lap 6 this time around. And this time, it looks like Collins is going to urge ever closer every chance now to try and get past Siggy, who goes defensive to the inside now. It's going to be once again Porsche up against the BMW M4 GT3 as they go nose, very nearly side by side, very nearly nose to tail, as the run that Collins nearly had was certainly filled with momentum. He could have had the run heading out of turn 1 in towards turn 2 and maybe even taken the lead as soon as that, but Siggy fought back, and indeed he has, and will retain that P5. Just sheer never say die attitude lead from Kevin Siggy, and they need that right now. A very little amount of points being scored for Team Redline thus far, and they can't afford to lose any more, though Collins is going to keep trying.
Yeah, obviously Redline need to get Enzo Benito ahead of Charlie Collins here, but in doing so they risk opening up the door for potentially Wojtek Fiala to come through, and that's kind of this is the interesting dynamic here, and the kind of thing where as the driver you can't think about too much, you just got to think about the race and just beating whoever's around you. But let's say, for example, Enzo Benito goes for a move on Charlie Collins, it doesn't work out, and then Wojtek Fiala comes through. That's worst case scenario for them, because Wojtek Fiala, Virtus Pro, that's the team they need to catch, and they're having Virtus Pro outscore them even more. Porsche Coanda, I like it's kind of, you know how it was in the opening phase, the seeding phase, where Porsche Coanda started out that first round. They were so dominant at Spa, they had such a big lead in the points that they were uncatchable from round one. It's kind of how they are right now. That said, I will say Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack are closing their way in, and we are getting a red flag.
That's
history is being made here, Jordan, and not in a way that we want. That's crazy. I've never seen that.
And disappointing for Joshua Rogers as well in many ways, because it means now that effectively we're back to near enough zero. All the cars coming into the pits now for obviously just to breathe, and we'll wait to see when we get back underway. But drama unfolding already in only the second race of the evening in the now the group dynamic group phase here in the R1 Championship here at Fuji. A red flag called out to bring an end to the second race. How disappointed are you going to be if you're Porsche Coando and when you have two cars sat in P1 and P2 and you can't take it home, you can't take those points necessarily just yet, and there could be yet one more restart to decide who is going to take the top spot? Yeah,
indeed. Honestly, I've literally gone straight into the rule book to find out anything about red flag. There's only one thing about the red flag. It's rule 31.6 as to if this is relevant to this given scenario. I don't know, but there's nothing about a red flag procedure in the rulebook. If one or more participants cheat or take advantage of any exploits in the game, the race controller has the right to red flag the session at any time. Now, that I do not believe is the case. So I'm going to throw that rulebook into the bin. That is not the case. It's not about someone exploiting or whatever. It will almost certainly be some server or operational issue. That's not 9 times out of 10 in sim racing. If there is a red flag, it is generally the reason of it coming from a server issue they're aware of, or something like that. And in fact, being updated, Jeffrey Rietveld was not visible to the other competitors, which could make sense.
Is that why he spun?
Well, this is the thing, is that I've seen this on elsewhere in sim racing, where if a car is not visible and then they get hit, obviously the cars that are driving into them, like their car doesn't react as if they are being as if they're driving into someone, right? And that did seem the way. It seemed as though as soon as Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Stutsenko hit the back of Jeff Rietveld, their cars didn't react, and it was as if Rietveld's car weighed about 2 grams.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I too have seen before in other realms of sim racing as well. I think I remember once in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, Jarno Watmir at Canada got absolutely chopped as well, or at least he chopped another driver off. I think it might have been David Tanitsa, in fact, I think was part of it as well. Just absolute drama unfolded around the Montreal circuit. But this throws a bone now to the Redline team now, doesn't it, Lewis? Obviously, given the fact that they were well off the pace, obviously Rietveld can now reset and also rejoin. We'll have to wait, of course, whether we do get a restart. Obviously, I'd imagine we will, leading through to the race, and we'll find out soon enough.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, we were 7 laps concluded, weren't we, in that one?
Yeah,
so
75% of the race, basically.
Yeah, so they could call the checkered flag on that, right?
Yeah, and again, I don't know. It's not actually written into the rule books as to whether 75% race distance complete is full points awarded. Yeah. Considering, obviously, restarting and then getting on with it, it would make it a long night for the competitors. But again, we're
basing this on real life motorsport at this point.
Correct. Which is not always the best way, but still, I will tell you, my first ever experience with someone. No, honestly, probably one of I've got a clip on my YouTube channel, hidden away, obviously, you can't find it. But it was might have been 2014 or very late 2013. It was the Grand Prix Virtual World Championship International Touring Cup, which, yes, is a mouthful. It was at Watkins Glen, and you know, going through the bus stop on Watkins Glen, obviously you go right and then left and left and then right, and it was Reed Hastebeck, and he was driving a Lexus. This is the things I remember. This is crazy. Driving a Lexus, it was red and blue. It was driving for a team called Bob Ball, and he couldn't see anyone, and so just drove through. And in him going through there at full speed whilst everyone else was battling, he couldn't see anyone. It was an R factor 1. He eliminated like 5 cars in what is probably one of the funniest things that I've ever seen in sim racing. I'm now going to have to find that clip somewhere.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when it comes to red flags, obviously, it's a fairly common thing in motorsport. Obviously, as many of you know, I incidentally had one once, famously, but in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine at Monza, believe it or not, when Rafael Camara came out, made an overtake at a certain point in the race, but because after a red flag it goes back a lap before, Andrea Kimi Antonelli was able to take the race win back again in order to become a race winner.
Are you hearing this, everyone? Are you anyone hearing this? Who was that name you had to just drop in there? Who was it? Was it?
Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
Was it? Is it really?
Race winner at the Temple of Speed Monza. Yeah,
That's
no,
crazy.
it was extraordinary. It was one of the most fascinating ends to a race that we could possibly ever witness. But let's go back and take a look at the dynamic groups so far, the points that have been accrued so far in Group D. ERA Esports, Guild Esports, and Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI. As you can see, 44 points taken from ERA so far out of race 1, 4 points more than Guild so far that sit in second, and MSI, with plenty of work to do, sat in 24-point territory. They have so far mustered that points total so far, but we still have 2 more races to bring you tonight from Fuji to decide who will stay in Group D and who will be staying and who will be going up to Group C.
And I will say, based on my points that I had, Guild have actually gained a few points via penalties and such. So that's obviously quite a solid net for the Guild team. Of course, they did finish in second, but Matt Emery has been promoted up into 3rd position. So for them, it's a pretty solid turnaround. They've obviously gained just a little bit. Unfortunately, Henry had a game crash in that session. So obviously, he's not scoring any points for the team. But for Guild to get to 4 points off of the lead of the group, and again, they are fighting for promotion. So it's the exact opposite of what we have here in Group A. Yeah.
Well, we'll be waiting now firmly to see what happens with the Group A scenario at the moment. As you all know, for those of you who've just showed up and you're wondering what on earth has happened, well, we've had a red flag in the first race on Group A's visit to Fuji for the first time tonight. Of course, though, we have confirmed that ERA do currently have the most points in Group D, and therefore currently look on trend to potentially moving up to Group C if they carry on in that same vein. A wonderful start to their evening indeed in this dynamic groups phase. I mean, obviously, we've got plenty of races showing up tonight. Just because one result is one way, Lewis, of course, we're still staying at Fuji for the next 2 races. So, there's still, there's question marks, realms of speculation as to where we could see the next 2 races unfold. You might get drivers who weren't so successful, perhaps learn a thing or two, and maybe even change their game plan up ahead of race 2 or race 3.
Yeah, indeed. I say not 100% sure. I mean, because the joy of this, in a sense, is that we're racing the same circuit 3 races in a row on the same evening. I would personally have liked to see us racing at 3 different tracks across the evening, but yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. That's the rules, and that's what we're doing. Speaking of rules, again, not really the rule book, but I believe we are getting a restart. I think that, as far as I'm aware, it will be a full race restart, which would not be my vote, but that's what we're doing. At least as far as it shows in the game, we will get a full 10-lap race restart, which is a bit of a shame for one. For Porsche Carrera, yeah, like I said, there were 1 and 2 running away. Also, Virtus Pro were coming on strong during that race as well. 3rd and 4th position, Darren McCormack, of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. got past and Darren McCormack. Those 2 were closing in and were challenged the back of Dane Warren in 2nd position. So, for Virtus Pro, they might be looking at that thinking, okay, we'll have to just do the same thing again. But for those teams, they probably won't run a restart here. They would have been pretty happy just taking their points and signing it off. Meanwhile, Redline, obviously, they are the ones desperate for it. To be fair, they're the ones that were the most penalised, courtesy of Rieveld's inability to be seen by anyone.
Yeah, and somewhat of a second wind as well for Darren McCormack after the late break. Something that we've rarely seen from McCormack where it comes to race trim, Lewis. The odd, rare mistake that you wouldn't necessarily expect from a driver with his caliber in many ways. I mean, just getting it slightly wrong, coming down in towards turn 1, just outbraking himself and leaving the door wide open. It's not something we've come to expect from someone like Darren McCormack.
No, that honestly, I've commentated on McCormack a lot, and I saw a couple of mistakes from him back in the day. I've not seen many mistakes from him in R1 outside of qualifying, at which point, he has made his fair few. Sorry, Darren. But realistically speaking, when it comes to in-race mistakes, it's rare. It is rare. But that was a whopper. It was like watching you trying to break at Spa and touring cars, blah, blah, blah. It's the same joke.
In touring cars, yeah.
Yeah, same joke again, over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
So,
one day. Yeah, one day I'll be back. One day I'll be back. Trust me, folks. Yeah, we're back. Speaking of returning, we're back at Fuji. Free practice now underway for the restart for race 1 of Group A, and some familiar names and faces as you would expect as we now look to rumble into our next starts here at Fuji. But Redline will be hoping for a bit of a turnaround after the dismay of last time out, though Kevin Siggy was on a rampant rise, looking to recover the damage that he was trying to obviously bring back in for Team Redline. Of course, Jeffrey Rietveldt will also be looking for a better restart as well. There's Joshua Rogers in the bottom left of screen. It looked like the win was home and hosed with only 3 or so laps to go, but now he's got to try and go again, but obviously will have still the front row and also be on P1 ahead of our visit down towards turn 1. So be hoping that lightning will strike twice and he can muster his very best in order to bring Porsche Coanda a victory once again.
Look, again, at least they don't have to go through, at least as far as I'm aware, they don't have to go through qualifying again. So that one is just set off of the qualifying order that we are already aware of. But yes, once again, for Rogers, it'll just be, to be fair, I say all these drivers, like, they get a little bit stressed out. It's kind of one of those ones. The more inexperienced drivers will, the more experienced drivers will be like, well, I've just got to do the same thing again, isn't it? Like, there's nothing more they can do. It's out of their control. They just know they have to do the same thing again. They have to execute again. And for Rogers, even, a driver at his caliber, even he might have spotted some things at the start of that race where it's like, okay, I need to do that differently and that differently and that differently to actually make sure that I break the 7/10 margin, to make sure that I'm pulling away. So it's like I say, there's pluses and minuses both ways. Once again, to remind you though of the starting grid from back to front: Wojciech Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko, with Jeff Rietveldt and Luke Bennett in 10th and in 9th position. Dane Warren and Jordan Caruso make it all Porsche Coanda on road number 4, with Ken Ellis Jr. and Enzo Benito positions 6th and 5th. Charlie Collins in 4th position, with Kevin Siggy in 3rd, Darren McCormack in 2nd position, and Joshua Rogers on a very dominant pole position. If you didn't see that qualifying session, it was a 10th and a bit was the margin that Joshua Rogers had pole position over Darren McCormack, which is very impressive. It's not often you see drivers go a 10th or so faster at this kind of level. A full 10-lap restart to the race. I wonder if we're going to... well, hopefully we won't see the same thing again where Rietveldt spun round, because hopefully they can all see him this time.
Yeah, I'm hoping that obviously they can all get a nice clean run down in towards turn 1. I think ideally, I don't think anything's going to really change in terms of the front 2. I still think this is Joshua Rogers' race to lose. I think in this case, Lewis, once you've got him in a position where he is at the front, as soon as he's got that clean air, he is dangerous. I wonder if we're going to see a different Darren McCormack for this restart now, looking ahead to race 1.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe he'll be driving in a little bit deep into T1, lap 1 this time by, and going on the attack, not making the same mistake as he did in the previous running of race number 1. So back to it then, 10 laps onto the clock, and once again the 12 drivers doing battle to try and stay in Group A for round number 5 of the season. The bottom team will be demoted into Group B when we go racing at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Which team is that going to be? We'll have to wait and see. Joshua Rogers off from pole position, getting a nice clean jump there to start the race, but Darren McCormack slightly better this occasion. It's only now that Rogers has been able to get over there and cover McCormack as Kevin Siggy makes it to the outside. 4-1, Enzo Benito comes in hot around the outside as well. Bit of contact there on the rear end as McCormack goes out wide, courtesy of the contact with Kevin Siggy. Big crash in the background there. That was Mikhail Statsenko, I believe, having a crash, and once again it's drama for Redline as Luke Bennett back there has been dragged off. Big slide and a big spin Who was that? Was that Kevin Ellis Jr. who's dropped down the order? It's a disaster for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, this time it's Virtus Pro with the agony here on the opening laps here in this 10-lap venture here at the restart of Group A's first race, as now Siggy has to very vigilantly correct a little bit of argy-bargy between Dane Warren as then they make their way around here on the opening lap, and now Warren looking to have a go at Siggy once more. Siggy with the outside line as they now come down through towards the next right-hander. Siggy will soon not have the better line this time. Dane Warren will go late on the brakes and try and challenge him at every turn coming through Dunlop as they now rise coming out of turn 10 through turn 11. They're still going wheel to wheel, and further back Jeffrey Rietveld looking to do the same as he tries to silence Jordan Caruso as they now climb the hill, and it's Dane Warren who moves up into 4th place and Siggy drops down to 5th.
Much better though for Redline, 3rd, 5th and 6th position in this running. Obviously it's just Luke Bennett dropping off the rear end. A bit of a look to the inside there from Kevin Siggy, just trying to get Dane Warren slightly offline, try and get him a slower exit, try and get his exit out onto the start-finish straight as good as possible so that he can potentially challenge by the time they get down into turn 1. Unchallenged though is Josh Rogers at the front of the field, 1.1 seconds clear of McCormack, who's defending from Enzo Benito ahead, as here comes Kevin Siggy to the inside of Dane Warren. Red line, this is a bit more like it and a bit more like what we expected. Enzo Benito to the outside, bit of contact with Darren McCormack, and not for the first time in this race. The Virtus Pro there making contact with the red line. On this occasion though, it is indeed McCormack out on top. Kevin Siggy though has got past Dane Warren for 4th position.
How about the delta though that Joshua Rogers is finding on McCormack in 2nd place? He's now 1.3 ahead of the Virtus Pro at the very top of the shot for Porsche Coanda. Further back, Darren McCormack still trying to fend off Enzo Benito at this moment in time. Is now back again. We see yet more battling further back. Mikhail Statsenko trying to pressurize here Jeffrey Rietveld, trying to jump into that P7 spot and take Rietveld down a peg. Obviously Rietveld not having the same concerns or issues that he had in our previous start ahead of this first race here in Group A, as they go nose to tail coming through this very, very technical final sector, coming up through out of turn 11 through towards turn 12. Now a visit around turn 13 before venturing up through nets at 14 and 15. Statsenko now under pressure from Charlie Collins in behind, as well as they climb the hill now, leading through towards the final corner on this lap. There's Collins to the bottom left of screen, now vigilantly having a look at the inside now, but actually have a favourable run coming up through towards the final bend, and that was brilliant there for Charlie Collins, who now goes wheel to wheel here with Statsenko, and now has unfortunately lost a little bit of momentum, but will have the slipstream heading down through towards turn 1. It's not over for Collins, as now he looks to try and catch Mikhail Statsenko for a move into 8th place.
Dive bomb into the final corner is never a good idea, and this is the last lap of the race, maybe then, but generally speaking, you're always going to be passed again. You're always going to lose that position. This is a bit more where you want to make the move down into T1. Great breaking them from Charlie Collins, side by side still with Mikhail Statsenko as they work their way side by side to the kink at 2, out towards 3 and Coca-Cola, the outside line for Collins. We've seen side by side there earlier on in the day, but a bit of a squeeze there from Mikhail Statsenko, and Charlie Collins was told, no mate, you're staying in 9th. At the moment then, let's talk points, because right now as things run, things looking much better for Redline as they were in the previous running of race number 1 for them this evening. At the moment though, it's Porsche Coanda leading. They've got 49 points to their name with their current positions, 34 points for Team Redline, 25 points for Virtus Pro. They're the big losers on the restart, sitting 9 points behind 2nd place Team Redline.
Yeah, the major difference maker for Virtus Pro obviously being Kevin Ellis Jr. and Wojtek Fiala at the very start of the race though. It's a disastrous getaway for them as soon as we got back underway.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the slide, it's the spin. Let's see if we can actually spot it in this as to what actually happened. Oh. Was he tagged? That was obviously what happened to Wojtek Fiala in the background and Luke Bennett. But keep your eye here. So, yeah, so it was 3 wide, and there was a huge hit into the side of Kevin Ellis Jr. But I'll say with that one, I'm not sure if anyone's really to blame. You're 3 wide going into it. Like,
it's a racing incident almost, isn't it, really, when you look at it on paper? I mean, at the end of the day, if you're in that scenario, then you can expect things to happen. But Darren McCormack could be hoping nothing happens here now as Enzo Benito starts to pressurise once more. Charlie Collins still at war with Mikhail Statsenko at the moment as they now venture through turn 1 again. This is the spot where Charlie Collins tried before after making the dive through the final bend, but this time Charlie Collins up into 8th place and Statsenko dropped to 9th, but unfortunately he has lost a little bit of leverage, a little bit of delta, a little bit of time off the back of Jeffrey Rietveld, who still occupies P7. It's 5.6 off the top for Charlie Collins right now, but more importantly, he's got a 0.7 of a second gap between himself and Rietveld thus far, but is closing it back up again, so it might be the case that Collins could yet rise up the order some more. Rietveld next on his list, Statsenko now down into 9th.
Based on the previous running, though, of race number 1, you'd have to say Virtus Pro looked like they might have had the longevity in the race. It might have looked like they had the better race pace when it goes throughout the entirety of this 10-lap race. And I wonder if that might happen again. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll work out completely opposite to that. But at least based on that, you might think that the Virtus Pro cars might get stronger as this race goes on. Of course, we got all the way up to about the end of lap 7 in the previous one. And it was Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. attacking for the race lead. On this occasion, where we have very much the same thing, well, obviously not so much for the race lead, Josh Rogers is clear and gone as he races his way towards 40 victories, the first driver to pass 40 victories in R1.
Yeah, what a stat. Incredible. As now we watch as two of the drivers in the top 3 start duking it out. Darren McCormack went very defensive on the road run down through towards turn 1, just preempting almost Enzo Benito's sort of efforts to try and make his way around the Irishman. Of course, Darren McCormack historically has only been with a handful of sim racing teams. I mean, prior to joining Virtus Pro, obviously spent a great deal of time at Williams in his formative years in the world of sim racing. But prior to that, also drove for the Munster rugby team as well and represented them in a sim racing capacity, which is truly phenomenal. Of course, did that sort of crossing over with the Williams team as well, and certainly set in place what has been a phenomenal run and a phenomenal rise in recent times, coinciding with his time in R1 as well, and now looking to strive for yet more achievements here in this championship. But we'll be looking to win the big one. It's all about the road to the World Cup, and it's all about winning that Esports World Cup trophy that, of course, Kevin Siggy was the first to formatively raise it aloft, unless you want to count, of course, Maximilian Benneker's Gamers 8 victory back in Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm the thing is for McCormack, he's potentially the only driver. He and Luke Bennett, right? Those are the 2 drivers that I would be looking at. Maybe Charlie Collins as well, to be fair. Do you want to say half good? No. Obviously, I'm thinking of drivers that have not won a championship yet, a drivers' championship in R1 that could win a championship. Because obviously, so far that we've not had a repeat winner of the Drivers' Championship. And yes, of course, the formats have been slightly different each time that we've done it. As Darren McCormack battles out and fends off the Team Redline car of Enzo Benito and continues to keep him at bay as 2.6 seconds off of the race lead. Obviously, those champions, you've had Marcel Chinchik, you've had Max Benneker at Gamers 8. We then, of course, had Joshua Rogers, whilst being quite ill, in the full season of 2023, and we've had Kevin Siggy, of course, at the Esports World Cup last year. Which driver's going to be joining him? Are we going to see a repeat winner? Darren McCormack, great chance to do it. Luke Bennett and Charlie Collins, those are the 3 that I'd be looking at as potentially being the 5th driver to do it, or we'll see a repeat.
Yeah. Do you think Kevin Siggy's got it in him to do a repeat, Lewis?
I think Kevin Siggy's always got it in to do a repeat, of course. But I think Josh Rogers got it in him. Max Benneker's got it in him. Marcel Chinchik, I think he's got it in him, but they need to find some speed in that Aston Martin. They were struggling in the Aston Martin in the seeding rounds.
I think almost now we step into the dynamic group phase. I think this is where we learn more about teams like Mouse and teams like Vitality, perhaps, as well, especially considering the sort of performances haven't necessarily been up to spec in terms of Vitality from what we've seen in prior seasons. There is arguably their weakest period in R1 as a whole during the first 3 rounds of this R1 series. Certainly way off where they were before. This time Enzo Benito not giving way at all. Going to go for the move this time on Darren McCormack on the run down through towards turn 1. Was packing more leverage than ever. Heading down towards the first corner. McCormack's going to look to try and renege him again as they now look to make a little bit of contact. Rear left, met front right. McCormack holds station in second place. Benito will keep on peppering and trying to open the door for a second place visit here once more for Team Redline, just offering them yet more points in their first visit for Group A. But like I said before, Lewis, I was raising to you just now, I think this is where we find out more about teams like Mouse and Vitality in a dynamic group phase, where they're up against teams that are operating in a similar area in terms of race results.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of one of those ones where, like, Mouse are a team that can. I mean, they were competing to be in Group A, right? They are a team that can get into this group. In fact, I would say in their group, they are almost certainly the favourites to get into Group A. Coming in for round number 5 will be Mouse. It's just which team are they going to replace? At the moment, it does look as though it's going to be Virtus Pro. And then if Mouse are in Group A, it's almost as if they're the more likely ones to be dropped down. So basically what we're saying is that we're talking as Virtus Pro and Mouse could become the Leicester City, the Southampton, the Norwich of R1. I'm sure they'll love that staple. Who's the Birmingham City, though?
Oh dear, I'm not answering that question, Lewis McGlade. That was made our way down through towards turn 1. Goodness me, I personally, I think you're giving Norwich City a bit too much of a glow up at the moment, but let's watch them come through.
Carrow Road? Come on, lads.
Goodness me. I think if anything, the one team you've got to really praise, they're currently fighting up at the top end, I think, of Nottingham Forest, but we're now watching them head through the middle sector right now. Joshua Rogers at the very top of the shop once more, and just look at that time gap, Lewis, ahead of Dara McCormack. Obviously McCormack, I think, has been too preoccupied with Enzo Benito, but that's a 3.3 to 3.4 second gap now between Rogers and McCormack. Statement drive from Rogers, or just managing what's behind from Dara McCormack, would you say?
I think he's learned from any mistake, any maybe pacing issues at the start of the previous running of race number 1. He has certainly learned from as he tries to run away. Sorry, I want to keep on this football thing. Look, if you're going to go Nottingham Forest, it would obviously, like, at the moment it's Virtus Pro. They were a bit mediocre last season, and now they're at the front, right? Bam, there we go.
That's Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, I already know who Manchester United are.
Oh well, I mean, I was going to say Vitality.
You see, they were good once, and now they're not quite as good. But we're still expecting them to be in the running of the Esports World Cup. So yeah, Manchester United. Any other suggestions? Drop them in chat, and we will waffle about that.
It's actually a very interesting conversation we've erupted. Actually, yeah, no, I'm actually quite keen on this. Yeah, like Lewis said, get your entries in the live chat, everybody. Who's going to finish in the Champions League position?
Yeah, right. Goodness me, what a disaster. 2 laps left to go. Of course, we'll keep our eyes focused on the race. Bit of an inside line being taken there from Kevin Siggy behind as he's trying to juggle his way back up to the rear end of Dane Warren. This race is not done yet because it is building a little bit and brewing behind McCormack, who cannot afford to lose points in this. Not from where he is. He's obviously scoring the heavy hits. He's scoring 20 points of the team's current 25. So, 24 points of the team scoring. He's scoring 20 of them. He needs to be in the current position. He cannot lose points, and certainly not to Team Redline, because that will be an absolute disaster. That could move almost Porsche Carrera and Team Redline out of reach, where even after one race, we kind of know who's going down.
Yeah. We do at the moment. It will be Virtus Pro that aren't looking at least rosy for now. We do have, two more races to bring you for this first group anyway, Group A. Of course, we've got Group D coming up now after this one. But on the penultimate lap of the race, Joshua Rogers underlining certainly his brilliance once more here at Fuji. He's got another lap to take us around, but he's 3.4 seconds clear, nearly 3.5 ahead of Dara McCormack, who is very much focused on Enzo Benito in behind. But don't underscore Dane Warren just yet. Certainly don't play him down. He is still very close in behind these two that are currently sat in the podium places as well. This is the time for Benito to strike, however, as we cross the line to begin the final lap here in this opening race of Group A. Side by side here now is around the outside comes Enzo Benito, a tap in the rear of Dara McCormack, and you can argue a slight bump draft, and almost at the scene of where McCormack ran wide a race before. Now since the restart, he's run a little bit wide of the apex again after contact with Benito, and Dane Warren went on through.
But I'm not sure there if the contact from Benito was because McCormack was already missing the apex. I don't know. I can only see it from that one angle. But that kind of almost feels like that's what it was. It feels like McCormack was in deep as he was in the previous running of race 1. And kind of, if you see it once, then the possibility of it happening a second time, you know, there's no smoke without fire and all that a lot. And that might have been the mistake of McCormack, which dropped him into the nose of Enzo Benito. So there could be no fault on the red line driver. Of course, that's for for race control rather to deal with, and certainly not two commentators yapping and chatting through a 10-lap race here at the Fuji Speedway. Absolute dominance from Joshua Rogers, so far clear of this battle group here. And for Porsche Coanda, they are really starting to stretch their legs here in this group. A first, a third, a sixth, and a seventh. That is absolutely wild as they dominate their first race here in Group A. It will be a whopping 50, I think it's 54 points at the moment for the Porsche Coanda team, as Rogers already crossed the line to win his 39th race in R1. Enzo Benito and Dane Warren take a drag race up towards the line. But dismay for McCormack, just 4th place.
That is truly extraordinary. Of course, we just witnessed him running wide, much like he did the race before. He did it now during the restarted race as well here in Group A. But this man has been writing all the stories here in this very opening race for Group A. This time it's Joshua Rogers bringing home the bounty for Porsche Coanda, and now looking ahead to our next race that we will be witnessing him taking part in as well, looking to go yet another one and taking maybe even back-to-back wins. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously the first time we've witnessed the dynamic group phase here in the R1 Championship, and we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. Great effort though, I think, from Team Redline to recover like they did after all the hoodoo in the previous start. Of course, we had the restart. They then fought back. No such issues this time for Jeffrey Rietfeld, but more points collected, which I think is all they're really worried about, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. For them to have basically been the lowest team in the group on the initial race, and yes, I know that was partly through the issue they had with Rietfeld, but also partly just to not getting the start really right at all, to going on the attack in the rerun of the race, for making it stick, for actually showing some solid running. Let's take a look though at some of the highlights from the race, and already right from the start, Wojtek Fiala sent off, Luke Bennett also dragged on the order, but this one here was the big talking point early on in the race. A bit of contact there as Darren McCormack was on the inside, had one of the Porsche Coanders there as well. I think it might be Charlie Collins, and Kevin Ellis Jr. sent out wide for a spin. It would end up finishing all the way down in 11th position, scoring just a single point for the Virtus Pro team. Porsche Coanda were working their way forward. Really good race pace from the team as the barrels a little bit further down the order would see some attacks coming in from Mikhail Stetsenko. Charlie Collins trying to work his way back up the order, and Collins will indeed focus on trying to get his way through a little bit further up. And we've got Jordan Caruso having a bit of a battle, I believe, with Kevin Siggy. They would switch around quite a bit, as would all of the Porsche Coanda, but this was a little bit further up, and this was on the last lap of the race. Little bit of contact there as as Enzo Benito would make contact with the rear end of Darren McCormack. From that angle, a little bit more unsure. That one will obviously go to race control, and they'll have a little bit of a chin wag about it. But Frenzo Benito, maybe he'll lose a couple of positions, and maybe it will be a Porsche Coanda 1-2. We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, Porsche victory. Joshua Rogers, 39th victory in R1. Enzo Benito in second position with Dane Warren in third. Darren McCormack in fourth for Virtus Pro, with Kevin Siggy, Jordan Caruso and Charlie Collins. The lowest Porsche Coanda driver in that race in just 7th place. Pretty good for them. Jeff Rietfeld in 8th, Mikhail Stetsenko, Luke Bennett, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Wojtek Fiala round out the 12 positions. Points-wise, it would be 55 points for Porsche Coanda based on that, 36 points for Team Redline, so they would be 19 points off, as you can see there, and 17 points, just 17 points for Virtus Pro. That is a mammoth task. They are 19 points off the rear end of BMW and Team Redline Racing Bulls.
Yeah, really tough start for Virtus Pro. 17 points only acquired. They would have preferred to be where they were only the race prior, the start prior, but now have suffered, unfortunately, after the two initial spins that Kevin Ellis Jr. faced, and also Mikhail Statsenko, or should I say Wojtek Fiala. Mikhail Statsenko was, of course, towards the rear as well, fighting for bitter points as well before the end. And then, of course, there was the upset for Darren McCormack running wide at turn 1 and unfortunately losing that P2 and also the P3, as well as Dane Warren swept on through. But Redline have given themselves a themselves a reprieve. Certainly no changes from the first start to the second start for Porsche Commander. They have got Josh Rogers on top and fighting fit so far. A phenomenal start for him. But now we're going to look ahead, no doubt, to Group D, Lewis. And we saw the first race was quite the barnstormer in more ways than one. Obviously, we had the big mishmash coming through turn one. A few others as well happening throughout the course of the first lap as they were all jumbled together. Do you think we'll see the same level of desperation this time?
Yeah, I think we will, mate. I think, D for desperation. Let's go with that. There's going to be a lot of desperation out there on the circuit. It was a brilliant drive from Robbie Stapleford, 8th through to first position. In that, of course, to remind you of the points going back into Group D, because of course we'll be going Group D, then Group A, then Group D, then Group A, then Group D, then Group A. Each group gets 3 races across the evening, and again, obviously, all 4 drivers out there. At the moment, the top of Group D, ERA, are on top of Group D on 44 points. They are only 4 points clear, though, of Guild, who are about 16 points clear of MSI. MSI scoring just 24 points from that. Obviously, the interesting thing with Group D, there is no demotion from Group D. You don't go into the hellish race that George Morgan would be involved in. You just stay your bottom of the tier. It's all about promotion. It's all about being top of the group here, which at the moment ERA are holding. And of the 3 teams, George, I don't want to. You know what? I was going to say I don't want to be that guy. I am going to be that guy. Of all of the 3 teams, the one that I would have thought were least likely to progress, it would be ERA.
I think that they've been surprisingly decent. I have to say, I think for a team that have come back in very new, but we see teams from time to time really take it like a duck to water, don't we, time on time. We saw when Falcons and Virtus Pro first joined the championship only last year. Falcons seemed to take to it really quickly. Virtus Pro, obviously, with a lineup that wasn't necessarily used, I think, to the format as well. Perhaps not as experienced, or at least perhaps don't have that natural pace that we see that certain drivers carry. They struggled a little bit, but then sought to bring in talent in order to support their drive to move up the order. Whereas ERA have gone for that experience, haven't they? They've gone for those experienced competitors that have been there and done it in terms of the R1 Championship. Of course, we look at the likes of Robbie Stapleford, who's had some decent results in the past. Michael Schmiedel, who at the very top level has held some phenomenal results in his own time. And Ibrahim Khan, obviously, whilst of course he might not have hit the heights of Michael Schmiedel, over a certain period of time, he has had experience in R1, though, historically with BS Plus competition. So a clever acquisition of talent, I think, really on ERA's stand. And if they look ahead to next season, say, for example, they come back for next year's championship, they might be able to build on that.
Yeah, look, obviously I say Ibrahim Khan's terrible. He obviously is not. We don't get terrible drivers racing in R1. Like, you would be so far off the pace because the pace is so high. You even compare Group D to Group A, you are talking like the difference on pole time was a 10.5.
About 2
But you've got to remember, Schmiedel's pole time was what? It was a 36.6. Now, yes, I know that was a little bit off of Josh Rogers, but that 36.6 would still put him amongst the group, of course, in Group A. Thus proving again that the top pace for Group A is still kind of like it's the mid pace of Group, so the top pace of Group D is about the mid pace of Group A. That's just how this is. It is tight across the board. Again, just a reminder, it was Mikael Schmiedel who was on pole position earlier on in the evening. It was Jamie Fluke who was on the front row alongside him. Think we'll see the same front row here?
Possibly, but what I will say is that Stapleford, off the back of the victory that we just witnessed him take back at Fuji last time out, he's just gone fastest in practice as well. So I'm wondering if the confidence has now swung in the favour of Robbie Stapleford. If he can bring that same tenacity, we could see him usher his name onto the front row, maybe even pole position here for race 2 here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Look, we'll have to wait and see. Here's Jimmy Antunes, though, out onto the circuit. Of course, qualified in 6th position in the previous running. It was a 36.812 for the MSI driver, but got involved in it a little bit down towards turn 1, didn't he, Georgie? Pushed out his teammate Jamie Fluke with a bit of a dive down the inside. I'm sure he'll be looking to avoid that one. Again, MSI, the team you're looking at, are the lowest point-scoring team in this group thus far. Just 24 points to their name at the moment.
Yep. Antunes, 26.5 so far. That's not a bad first sector whatsoever, but obviously MSI will be looking for a rampant upturn in their fortunes ahead of this next race. The purple first sector has indeed been taken away from him. MSI do have Jamie Fluke at their disposal. He was only mere hundredths away from Stapleton's fastest time in free practice, and was of course fastest in free practice ahead of our first race that we had coming up earlier on. That we had earlier on tonight. That was, of course, won by Robbie Stapleford. As we now watch them head through the final sector, Antunes with a 35.6 in the middle. The first sector, incidentally, taken by a fine margin as well. I think that's around about 36,000, if I'm not mistaken. As now we watch Antunes make his way up towards the line. 35.6 in the middle. Now met with what will be a 34.5 in the final sector. Not a great time, a 136.713. Of course, remember the 0.6 was the best time that we saw earlier on here from Group D, but now coming out of Group A, we could see someone do a 0.5, maybe even a 0.4, Lewis.
Now, I mean, look, a 7.13 is still a 10th faster than he went in the previous qualifying session. That netted him 6th place. A 7.13 in the previous qualifying for Group D would actually be good enough for 3rd place. Here comes Jamie Fluke, who's had his first sector beaten, I think even by Henry Moore, to be honest, across the line. There we go. That would be good enough for pole position in the previous race. A 36.566. Pretty decent lap time there.
Yeah, faster than his free practice time as well for Jamie Fluke, so that is absolutely sensational. Johan Harth looking to join him as well, though he's a little bit off the pace coming out of the first and middle sector, though this might be faster than Jimmy Antunes as now makes his way up towards the line. Here comes the Frenchman, a shake of the head, still not happy nonetheless. Doesn't seem content out there, Johan Harth, at the moment, and that has been a similar story right through the course of this season. Registers a time and does indeed pop in to second fastest, but only by a mere 0.004 of a second faster than Jimmy Antunes.
Henry Moore, a bit of a struggle in the middle sector, really struggled in the final sector in the previous running of this qualifying session, set at 37.1 in the previous qualifying, and you can see he's not happy about it coming across the line. Purple first sector, though, I mean, look, there's some positives to talk about in the lap, but someone who was a little bit frustrated, I think had a game crash, by the way, in the previous race as well. He's had a couple of struggles to get everything going here in R1 and in RENNSPORT across the line. Look, it's 0.3 better than he went in the previous qualifying session, and that would be good enough for about 6th place in the previous qualifying.
Yeah, tough first sector as well for Marko Pejic, 171 in the first sector off, and in that middle sector, 83. Has recovered a little bit of time, but certainly not as much as probably he would have liked, as now we'll see where Pejic goes. This could very easily settle him in behind Henry Moore even, unless he turns up something decent. Not this time. In fact, yes, very nearly a whole 900ths as a whole off the pace, 89 thousandths if I'm not mistaken.
John Robertson had a bit of a slide into the barrier, assisted, of course, as he came out of turn 3 in the previous race. Bit of a slide coming through the final corner, showing his rallycross roots with that kick of oversteer as he would push his way back out onto the start-finish. Robertson across the line. I think it might be around the slowest time thus far, certainly around where Henry Moore and Pejic is, rather than around where his teammates is across the line. 37.0 is indeed slowest time thus far. Bonnerhouse next, before we'll get a few of the ERAs who we've not seen out yet so far in this qualifying session.
No, we don't know where they stand right now, but we know where Bono House stands in the first sector. He's purple. Lost time, though, in that middle sector. One of the most successful drivers in his time as well in sim racing. We'll be looking to try and bring certainly his very best to the forefront. Ever so experienced at the top level. Where does Bono House go? Does he ascend to the top? Can he break ahead of? He will break ahead of Marko Pejic. After a great first sector, I think he'll be disappointed that the middle sector went awry.
Henry Moore could be leading the Guild army. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see what Matt Emery can do across the line. Maybe he can jump to the fore here. Race winner, qualified in 8th position in the previous race, but of course did go through to take his first victory in R1 competition before having the illustrious trophy of talking to George Morgan and myself. Across the line, just 7th place. Not good for ERA. The points leaders at the moment here in Group D.
Clearly didn't mean a lot to him, Lewis, because he doesn't want to talk to us again by the looks of it. P7 as it stands. So now Gabriel Solomon makes his way around the circuit. Not a bad run so far for Solomon. Could yet topple Robbie Stapleford here at this point. But a frustration, a sigh of frustration here from Gabriel Solomon as he sprints down the straight. He knew that there was something in hand there after a decent, reasonable first and second sector. What can the third sector offer? It's enough for 4th fastest, and he jumps ahead of the trio of Guild cars cars sat in 5th, 6th and 7th, and he's the fastest of the ERA drivers thus far.
Yep, indeed, the fastest of the two that have gone across the line, admittedly. Of course, just Robbie Stable for his teammate. He's been over there, but Solomon did qualify in 4th position in the previous one, was the second highest ERA driver, of course, behind Mikael Schmiedel, who grabbed the pole position. Let's see what Matt Emery can do across the line. Will it be Henry Moore leading the Guild train, or will Matt Emery throw his hat into the ring? I think, well, yeah, based on that, he had a slowdown penalty in second sector. Didn't even notice that. How did you get a slowdown penalty around here? That's crazy. Must have been a Dunlop.
Especially with the track width, especially around certain points. I mean, the pinch points do come in, like you so rightly say, around Dunlop and maybe at the hairpin at turn 6. But yeah, major mistake there. And Ibrahim Khan really wanting more pace and seemingly is a little bit behind in Sector 1. And the frustration visible and clear. Needs a massive final sector in order to turn up some trees here. Is the second fastest ERA car as of now. But here comes the pole sitter from race 1. And I must say, this is extremely close. Michael Schmiedel, only 3 thousandths off in the first, and he's very close in the middle, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly is. Of course, in his previous qualifying session, set at 1 minute 36.660, which was able to beat Jamie Fluke from the pole position. Can he do so once again? It looks like it might be the same front row. 2 races in a row here in Group D, but who's going to be on pole position? It's a reversal. Jamie Fluke has set the pole time then, so very impressive. A good lap time from him. I mean, a 0.5 is pretty handy. Group A or Group D.
That's more like it. I'm sure Jamie Fluke is thinking MSI back to where they would probably expect to be here in Group D. And Jamie Fluke, who has had success as well in the past with Apex Racing Team, now moving across to pastures new in terms of MSI, but still in amongst familiar faces in his team. He'll now get to enjoy the prospects of being on pole ahead of race 2, ahead of Group D's venture around Fuji for the second time tonight. Absolutely extraordinary. Well done, MSI. Struggles, though, I think, for other teams on the grid. Guild, they look like they might be in trouble, Lewis.
Well, I mean, yes, there is that, but it's kind of, again, we saw this race earlier. It was absolute chaos. So maybe Group C.
They profited earlier on.
But exactly. Yeah, the thing is, let's wait and see. Of course, Guild did finish second and third. As you said, they did profit quite nicely from it. They are second in the points. I think importantly for them, the team that is looking strong at the moment, and again, bearing in mind we're looking for the top team of these 3 teams. The team that's looking really strong from that qualifying session is MSI, who were the weakest team in race number 1 of Group D. That might actually be a bit more of a blessing than you think, because obviously if you're Guild, you're that middle team at the moment. If it was ERA that were looking really strong, you'd be very concerned, as with the whole group. The fact that it's MSI, the team that's already, 20 points off of the lead of the group, them having a strong race here, throwing themselves back into the mix, that's fair enough. That's not too major. No one's checking out, though. That's the important bit.
No, they're not. It's still extremely tight, and you never know. Like you say, turn 1 is a bit of a lottery, especially from what we saw in the first race. But I would guess if you're Jamie Fluke, you're probably feeling a little bit relieved that you're able to still maintain the pace, at least still find yourself at the very front and still put in pole times as well. MSI look like they are in a position where they can almost, I suppose, position themselves into domination of this race right now. They've got a couple of cars separated in behind. Granted, Michael Schmiedel is going to be on the front row as well, separating a few of them. But MSI have the luxury now of almost trying to manipulate the race in their favour, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, and yeah, they're well versed at doing so. Alas, it's kind of one of those ones, trying to control it a little bit too much. It's one of those ones, like, it can backfire really, really quickly if you're not careful. By the way, fun fact, here we go. Here's a stat I like the sound of. If, this is not going to happen, by the way, if all of the cars finish where they start in this race, obviously that's not happening, going into the final race of the evening for Group D, we'll have a tie on points. The top of the session, which the tiebreak is the fastest lap done, by the way. We'll cross that bridge if we have to. But ERA and MSI would both have 79 points at the end of this race. So,
goodness me.
Read into that. Guild, by the way, they would have 58 points. They would go from being second in the group to being 21 points off of the lead.
Goodness me. So obviously they don't want the status quo to maintain, Lewis, at this moment in time. That would be a disaster, unfortunately, for Guild, but we'll wait and see as to how they get on. Obviously, they still have the likes of Marco Pejic inside, well, an opportunity to certainly strive back, but I would guess that their golden goose at the moment is Bono House in an effort to try and bring in some decent results. But you know, Henry Moore, I think, had things ended differently, you never know. Things could have panned out different. His pace hasn't been necessarily that bad. I just think a lot of it might be composure, just given that he is now operating at the highest level here, Lewis.
I was going to say, you don't start talking bad about my boy Henry Moore. Of course, the runner-up.
I used to be his teammate years ago.
A poor guy. My goodness, he's been through a lot. Much like Gianmarco Federici. But no, of course, Henry Moore, okay, he's more versed in open wheelers. Of course, his dad was well known in the scene for racing, like Formula Fords and things like that. That's where actually he got his craft in sim racing, was racing Formula Fords and iRacing. He is the reigning Formula Ford champion, or was the reigning Formula 4 champion last season, but of course moved up to British F4 Esports and finished second in it in his first season.
Yeah, well, let's take you through the starting grid from back to front. We'll start with Matt Emery, starting P12, John Robertson in 11th place, and then Robbie Stapleford in P10, Ibrahim Khan, also part of ERA, sat on the 5th row of the grid. We've got Marco Pejic and Bono House Guild. They're holding the 4th row, with Henry Moore in 6th, Gabriel Solomon 5th as well. 2nd row, Jimmy Antunes and Johan Harth making up an MSI 2nd row, with Michael Schmiedel and Jamie Fluke swapping positions from the first time that they had met on the opening race of the evening ahead of the first lap of action. As we now look ahead here, Group D, race 2 about to get underway. Prediction time, Lewis McGlade. What are your thoughts?
It's going to be an MSI victory. I'm going for Jamie Fluke. I'm going to, honestly, Jamie, regardless of where you qualify in the next race, I'm going to pick you again. I'm picking Jamie Fluke all 3 races this evening in this group. For banter, why not? I'm here about consistency. I am expecting, a whopper of an instant coming out of turn 3. So, look, it's Group D for desperate measures, and that is exactly what teams like Guild needs to put out there if they're going to be the top team of this group, if they're going to move through into Group C for the next round.
Well, this could be a race where John Robertson's 2021 iRacing Rallycross World Championship could come in handy. As we now watch the drivers make their way up towards the start-finish line and once more get racing once again for the 2nd time tonight, as now they trail their way up towards the lights. Who's going to come out on top? Now, lights glowing red, they'll soon go green. They do. It's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. And a great start for MSI Gaming as now Johan Harth comes in to join the lead fight. Jamie Fluke still with his nose in front. Michael Schmiedel looking for a late charge coming in towards turn 1 as well. They almost go 3 wide. You can just see there the rear left and the front right of the Porsche meeting the left rear of that Mercedes AMG GT3, and back through comes Michael Schmiedel, who looks to move back through into 2nd, trying to break away from Johan Harth as they venture through out of turn 2. Through towards turn 3. It's Jamie Fluke who leads the way. A mishmash further back. A Guild Esports selective of Aston Martin Vantages made up of Matt Emery and Bono House going side by side as they now stretch through in towards the middle sector. And again, they're almost 3 wide coming through. And it's House and Emery manacled together with on the inside Robbie Stapleford looking to come in and try and topple them as well. He's looking to lift himself from P8 in towards P7 with Jimmy Antunes operating in 7th place. But they're still 3 wide coming through sector 2. Late on the brakes once more as Robbie Stapleford launches it around the outside, very deep on the run-up out of Dunlop corner, but it is still Fluke who leads the way. Half a second clear now out in front, and the 2 Guild cars of Pejic and Moore also side by side as they come through the final sector.
Yeah, it was a cracking start from Moore, but look at this from Gabriel Solomon straight back down the inside, basically into the penultimate corner. Big snap of oversteerage, who's trying to get that Porsche stop. Great stuff though from Guild to switch Marco Pejic out front. An experienced racer here in R1, and Henry Moore has left the door open now, not only for Solomon, but Jimmy Antunes as well. It's a great start though for MSI. Jamie Fluke leading the way by 0.6 of a second. He's trying to check out from the group. Henry Moore had a really good start in the 4th position, but as his teammate had come through side by side between the pair of them, and not great for him, as now he's going to have to defend from Robbie Stapleford.
Yeah, on the road down through towards turn 1, Henry Moore So we now watch him make his way through. He's got Robbie Stapleford there in front of him. Jimmy Antunes on his outside. As they now creep downhill, further up as well. Gabriel Solomon, Marco Pejic occupying 4th and 5th. It's still, though, Jimmy Antunes in 6th. Stapleford reneging in behind with Henry Moore, also just trailing him as well. It's still Jamie Fluke and Johan Harth, though. Johan Harth breaking Michael Schmiedel. So now we've got a situation where MSI Gaming are in control of the top 2 places in this timing tower. And further back, Matt Emery and John Robertson also going at it. There's Schmiedel right now on the tail of Johan Harth in the Porsche, as they now look to race down through the middle sector now, uphill through towards the next dogged right-hander, heading through towards Dunlop corner at turn 10. Still Fluke in charge, 8 tenths, nearly 8.5 clear of his own teammates, with Schmiedel in 3rd, looking to try and close the gap, 1.1 away from our leader right now, as they creep through the first right and then the left, coming out of turn 11 and turn 12 very soon on the run-up through towards turn 13. Marco Pejic now losing a little bit of tread. He's nearly a whole second behind Schmiedel now. And so the top 3 could very easily run away with this.
Yeah, indeed. We'll say points as they stand 2 laps into this race. It would be ERA leading the points on 78. It would be MSI in 2nd position on 77. Just a single point behind. And again, top team of this group moves their way through into Group C. So important position, an important position to be in the race for MSI to be the 1-2. Schmiedel pulled out of the slipstream to not make the move too early as he fires his way down the inside into turn 1. Did seem like Johan Harth wasn't fighting that one too much. They get the feeling that's to make sure that they don't allow Marco Pejic to close their way back into this. Just have a 2-horse race in the battle for 2nd position, allow Jamie Fluke out front to do what he's doing and focus on each other, and then we'll battle later on in the race.
I think that's Johan Harth almost preempting and suggesting that, maybe the threshold for danger is far too narrow, especially when you consider what happened to him in the first race that we witnessed him involved in earlier on. Of course, he was uprighted and lost tread on a lot of the cars in the order, but now he's on the cusp of not only taking a podium, maybe even a P2 to make it an MSI Gaming backed, 1-2, essentially granted them ultimately the best points possible in terms of finishing in the top 2 places. Then, of course, further down, Jimmy Antunes in P6. This could be huge in terms of MSI's points allocation in search of perhaps even bumping up to Group C. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can do that. But by the looks of it, so far, it's looking promising. Further back, Marco Pejic really working hard to try and bring that gap back in. He has actually made some progress in that. Marco Pejic only around 8 tenths away now. It looked like it was a little bit further out before. Gabriel Solomon, but also on his tail. So there's plenty of cars, all with the prospect of perhaps breaking into the top 3. But at the moment, Jamie Fluke careering away. Schmiedel more preoccupied with Johan Harth right now. It's 1.6 to Fluke, who's out in front, just utilising the clean air that he has in front of him. Almost Joshua Rogers-esque, as now Henry Moore and Bono House go side by side.
Yep, indeed. They're a bit of a switch there. So Bonhouse easily able to get past his younger and less experienced teammate, which makes sense. I think that's the right switch at the moment. Whilst I do believe, again, Henry Moore's time will come. Maybe it is not now. He's left the door wide open for Ibrahim Khan to muscle his way through side by side down towards turn 3. These two have been side by side so far in the day. Bit of contact between the pair of them. And with the inside line here for Ibrahim Khan, you'd think he'd be able to work his way past the Guild driver. Matt Emery also involved behind, closing his way into it. Still, Henry Moore's remaining alongside, though, down to the hairpin as he fires it down the inside. Bit of contact could open the door for Emery to come through.
Yeah, tenacious there from Henry Moore in defence, the place against Ibrahim Khan, and now through comes Matt Emery in a bid to perhaps take a place away from ERA once again. Obviously, still Guild operating in that 9th place with Henry Moore. He's defended it well, but back through comes Henry Moore once more, trying to defend the place against Khan and holding position. Khan still fighting firm with Matt Emery just locked in behind. A trio here now fighting over that P9, just inside that top 10, but Henry Moore doing enough to hold on to that position. I think what Moore's trying to do is trying to offer a crumb of comfort, or perhaps an olive of opportunity here for Matt Emery to try and enter into that top 10. And now it looks like he's going to go for it. A very late launch coming through the final corner, but the switchback might be on hand here to offer Ibrahim Khan a safety net, or at least a line to get back into that top 10 fold and rip it away from Matt Emery.
Yeah, but obviously there is going to be the assistance from Henry Moore to Matt Emery. That's why you can see Emery going faster now, because Henry Moore has made sure that he's given the slipstream to Emery. He'll probably take over, move it over to the right-hand side to give Matt Emery that slipstream down into the braking zone to try and complete the move. And Ibrahim Khan basically double-teamed in that, and Henry Moore was able to work his way through. Was trying to stop the gap down the inside there at turn 2, but Matt Emery was, well, definitely going to cover that one off. Halfway through this race at the end of this lap, obviously Jamie Fluke's out front. Do you know the last time Jamie Fluke won a race in R1?
Oh, I'll take a stab and say that it was probably for the spring season back in 2022.
No, because...
no, 23.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, do you remember, of course, he did win in the full season when
Yes.
we went racing for the first time at Road Atlanta. He won the final in what was a heart racing final.
There was 2
race.
wins for Apex that night, if I'm not mistaken.
There was. Kevin MS Jr. did win a little bit earlier on in the evening. But yes, indeed. An excellent fight for Jamie Fluke to come out and in what was probably one of the best finals that we've had in R1, at least when it comes to pure tension. At the lumps and bumps of Road Atlanta. That was the last time Jamie Fluke was victorious. That must have been like 18 months ago.
Yeah, long time ago now, that feels. We've aged a bit since then, Lewis McGlade, as we now watch him come out of the final corner and head down the long straight through towards turn 1. Lap 5 of 10 as Jamie Fluke takes them down through towards turn 1, and now lap 6 of 10 begins right now. Gabriel Solomon getting closer and closer to the back of Marco Page now. If you want to get involved, folks, get hold of the RENNSPORT app. You can get it on Google Play and download on the Apple App Store. Just scan the QR code and you can get involved and also get the live timings from this race. And what a timely move indeed for Johan Hart to move up the inside, or at least try and defend against Marco Page, who is on the attack. Defensive effort from Johan Hart and might yet detract him from Michael Schmiedel in second, offering a beacon of hope here for Schmiedel in order to focus his attentions on Fluke up ahead, or at least garner a nice gap in between himself and Johan Hart in behind, even though it's Marco Page offering that leap of opportunity, not an ERA driver. Gabriel Solomon, though, very much in the mix here.
Yeah, really important here. Gabriel Solomon going on the attack, of course, at the moment. All things considered, points-wise, it would be a lead for ERA in the teams here for Group D. I believe it would be 82 points for ERA versus MSI 73, courtesy of Schmiedel getting past Johan Hart earlier on in the race. If Gabriel Solomon's able to chuck himself onto the podium as well, there'll be a huge point swing for the ERA team. So at the moment, they are looking the favourites to work their way through, especially if they can bring it home in race number 3. But we know that this can unfold so quickly, and you could be staring at only scoring a handful of points whilst your rivals score beautifully. That's just how these races will unfold. I mean, even now, we're only halfway through the race, George. It could unfold horribly for ERA, with a couple of dodgy moves from those around them, from Gabriel Solomon himself. Who knows?
Yeah, you never know. We've seen it time and time again already. We know that, and obviously Jimmy Antunes is there. He's been in the mix of quite a few scraps. And just as I say that, tap in the rear from Jimmy Antunes on the back of Gabriel Solomon this time around, as now up the inside comes Ibrahim Khan, looking to take down Matt Emery. That was a place that was gained for Emery earlier on with a little bit of help from Henry Moore. And now Khan looking to try and fight his way back up the field, but of course does not have the better line coming through out of turn 2 in towards turn 3. Instead, that will go to the fortunes of Matt Emery to hold on to P10, and Khan now forced to remain in P11 with quite a vast gap between he and John Robertson, who's just coming into picture now. So Khan, once more frustrated, as he was no doubt after qualifying. We saw his reaction, was not happy at all, and now forced to remain in 11th.
Yeah, indeed, which is a bit of a shame for Ibrahim Khan, someone who we do expect to have the pace to be able to score, but we saw his frustrations in qualifying, and we're seeing his frustrations now brewing for the ERA team, who, again, thankfully for him, they are scoring well, but it's as much as your team's scoring well, even then, even if your team is moving through, you kind of want to be one of the main reasons the team's moving through. You don't want to be scoring only a handful of points. You want to be up there scoring some of the big points of the team. You want to be one of the main reasons they're moving through, because if you're struggling, by the time you get into Group C, yeah, you might be heading straight back down, Sheffield United style.
Yeah, absolutely right. Loving the football references tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
So they come down through towards turn 1. Ibrahim Khan now going wheel to wheel here with Matt Emery as they race down through towards turn 1, side by side between the ERA Esports driver and, of course, the Guild Esports driver and Matt Emery, as now they coast down through towards turn 2 and very soon turn 3 as well. Wheel to wheel they will stay here on lap 8 of 10. But Ibrahim Khan still fighting fit, and around the outside, that was actually a wonderful overtake there from Ibrahim Khan to get that one and done. Did not have the better line at all coming through that portion of circuit. It was Matt Emery who had the better run coming up the inside, but just seemed to encounter a little bit of understeer in his Aston Martin Vantage, and it opened up the door here for Ibrahim Khan to move up into 10th place and now chase after Henry Moore.
Yeah, indeed. But I think that gap's a little bit too large for Ibrahim Khan to be able to close up to Henry Moore. But of course, those points that have been taken off there, or rather the points that ERA have gained there, just pushes them a little bit further clear of MSI, who of course are looking so strong in this race. If they go this strong again for a second consecutive race, then yeah, it will indeed be MSI being the top team in the group, which I will say, I did say ERA was the one that I thought was the most unlikely to move through. The one that I thought was the most likely to move through coming into this would have been MSI, mostly courtesy of their experience in R1. Obviously, we've seen them win rounds. Obviously, Jamie Fluke doing so. We've seen, obviously, mostly with Kevin Lewis Jr. being competitive towards front. I know Kevin Lewis Jr. is obviously part of Virtus Pro now, but still, that kind of mentality to be towards the front of the field. They know what they're doing, even in a group like this. That's why I thought they would be the favourites to move through. They still might not, though. It still could be ERA. You just don't know.
It could still be, as we now watch as Jimmy Antunes makes his way downhill. I mean, this is a fantastic result for Jamie Fluke, who has not actually had a podium since Spa in the quarterfinals phase during round 1, where he took a P3 on his way to claiming that first podium. But like you quite rightly say as well, Lewis, haven't won a race since all the way back at Road Atlanta, and therefore this will be a very welcomed winning return here this time around as he ventures around on the penultimate lap of the race now, as we watch Marko Pejic skip through the slalom before then beckoning uphill out of Dunlop and through towards nets at turn 14 and 15 out of turn 13. There is Jimmy Antunes all over the back, swarming on Gabriel Solomon. 2 tenths to 3 tenths away. ERA Esports still with a very healthy visit here this time around, with a car in second with Michael Schmiedel, Gabriel Solomon and Robbie Stapleford, who can't quite recapture that same phenomenal performance that we saw in the first race earlier on tonight that led to him taking the checkered flag and all the points, a first win in ERA Esports history. And they're set to flourish in yet more points as well to add to their cause. And once again, Guild with a little bit of work to do, as now Jimmy Antunes goes on the attack of Gabriel Solomon on the run down through towards turn 1. The Mercedes-AMG GT3 with its almighty grunt looking to try and take down the Porsche around its inside, as now they creep through turn 1 now, this time coming through out of Daichi corner down through towards turn 2. And it will be, at least for now, Gabriel Solomon holding firm in P5. Antunes could not do enough to upset the balance and now sits in P6.
He did give it a good go, though, and for MSI that would have been, and yeah, I'm sure they'll still be well aware of it, acutely aware, that Jimmy Antunes getting past Gabriel Solomon will be very helpful for them, because it will close that gap up quite nicely. Again, at the moment, it's 9 points separating first and second in the groups, with a lead of that 9 points going the way of ERA. It could be slightly less, though, as here comes the attack to the outside, but a house goes on Robbie Stapleford for 7th.
Yep, Stapleford doing enough to hold on to that 7th place. Bono House now force Reneg back into 8th spot, but here on the final lap, certainly all eyes have to appeal to the front. Jamie Fluke, a welcome return back into R1 competition. Once again, what a brilliant venture into this series he has had, moving across from Apex Racing Team, still once again recognised under the Mercedes factory team, now this time with MSI. Jamie Fluke, a winner once more in R1, and registers his first of this season and his first podium since Spa in the quarterfinals phase. A well-deserved victory, dominant display, 2.5 seconds clear of Michael Schmiedel, and ushers in the big points for MSI to once again add to their collective here in this race 2. And looking ahead to the final one that'll be coming up later on, what a fantastic performance. And with race 3 coming up, they could yet take more, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, really important victory there for MSI. Really important point score for MSI, who looked pretty weak in a sense in the first race of Group D. It was 4th, 6th, 10th and 11th from them. This time, very different. 1st, 3rd, 6th, 12th. Really, really strong on the point score, of course, really closing up that gap to ERA. But the gap is really tight in this group from 1st to 2nd. And to be fair, Guild aren't exactly out of it. One good race, one good qualifying here for the 3rd and final race, and it'll be blown wide open from each side. So very interesting, at least by my points. At the moment, I'm not fully updated, but I think it's 16 points separate all 3 teams, which coincidentally is a smaller gap than 1st to 2nd in Group A.
Yeah, well, we can now have a little chat with our race winner from last time out. Of course, race 2 victor for Group D. It's the one, the only Jamie Fluke. Welcome back to the broadcast, Jamie. Great to have you back. Of course, in different colours this time, MSI as opposed to Apex Racing, but always good to see you back in the Mercedes again. And your best result this season and your second podium, of course, last one was Spa during the early stages of the seeding phase. How does it feel to be back in the winner's circle? It's been a long time since Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's been a while. What's that, 18 months or so now, where, yeah, had a good day at the office, and yeah, that race went, thankfully, according to plan. So far this season, it hasn't. Yes, had the podium at Spa, but it's been a tough slog to start the season and even to start this evening. But I think that's us pointing back in the right direction, and all systems go for race 3.
Obviously 2 races down this evening, 1 more left to go, obviously aiming for the top spot, and the team's looking pretty strong to maybe take that one. Talk us through though a little bit of the different approach here for race 1, for race 2 rather, versus race 1, because of course you had the front row start in race 1, pole position here in race 2. You got a bit of a dive from your teammate Jimmy Antunes though in the first race of the evening. Was that discussed amongst the team? Was your approach different on the race start?
So on that one, it was just, he broke just slightly later than expected. It's so difficult to judge exactly where to send it and where to place your car off the start there from different positions, and it's hard to spot a good reference point from the far inside of the circuit. So yeah, he just ran a little bit deep on that one. But for the second one, we had more of our cars up there, and it was a little bit easier to try and hatch some sort of plan and a strategy. And yeah, luckily Johan was up there as well, and he could fight with Michael, and that allowed me to get clear. And yeah, took for once a straightforward sort of win for once.
Yeah, they don't happen very often in R1, but congratulations, Jamie. Well done on a tremendous result. We wish you all the very best and get that preparation underway, ready for race 3. As we now take a look at some of the highlights, they were certainly action-packed, were they not? MSI getting caught up in all the action once more. This time, John Robertson, of course, unfortunately losing out a lot of time, was eventually routed to the back of the field. It was a tough day at the office for the MSI team, and I think actually this was the moment where he did lose the rear of the car, and unfortunately spun. I think a little bit of a helping hand was offered to him as well on the run in the first sector. We of course witnessed as well Guild, who have really struggled in the opening realms of the championship, but a look up the inside here at this point as they look to try and weave their way through. It was a wonderful switchback though. What a fight between them all. Of course we witnessed them all coming side by side. That was of course Matt Emery fighting it out. We also witnessed Marco Pajic and also Bono House to a certain degree trying to move their cars further and further up the order. Johan Harth was of course in the midst of a major fight, and then of course wheel-to-wheel action then again heading down in towards turn 1. It never stopped coming, didn't it? We saw of course Robbie Stapleford right in the midst of a major scrap along with the Guild Racing team. This was ongoing, of course, fighting for the major points in, well, looking to try and bolster their approval in order for an entrance up into Group C. Here are the results off the back of that Group D second race. Jamie Fluke is your winner with Michael Schmiedel in second, Johan Harth in third as well, Marco Pajic in fourth, Gabriel Solomon in fifth, Jimmy Antunes in sixth, Robbie Stapleford in seventh, Bono House in eighth, Henry Moore in ninth, Ibrahim Khan in 10th place, Matt Emery in 11th, John Robertson there rooted at the bottom. We're looking for an upturn in his fortunes ahead of of race 3 that we've got coming up, which will conclude, of course, the first round for the Group D group. But Jamie Fluke's first win back since Road Atlanta, Lewis, obviously we discussed it during the course of that race. A major moment for him. You can almost see that a massive weight has been lifted off his shoulders in a certain way, because Jamie Fluke has always been that driver that's been in amongst, shall we say, the fight in the midfield, etc. Has now since moved across to a new team. It's quite an ordeal to move into a new team, new colours, and find your feet. And I think, obviously, having the P3, the initial podium, now coming here, getting the victory in the dynamic group phase, it does almost relax you a little bit for the rest of the series in a certain way.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't, for starters, I wouldn't classify it as a new team. MSI is still Apex, so you can see he's still racing for the Apex facility. It's just new branding, right? And that, you know, he still carries that different kind of approach and that different focus, even though, you know, you are
new expectations.
Racing, yeah, you are still racing with Apex. You are still racing with the Apex drivers. You are still racing with the same team manager, but it's just kind of there's a little bit more at stake with MSI. You know, a well-known brand in the world of computer electronics. So it is a tough one. There is more pressure with it. It does, yeah, I agree. A bit of weight off his shoulders, fair enough. But importantly for MSI, solid result for them. First, third, 6th and 12th. 12th, obviously the disappointment there, but obviously we saw the issue for Robertson through that race. Importantly, it does mean they are 9 points off of our points leaders in the group at the moment. It would be ERA topping the points. They've got 82 points to the name, 73 points would be that for MSI. And then third position in the group, it is Guild Racing on 66. That is all to play for, of course. But we probably need to focus our attention. Group A, they're getting ready for their second race, which, of course, the first one had drama, but it was a dominant drive from Josh Rogers, wasn't it?
It was, and you have to ask yourself, can he almost strike lightning twice? I mean, I do wonder, really, what Team Redline have to offer. I mean, are they going to come back again after taking the learnings that they had from the first race? Obviously, with the realms of Kevin Siggy, who looked, you know, exceptionally quick in his own right. Luke Bennett is known to obviously pull a decent result or two out of his magic hat. And then also, you know, Jeffrey Rietveld, who got caught up in a lot of chaos in the initial. You do have to ask questions as well, whether Virtus Pro will take some learnings as well. Darren McCormack seemed to be struggling a little bit with a few mishaps as well around the track, a few late breakings coming in towards turn 1. He's almost got to try and right these wrongs as we take a look at the dynamic group phase. ERA Esports, as you so rightly say, Lewis, top of the tree on 44 with 49 and 82 in total. Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI with a 24-38, making it 73, and Guild Esports in third with 61 points after taking 40 and 21. Still very tight. It could all change when we venture into the final race later on, Lewis, and that final race is going to be so important because that could yet decide as to whether they go into, as to who goes into Group C. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, for Group D, we're only talking about the top group, and for Group A, we're only really talking about the bottom group. Of course, we are talking about all of them, but that's where the focus really lies on each of the given groups. Of course, regardless of your placement in the group does change how many points you score in the overall championship, and that's kind of like zeroed effectively. So the top group of Group A will from this evening, they will score 12 points in the overall team standings. Second will score 11. Third will score 10. And then that will go down. So for the bottom groups, it's 3, 2, and 1. So these points do matter because the bottom teams in the overall standings, once we're done with the season at the end of round 8, which is obviously at the start of June, they will not be moving on at all to the Esports World Cup, which you could say is like European football. Taking us back to the European football stuff, who's the Arsenal of R1? Ooh. Because I would almost say it's Porsche Coanda. As an Arsenal fan myself, it's because there's been this whole thing, Porsche Coanda showing all the pace coming into it. Getting to Europe didn't go well, did it?
Are we calling like a string of 5 victories and invincibles season, or is that what we're calling it?
Yeah. Oh no, the invincible. That's a time pass. That's not happening. Who's the Manchester City of sim racing? Because that I'd have to say is Team Redline. I don't like it.
I would have to say.
I'm joking. Yeah. No one's the Man City of sim racing.
Let's hope for the right reasons.
I like all our teams, and no one's doing some dodgy dealings. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. But we've got Kevin Siggy. Certainly no dodgy dealings about this lap so far. Jordan Caruso nestling in the 136.5, which would have garnered you a respectable position in Group D of qualifying. Kevin Siggy, though, 26.3 and a 35.6, met with a 34.3, enough to go fastest, and the first 0.3 of Race 2's qualifying session. The question is, can Luke Bennett join him?
I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see, obviously, into the final sector here. A really impressive lap time there from Kevin Siggy. I'm sure other drivers that will be focusing on beating that. Darren McCormack, Josh Rogers, of course. Luke Bennett is one that can maybe give it a go as he works his way out through the final corner. Up towards the line comes Bennett as he'll cross over it. It's not looking like it's going to be challenging the 0.3, but still going to be a 0.4. Pretty handy lap time regardless for Luke Bennett.
Yeah, red line currently 1 and 2 as well. This is certainly an order they would very much like to continue. They've still got 2 drivers they've got to make their way around. That includes Jeffrey Rietveld and Enzo Benito, but we won't see them until very much later on through the course of this qualifying session. Wojtek Fiala, a shake of the head, not happy at all. 26.4 in the first sector, a 35.7 in sector 2. Needs to try and muster something major in sector 3 in order to at least recover some of the damage that has been done, but coming across the line already at 136.6 that might not be abnormal in Group D. Certainly might struggle here in Group A.
Really middle sector there for Charlie Collins. Not where the Porsche Commander driver needs to be at the moment. Redline taking control of this qualifying session in the early phases with the 36.3 and then 36.4. I'm sure he's going to be ahead of his teammate Jordan Caruso, but it's not looking so good for Charlie Collins as he works his way up towards the line. Indeed, he goes into 4th spot, so behind his teammate Jordan Caruso. Here's the big heavy hitter, though. It's Josh Rogers.
Yeah, and that's a lovely first sector as well. 26.3 coming out the first sector. Not quite purple in the middle sector. 35.6, but currently sat 34 thousandths off out of that middle sector, though. It's all about this one now. Can he topple Kevin Siggy? Can he etch his name to the top once more to make it back-to-back pole positions? Joshua Rogers up towards the line. As he now crosses it this time around, he will pop into second and will separate the 2 Team Redline cars at the very top. It's not Rogers on pole this time.
Can Darren McCormack throw himself into the mix? Was desperate to try and do so, but a couple of mistakes late on for him in the race kind of opened the door for Enzo Benito to throw his way in to the mix, who, by the way, had a cracking race 1 earlier on in the evening. So watch Enzo Benito to chuck himself into the mix once again. McCormack, I think he's going to be ahead of Bennett here as we cross the line. Not even that behind Bennett, but still there on row number 2 at the moment.
Yeah, row 2 for McCormack. Mikhail Statsenko looking for an improvement as well. That middle sector has certainly let him down somewhat. The first sector wasn't too bad, but now we'll need a really hefty final sector in order to recover some of this. It will still be, I think, faster than his teammate Wojtek Fiala. The question is, can he jump ahead of Charlie Collins to at least set himself in behind Jordan Caruso? We'll soon find out now. Up towards the line comes Mikhail Statsenko. Where will he go? I would imagine at least to try and break past Fiala. He does indeed pop ahead of Charlie Collins and goes 6th fastest. Here comes Big Kev.
Yes, indeed. Kevin Les Jr., the drama happened for him early on the in the restarted race as we came through turn 3 contact, and he was spun out wide, and I'm sure he'll be looking to avoid that one. Of course, I will say a bit of a struggle it was for Virtus Pro in the previous one. Even though in the initial running of the race, they were looking really strong. They'll be looking to kind of try and repeat that, but yeesh, that lap time not great. 36.647. That's exactly a tenth slower than he was in the previous session.
Yeah, tough visit, but here we go again. Enzo Benito, 26.4. Not bad in the first sector. That second sector is pretty special, though. 35.609. This is potentially listing himself maybe inside maybe 3rd place if he can muster in a big final sector. And Enzo Benito hoping for a decent one, but doesn't look very happy one iota, and indeed he shouldn't be. 5th fastest. That could have been a 3rd fastest time.
I mean, to be fair, though, he was 5th fastest in the previous race. He's at a 36.514, which is only a 300th faster than the current time that he's got. So still, it's all right. I think he's more expected to be beaten by the next 2 drivers to come across the line, the first of which is, of course, Jeff Rietveld, who set a 36.605 in the previous session. And, of course, had a couple of struggles in the race as well. Up towards the line. Is he going to go slightly faster than that? He was 10th position. Oh, that is a bad lap time.
I think the first sector was the stopping point for Jeffrey Rietveld, and Dane Warren will very easily hop past him should this lap continue to be as competitive as it currently is now. Around, if I'm not mistaken, around 51 thousandths in the first sector off. He's 50 thousandths off in the middle sector as well, so about a 10th out of the question. This could be enough for P4 and maybe ahead of Dara McCormack if he's fortuitous, as now here comes Dane Warren up towards the line. He'll go better than that. He'll go higher than Luke Bennett and makes it Porsche Coanda 2 and 3 with Kevin Siggy locked at the top of the tree. A very, very brilliant final lap there from Kevin Siggy to bring it to the forefront for Team Redline. They've got a great chance to score a much more bountiful amount of points. They've got around 3 cars in the top 6. Lewis, wonderful lap from the Sixter.
Yeah, it really was. And again, do you remember, obviously, Redline currently, they sit second in the group. They're more focused on trying to keep Virtus Pro at bay. Virtus Pro are 19 points behind them. So that'll be their main focus. Obviously, their real focus is winning. And if you win, then you're scoring decent points. So, you know, pretty solid logic there from them. But really good lap time from Kevin Siggy. Really kind of a bit more disappointing, though, as much as, yeah, it's still second place. But Josh Rogers couldn't quite make the low 3 that he did in the previous session.
No, and the same as the low 3 he managed to achieve in free practice as well. He did a 1:36.329 in practice when he was racing around the Fuji Speedway. Kevin Siggy, though, was second fastest in that session, managing to plumb together a 1:36.389 during that fold. So obviously managing to replicate what he managed to achieve in practice and then some to obviously take pole position ahead of our second race that we've got coming up now very shortly. And this is going to set the tone for the rest of the evening. Obviously Virtus Pro with a mountain to climb right now in many ways. They need a big race here, Lewis, to give them a chance in race 3 later on to stay in Group A.
Yeah, certainly so. And I will say for Virtus Pro at the moment, things aren't looking great. Of course, they are the lowest of the point scorers thus far. And ahead of them, for Darren McCormack, who starts 5th position, he's got 1 red line, 2 Porsches, and then another red line. So things are not looking great for Virtus Pro as well, who also have Wojtek Fiala back there in 11th position. You need, at this point for Virtus Pro, we need to see all 4 drivers scoring decently. And of course, again, the points are 25, 20, 16, 13, and then 11, 10, and so on. The final position in the race scores no points. They cannot afford to be 12th. They literally cannot. In the last race, McCormack was in 4th place. The other drivers occupied 9th, 11th, and 12th. That's just 4 points. That's not good enough.
No, it's not. And especially against the team, you know, they've got, you know, essentially a Darren McCormack virtually in every car when you're looking at the team red line. And then you've got obviously the same scenario when you look at a Porsche Coanda lineup as well. Just 2 juggernauts of the sim racing world. And, you know, no matter how many stars you bring into your fold at Virtus Pro, it's very tough to replicate that same performance when you're up against, you know, such, you know, a high standard of sim racing in terms of the drivers that are out there on track right now. Free practice underway ahead of race 2. Get your predictions in as well in the live chat as to who you think's going to take this one, folks at home. We've got plenty of action I'm sure there's going to be taking place. Obviously, if you're Virtus Pro here, Lewis, you've got to go for broke, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, you've got to be throwing it out there. You've got to be getting aggressive. You've got to be getting your elbows out. No sitting back in this one, that's for sure. And I think that's kind of the position that they've put themselves into after. I mean, it feels bad to say after a really poor first race, because the actual first race we had before we had the red flag, they were running really strong and they were scoring really well. However, the restarted race did not go to plan. But I think that proves one thing, George, that, you know, that they do have the ability in them to throw themselves into the mix. They do have that pace. We know they do. And especially when you've got Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack, like those 2 alone can pull in some pretty hefty points for the team. But when Redline and Porsche are scoring like they're scoring, your back's always going to be against the wall.
Yep. No, absolutely right. I mean, it doesn't mean to say that we might not yet see a twist like we did in the opening races of tonight's round. Obviously, we saw in the Group D where, you know, the timing tower, the classification was almost turned upside down as a whole. But there we have it. Here is the starting grid. Lewis, take us through it.
Yep, indeed. It is Redline on the final row of the grid with Jeffrey Rietveld. Wojtek Fiala will be in 11th position alongside a Virtus Pro. Another Virtus Pro driver of Kevin Ellis Jr. there in 10th position with Charlie Collins for Porsche Commander in 9th. Mikhail Statsenko for Virtus Pro will start from 8th position alongside Jordan Caruso in 7th position. Enzo Benito will start from 6th alongside Darren McCormack, the best place of the 4 Virtus Pro drivers. And then we get to a lot of Redline and Porsches. Of course, first that being the Redline of Luke Bennett, then the Porsche Commander of Dane Warren, the Porsche Commander of Joshua Rogers, the winner in the previous race, and of course, Kevin Siggy for Team Redline, your Esports World Cup Drivers Champion. Who takes this race? That's the important bit, because as much as we will say about the domination of that qualifying session, basically from Redline and Porsche Commander's perspective versus the Virtus Pro team, Virtus Pro can still win this. Darren McCormack can still win this. Where are you looking, George Morgan?
Well, I mean, whilst Kevin Siggy was indeed the fastest man at a qualifying impressive lap as well, it was actually faster than his free practice time with the 3:40 in the last session. Joshua Rogers is still on that front row. And if he gets the leap of his life on the road down through towards turn 1, I would not count him out. The 136.3 was special. He's got the inside line coming through towards turn 1 as well. If he gets clean air, Lewis McGlade, he's going to be very difficult to catch.
Very much so. Well, second race here for Group A about to get underway. And of course, Kevin Siggy will have the control of the field. Who's going to be beating who down into turn 1? Well, Josh Rogers get a good launch. Will he be able to find his way through and take a second victory of the evening, which would be his 40th in R1 competition? Here we go then. The race is underway, and it is a better start for Josh Rogers. You know, on that front row, he's going to get a little bit of a push here from Luke Bennett, who might try and look down the inside once they clear the exit of pit lane. But no, indeed, through the middle of the road, it's going to be Kevin Siggy hanging on to the race lead. Out wide, he's going to go, though, missing the first apex. Josh Rogers come through, squeeze him out wide. It's going to be a Porsche Commander leading then of Joshua Rogers as we race our way down towards Coca-Cola and turn number 3. Kevin Siggy going side by side now with his teammate Luke Bennett, but is able to fend him off, and side by side behind that as Dane Warren throws himself into the mix. It's been a poor start for Darren McCormack, who's dropped back behind Enzo Benito and now finds himself in just 6th position. It's not a good one for Virtus Pro right now.
No, not at all. Joshua Rogers getting the leap that he needed as well. Leads the way and looking to break away from Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett and Dane Warren. Now also fighting tooth and nail over 3rd spot. Enzo Benito also forming in behind, but jumping crucially past Darren McCormack, who is now urgently looking to press and look up the inside as they're almost 3 wide on the run. And Dara now looking to take 2 and breezes past 2 Team Redline cars. That's Benito and Bennett around coming out of Dunlop at turn 10. And now in comes Charlie Collins in order to pick up the crumbs.
Yeah, indeed, that's crazy. Like you say, those tyres are going to be overheated for Enzo Benito. He's going to be struggling here just for a little bit, as will Luke Bennett as well. They've got Charlie Collins all over them, and a bit of a look to the inside then from Luke Bennett to try and get past Collins, but it's always going to work out in favour of Collins having a better drive and completely ignoring track limits there, to be perfectly honest. That was absolute chaos, and Virtus Pro have come through brilliantly in all of that to find themselves in 4th and 5th.
That is a brilliant first lap for Virtus Pro's Darren McCormack. Despite the misery coming out off the start-finish line, losing out to Enzo Benito, they have fought back now with Kevin Ellis Jr. inside the top 5. As now Charlie Collins dances around the outside of Enzo Benito, looking to put 3 Porsche Commanders inside now, the top 6. But Benito denying him now. But will he come back? Collins up the inside, has a little look down the inside of the BMW M4, just can't quite find that opportunity. Benito shuts it up, and now Charlie Collins has got to try again, but already now it's turning into the Porsche Commander show with Dane Warren popping into P3 and Rogers still holding the lead. If Collins can join them inside that top 6, then the points ratio goes in their favour.
I mean, I will say, though, things aren't looking good for Virtus Pro when it comes to the points. At the moment, as things stand, by my calculations, Porsche Commander would have 104 points to their name. They would be 35 points, I believe, clear of Team Redline, which is crazy, by the way. Redline would be on 69. Nice. Virtus Pro would be on 43. They'd be 26 points off of Team Redline.
Incredible. Still all to play for, but obviously Virtus Pro up against it, a mountain to climb. And they really need, ideally, this is where you need almost your Wojtek Fialas and Mikhail Stansenkos to start performing here, Lewis.
Very much so. No, you're absolutely spot on. Like, I get it. McCormack and Ellis Jr., they're 4th and 5th, and yeah, maybe they could do a little bit more. They can maybe grab themselves a podium. I think getting both of them on the podium is not really going to happen. It's the fact that Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko are scoring just 2 points. Now, maybe that's out of their control. Maybe there's been obviously issues early on. Statsenko's obviously scoring nothing here. Might be able to score a point on Rietveld. But that's really it. It's to the outside comes Charlie Collins on Enzo Benito. To be fair, for them, if they're going to go through, if Virtus Pro are going to go through, they're actually going to want Jordan Caruso and Charlie Collins to take some points off the team red line here. As much as, like, yeah, it's going to be annoying, but Porsche Coanda, they're basically gone in this round. They're already so far clear.
Yeah, and on for back-to-back wins as well for Joshua Rogers in Dynamic Groups racing here so far, which is truthfully extraordinary. They've really bounced back with a flourish here after a very difficult Hockenheim round where they failed to pick up a single victory throughout the entirety of the round as a whole. Actually, their best result across that one, incidentally, I think they did pick up a 2nd place, and that was their best finish, and that was taken by Dane Warren in the quarter-final. Charlie Collins also picking up a 3rd. Joshua Rogers, incidentally, best result, his only appearance as well, P7 inside the quarter-final at Hockenheim Ring. So this is a perfect bounce back, going for a 7th place visit and only 1 race to 2 races and back-to-back wins this time around, and more in line with what we have seen from Monza and Spa. But incidentally, Joshua Rogers this season has yet to go back-to-back with race wins. This could be the first time he does it this season.
Yeah, of course. Remember when the Porsche Commanders were so strong back at the Second Spa-Francorchamps, he won his quarter-final, got through into the semi-final, and he was beaten by his teammate, Charlie Collins. Yep. Devastating.
And then he won twice more.
Yeah.
Charlie Collins went on to win the final, and then Monza in the quarters, much like Rogers did.
Terrible for...
but he couldn't do it 5 times, could he?
No, we're still yet to, and I still maintain, I think this part of the competition, we are going to see someone win 5 races in a row at this point in the competition. It will happen. As to who it's going to be, I don't know, but I am pretty confident we will see 5 victories at this point. And do you want to know something? Actually, I was going to say pretty confident. I think it will be. It might not come in Group A.
No, I would agree.
From
I'm thinking Group B.
Group B, Group C, something like that. Yeah, the Group C team gets through in the Group B, but still runs strong. You just never really know.
No. I would say that's probably where your tightest threshold is in terms of lap times as well. You're always going to see a huge gulf between Group A and Group D, I think, at the moment, because that is, of course, where your lowest teams coming out of the seeding process are sort of measured against the top seed teams racing in Group A. At the moment, of course, we've seen the golf in lap time. Of course, Jamie Fluke lapping, say, for example, in qualifying at around a 0.5, and then you've got a 0.3 for Kevin Siggy coming into the session in this one for race 2. But obviously, at the moment, Joshua Rogers out in front. Look at that. He's broken a 2nd on Kevin Siggy now as well. So here's the opportunity for Rogers to break away. Dane Warren only 3/10 away from Dara McCormack, as we're now watching it unfold on screen. There is Dara McCormack in the bottom left. I can't imagine he's feeling too happy about everything that has unfolded today. I know he doesn't usually show his emotions that often. He's got a good poker face, Lewis McGlade, but I can't imagine there's feelings of happiness inside Dara McCormack right now.
Look, he's come off a positive weekend. You know, he got to see Alex Dunn do really well, of course, in Formula 2, being an Irishman, a proud Irishman. Saw Rory McIlroy win the Masters, Northern Ireland, but it still counts.
When it's one of the best golf shots in golf as well.
Boy, did we. That is one that I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to be doing my 7-iron anytime soon. But still, you know, look, McCoy's come off for a good weekend, watching sport and having a good time, it's given him a good run. Give a little bit push forward. Yeah, he's got to be represented for Ireland here in R1 at the moment, 3rd place. It's not where he wants to be. Obviously, he wants to be winning. That ain't happening though with those two out front at the moment. Siggy and Rogers. This race, they've got this one sorted, and once again, much like it was in the previous race, he's battling for 3rd position, defending from Dane Warren. He failed in the previous race. He's kind of got to win that battle this time round.
Yeah, definitely does. McCormack now coming through the very technical portion of this sector. We're on lap 5 of 10 as they now look to ramp uphill. And Dane Warren, who we're currently riding on board with him, just seen at the bottom left of screen, flying down the long straights to bring an end to their lap 5 of 10 to begin lap 6, and Joshua Rogers will be taking them along as well, heading down through towards turn 1, still registering nearly a second and a half ahead of Kevin Siggy as now Warren urges ever closer to the back of Dara McCormack. The question is, does he go for a late move up the inside, or will he keep it safe for now? I get a feeling that this is just patience being applied here by Dane Warren, just waiting for his opportunity to strike. He's got plenty of time to do it. 4 laps remain. Dara McCormack needs to pull out his best defensive helmet here in order to keep this rampant Porsche Coanda driver at bay. We know how good Warren can be, and he's towing along Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. Virtus.pro could yet use teamwork to defend their spots here in the timing tower, but against such stiff competition, that could prove very difficult.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to use teamwork, right? I think realistically, if they're going to get third place secured, it needs to be with the assistance of Kevin Ellis Jr. Because also, the thing is that McCormack, one thing that's kind of in his favour, in a sense, although I guess you could also argue the point that it favours Dane Warren in the exact opposite way, is that obviously in race 1, he was in this exact battle. He was defending from Dane Warren for third place. This has happened before, and Dane Warren got through. Now, Darren McCormack knows where Dane Warren got through, how he got through, how he was able to hold on to that position, and using that knowledge, he now knows where he must focus on being better, where he must focus on covering that little bit extra later on in the race. So, yeah, sure, a lot of positives and negatives, but McCormack, he's a very smart driver when it comes to his ability to race. I can definitely see him hanging on to third position this race. As there comes a move to the inside, Benito.
Yeah, Benito having a look up the inside of Kevin Ellis Jr. as they race through turn 1. And then you can see them still going wheel to wheel. Benito looking to squeeze. There was a tiny amount of room there on the outside that he could try and plug for an overtake on. But unfortunately for him, Kevin Ellis Jr. shutting the gap off very quickly, just carrying a little bit more momentum, heading down in towards turn 3. And now coming through Coca-Cola, they're then going to fly down through towards 130R and in towards the hairpin at turn 6. But it's Joshua Rogers now advancing his lead to 1.5 of the realm. Dara McCormack 2.8 off the top, with Dane Warren still pursuing after him. In terms of Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko, Jeffrey Rietfeld is just in front of Statsenko so far. Still a chance for Mikhail Statsenko to still pick up some extra points, but he's got to really try and close that gap to Rietfeld, with Fiala now occupying a space in time that is currently operating 7/10 behind Jordan Caruso. Would like to jump into that P9 spot to try and get more points here for Virtus.pro. They need them, but that will be very difficult against someone of Caruso's caliber, with Luke Bennett still chasing after Charlie Collins, and there's around half a second between them as well. We're right on board here with Joshua Rogers, Kevin Siggy at the top of the shop. Now, what's changed up there, Lewis?
Yeah, literally. I was about to ask this question, yeah.
We've had an update. Yeah, Joshua Rogers has received a give up 1 position due to forcing another driver off the track. That was delivered by Race Control. Back comes Rogers now. Will he take it, Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking down the inside and he's pretty confident that one. Siggy didn't really fight that one too hard. So, well, never mind. I will correct myself. Siggy fought that like a touring car driver, straight into the back of the car ahead. Obviously, Roger's able to hold on to the race lead. But what this has done is this has set this battle alight. And Kevin Siggy, he'll want that position back immediately. And this battle will probably take us all the way to the checkered flag between this group. I'm pretty sure of that one. Obviously, a lot to talk about when it comes to points during this race. At the moment, the point scores, it will be 102 points for Porsche Commander. It will be 71 points for Team Redline and just 43 for Virtus.pro. It would be a 28-point deficit for Virtus.pro when it comes to their fight for second position. So things not looking good for them. They could be demoted down into Group B, and they might be losing some more points here.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. being swarmed up upon here now by Charlie Collins. Having a look to the outside, Enzo Benito now holding firm to 5th, and the gap is starting to develop with Charlie Collins now providing a bit of a headache here for Big Kev. And in behind there's also Jordan Caruso, who is still very much part of the fight, and there's a Team Redline car in between as well. A look up the inside again from Collins. Obviously doesn't want to really leave anything to chance, because of course Luke Bennett is pushing and prodding and looking for a chance to perhaps even remove that P7 off Collins as we speak, as they now rush down through towards turn 1. There is Kevin Ellis Jr. Here comes Luke Bennett. A look to the inside now. Will have that better line on the way down through towards turn 1. Nearly wheel to wheel as they now stretch through towards the first corner. Up ahead as well, Kevin Siggy looking for the move for the lead, as well as they get very close, coming through towards the first bend here at Fuji. And indeed, Charlie Collins might yet lose out. Here comes Bennett. He's got a nose in front with the BMW M4, but Collins is going to take him all the way in towards turn 2 as well. Can the Porsche hold on? Bennett, undeterred, will fight tooth and nail, but Collins with more of a car. Now alongside, Bennett's going to fight back though. This battle's still unfolding here in Sector 2, and now as we watch Jordan Caruso coming in to join the squabble, here comes Collins late on the brakes as they now reach the hairpin bend now and zip round in towards the next left-hander. Bennett onto the curb. They're still side by side here coming through Sector 2, but Bennett finally squashes him and moves into that 7th place. And now Collins has got to renege. He's going to have to live to fight another day. We're on the penultimate lap. He can't leave it too long as they rise out of Dunlop.
That was a cracking battle there from Bennett and Collins. Bennett just about coming out on top, but yeah, like I said before, two of those drivers that haven't won Drivers' Championships, two of those drivers that I reckon could win Drivers' Championships here in R1 when we get to the Esports World Cup in July. I mean, look, that was really impressive. That was some great battling, nice and clean, showing exactly how it's done. We're about to start the final lap of the race, and will the top two show us how it's done? At the moment, I think the gap's a little bit too large for Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy. Half a second between the pair of them by the time they get into the braking zones. It's not too wide here, though, as once again, here comes Collins on the attack. To the outside of Luke Bennett, he's going to go by the time they get down on the brakes down into turn 1. He's going to try and send it around the outside with his Porsche Commander. We saw this literally through the previous lap. I think we're going to see a carbon copy, maybe with a little bit more door banging.
Yeah, maybe. They're still very much there. Collins can't quite manufacture that move past Luke Bennett. Doesn't want to stay behind for too much longer, of course. There is still points at stake, and Porsche Coanda want to finish in a strong fashion. They have an opportunity to bring both Charlie Collins and Jordan Caruso into those P6 and 7 positions. Luke Bennett will be hoping to try and cling on to this one, because it will offer Redline bountiful amounts of points, especially with their prospects of having 3 cars inside the top 6, as we currently witness Charlie Collins now streaming down through towards this next right-hander. It's still Joshua Rogers out in front, though. Kevin Siggy has not been able to jump past him. They rise out of Dunlop corner. They are as they are, but it's Joshua Rogers here, Lewis, and he's looking calm and confident.
Certainly is. Already one victory to his name this evening, looking to make it another one, and importantly, marking up another little piece of history indeed, is Josh Rogers. After the disappointment, like you mentioned a couple of times, Monza just 7th place in his quarterfinal, meant that was as far as he went, and one of very few times where he's been knocked out in a quarterfinal. Now he comes across the line to take his 2nd victory of the evening, but importantly, the first driver in R1's history to pass 40 race victories. It's number 40 for Joshua Rogers as he crosses the line half a second clear of Kevin Siggy. Here comes the big drag races to the line. It's going to be a big one here between Collins and Luke Bennett. Just half a tenth of a second separating them by the time they cross the line. And look at that for Redline. 2nd, 4th and 6th. It is good points for the BMW brand.
Very strong points for the BMW brand indeed. The BMW M4's occupying 3 spots inside the top 6, but this man will be celebrating yet another victory back-to-back now. The first time he has done it so far this season. Of course, the 2023 full season champion Joshua Rogers back with a bang here for Porsche Coanda as they look ahead to one final race this evening to confirm their place. Of course, I would say it's pretty much confirmed anyway, moving through to the next round, which will be taking place very much later on, which will actually be going to Jeddah for, if I'm not mistaken. So very exciting. Well done, Porsche Coanda. Obviously, Virtus Pro, again, not a great race. Looked almost toothless out there, Lewis.
Yeah, look, it is what it is that we're seeing some teams struggle. I think whilst we have Group D wide open for who's going to be moving up into Group C, I think we're moving into the point now here in at the end of race number 2 where things look a little bit more stable and secure as to who's moving back down into Group B, and it does look as though it is going to be Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, after another really good result for Porsche Commander, yeah, it's not looking good at the moment. What it's 106 points for Porsche Commander. It's 79 points for Team Redline. It's like 40 odd points for Virtus Pro. It's nearly a 40-point gap for them. It's not happening.
Yeah, more misery as well for Darren McCormack, who receives a 5-second time penalty as well in Group A's race last time out, making contact with car 57 and proceeds to use the advantage to gain an on-track advantage. So he's penalised even more. So more misery for Virtus Pro. Just goes to show that it's not just enough to have the star quality. Even if you try and tread a little bit too far, you can also be penalised. I mean, Virtus Pro must be wondering what they have to do in order to make these things happen. But take us through the highlights, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, they gave it everything they could, but yeah, I think it's basically done. Talking of highlights, there were actually plenty in this race, as we see Joshua Rogers and Kevin Siggy doing battle at the front of the field. Joshua Rogers working his way through into the race lead before he had to give it back up to Kevin Siggy, but their battle would really take them through to the end of the race. They'd be tooth and nail all the way through. This dive allowed Darren McCormack to try and throw himself in the mix. Half slide there for Luke Bennett as he was able to catch it. Enzo Benito also having a bit of a moment himself throughout that, and then Benito going back on the attack, trying to find his way past and work his way up past Kevin Ellis Jr. As he would work his way up inside the top 5. Battle for the race lead. Rogers was ordered to give back the position to Kevin Siggy, and then instantly found himself going back down the inside before we had Luke Bennett and Charlie Collins going side by side, not for one corner, not for two, not for three, but for 16. They would be basically battling the entire lap all the way around, with Luke Bennett just about trying to muscle his way around the outside of the hairpin. Charlie Collins with the inside run. Bennett coming out on top in that one, but still side by side would start anew on the next lap. This time working a little bit more favourably for the Porsche Commander driver. A little bit of contact there between Bennett off of the corner. Redline looking strong, Redline looking comfortable, and as you can see here, Virtus Pro basically looking for the door at the moment. Joshua Rogers back-to-back victories in Group A this evening. Kevin Siggy in second position with Dane Warren in third. First and third for Porsche Commander of 2 consecutive races before we get fourth position for Enzo Benito. Fifth place is Kevin Ellis Jr. for the highest position Virtus Pro team. Then it's Luke Bennett, Charlie Collins. Great battle between the pair of those, coming down to just half a tenth of the line. Jordan Caruso in 8th. Wojtek Fiala, Jeff Riefeld, Mikhail Stetsenko and Darren McCormack, the top 12. By my points calculations, I believe it's 106 points for Porsche Commander. In fact, we'll get it here. Yeah, 106 points for Porsche Commander. 79 points there for BMW Team Redline. 48 points off of second place. Now, whilst you can see there with race 1 and race 2, it is possible to score more than 50 points. You have to be at the front, and you have to hope then that BMW Team Redline are scoring badly. Basically what I'm saying here, goodbye Virtus Pro. We'll see you in Group B in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, they would need every driver pretty much to pretty much be positioned in the top 4 places as well, Lewis. In the meantime, though, everybody, before we dip into our final 2 races of the evening, we've got a little surprise for you. Check this out. Can you guess what it is, Lewis?
It's a car. It's a livery.
It's a car.
I'm good at this,
exciting. Yeah, we love to tease here at RENNSPORT, and we have got some fantastic news to be dropping soon, or a fantastic reveal to be coming soon. And we obviously, it's all centered obviously around the cars themselves. Got some fascinating, I would say it could be livery, could be something. We're not quite sure what it might be. I mean, any guesses from you, Lewis, or
Well, the hashtag Twitch drops would probably give it away that it's obviously going to be a livery drop of some kind, something in that kind of vein happening. We believe it'll be happening next week onwards. So obviously keep focused on R1. Obviously come back next week as well. Obviously we've got 2 races. They don't go anywhere now. That's crazy. But
crazy
also, of course, that will be done from the Twitch broadcast on the RENNSPORT GG Twitch channel. So that's where you probably need to go know, to get those Twitch drops, get yourself the liveries to go that. We've had the livery drops before. Obviously, we had Jasmine to design a livery, which.
Yeah, less said about that, the better.
Yeah, it was a livery. No, actually, no, to be fair, I looked her in the eye and I said that livery had potential, which didn't go down super great. But look, honestly, I've said worse things, so it's fine.
Poor Jasmine, dearie me. But yeah, folks, if you have any queries as to what you think it might be, let us know in the live chat. That's what it's there for. Be very interested to get your thoughts on that. But a big reveal happening very soon, and make sure you stay tuned into all the Twitch and also all social medias to stay up to date with what's going on here at RENNSPORT. Very, very exciting. And obviously ahead of the R1 Championship, we've got a very, very bright future ahead. And obviously looking ahead to the EWC, we've also got some excitement now building and brewing ahead of our third races to certainly come up here later on tonight. We have got, first of all though, it's all about Group D. And as we now venture back out on track here at Fuji, familiar faces, qualifying now in full swing. Matt Emery about to kickstart his first flying lap, and Guild really need a major play here now, Lewis.
Yeah, to again very quickly let you know about the points and where we're currently at. ERA top this group. They've got 82 points to their name, but this is not as distant as it is in Group A if you've just joined us for that. 82 points for ERA, 73 points for MSI, 61 points for Guild. It is all to play for across the three teams. And do remember, in this group, it is the top team, the number one team that moves through into Group C for round number 5. The two teams below, they'll score 2 points and 1 point respectively in the team's championship. We'll discuss that a little bit more at the end of next week's broadcast, how that one's going to play out. First sector coming in from Matt Emery, 26.5. It's not great, I won't lie.
No, not the best at all. If you want to talk about free practice, because I like talking about free practice prior. I do like looking at practice times. I can tell you that Jamie Fluke is fastest once again in free practice action now, where we saw his lap earlier on. He went fastest in his qualifying lap as opposed to his practice lap earlier on. So there could be another opportunity here for Jamie Fluke to go and maybe post back-to-back victories, but maybe even a third venture onto the front row. Sorry?
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Hey, listen, anything can happen as far as Jamie Fluke's concerned. I've got full confidence in the man as now we watch Matt Emery make his way up towards the line. 35.9 against a 26.5. Let's see what Sector 3 has in store as the Guild Esports man makes his way towards the checkered flag to bring an end to his qualifying run. And indeed, it'll be a 34.5 in purple in that final sector. 37.046, though, not a great time, and should be surpassed by teammate Henry Moore.
Yeah, indeed, who went a little bit quicker in the previous race than he did in the one before. He's been getting quicker and quicker as the day goes on. I think third sector is kind of where he's been struggling a little bit more. But at the moment, again, through the final corner, he's been beaten in the first sector, though. That will be by Jamie Fluke for the MSI team, who's gone fastest in that first sector. Out towards the line comes Henry Moore. It'll be faster than Matt Emery, that's for sure. But it's only a 36.8. That is not going to be great.
No, bear in mind, some of the fastest laps we have seen so far tonight, especially in this group, have been around the realms of 136.5 territory. So we need to see, ideally, something around there. 26.4 currently so far for John Robertson in the first sector, which is an improvement on what Matt Emery posted earlier on. 35.8 in the middle. This is going to be very close to Henry Moore. Maybe a little bit faster if he can pull together a wild Sector 3, though. I will say that middle sector isn't great. A purple final sector, though, does help, and he goes fastest. Well, dug that one. A cat out of the bag. That is 26 thousandths better than Henry Moore in second place.
Yeah, indeed, but 0.8, that's not where we're looking for. This driver's about to set a time. There's a little bit more what we're talking about. Something like a 36.5 would be very handy now for Jamie Fluke as he looks to get consecutive pole positions onto the board and to try and set consecutive victories. It's a 36.4. He's getting better as the evening's going on, George. That's an incredible lap for Jamie Fluke in Group D. Pretty sure, I'm going to say it now, that's pole.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I would say that's the fastest we've seen Group D pull off all night in qualifying. The first 0.4 I think we've seen tonight as well. Robbie Stapleford now making his way up towards the line with a 26.495. A little bit of time lost in the first sector. Lost more time, though, in the middle sector. This could be behind John Robertson if he's not careful. And does, just about musters in a P2 lap time. Mere hundredths away from John Robertson. But it is second so far for Robbie Stapleford.
Poor middle sector here for Bonnehaus, and unfortunately I think he's going to be a little bit closer to his teammates than he'd want to be on this occasion. And already within the first few minutes of this session, we're going to have all guild cars across the line, and it doesn't look like it's going great for any of them. Henry Moore, 4th position at the moment. Matt Emery, 5th position. Bonnehaus going to be around him, slightly faster, gets himself up to second with a 36.7. That's an all right position, but still not a great lap time. There's a lot of big time still to come, surely.
Yeah, Marco Pajic also losing a little bit of time in that middle sector. The first sector isn't bad. Needs to try and dig something up, though, in Sector 3 to try and join potentially his teammate Bonnehaus. But this could yet find itself below Robbie Stapleford. Maybe, though, ahead of John Robertson. This could be in contention for 4th place here in the timing screen with just over 3 minutes and 30 to go. Here comes Marco Pajic, and he will join Bonnehaus. Guild now operating with 2 cars in the top 3. But look at Gabriel Solomon looking to come in late in the day. A prospect here for ERA.
Guild Racing trying desperately not to be the Luton Town of R1 as they try and force their way. I will keep this football meme going up, by the way. As Gabriel Solomon will come up towards the line at the moment, like you say, the ERA. They've been heavy hitters so far this evening. Robbie Stapleford already with a victory to his name. They're the current points holders at the top of this group, and Gabriel Solomon will go into second position. By the way, 2 5th-place finishes for Solomon so far this evening. He's been doing quite well.
Yeah, I must say it's been his breakout evening, really, in R1 so far. We'll wait and see how this develops. And obviously, being in this Group D scenario, I think gives those drivers the best chance in order to grow and develop. Jimmy Antunes, though, in the first sector, not bad. Middle sector again, though, paying the price. This is our 3rd MSI gaming driver we're seeing so far in Race 3 qualifying. Makes his way up towards the line, only enough for 8th fastest. That is a miserable lap time there for Jimmy Antunes. And again, Ibrahim Khan, major struggles in that middle sector, Lewis McGlade.
And MSI need to be scoring well. They need Johan Hart to come through here on the next lap to try and challenge ERA. They also need some poor laps for ERA, which at the moment it is happening for Ibrahim Khan. That middle sector is about your pace, George, and he's had a slowdown in there somewhere. So for Ibrahim Khan, this will be last position in this qualifying group.
He wishes it could be my pace, Lewis McGlade. Johan Hart coming up next, as for now we watch as Ibrahim Khan goes 10th fastest. Johan Hart currently operating with a 10th plus lost in the middle sector. Not great, but the first sector is okay. This should be better, at the very least, than Jimmy Antunes. Maybe better than John Robertson. This could yet find its way into 6th fastest, as now Johan Hart flies up towards the line. Can he find anything, though, in the 3rd sector? Maybe something just to reprieve some of that lap time, bring himself back within contention, and yes, it will. Enough to go 3rd fastest. So 2 MSIs in the top 3, and Michael Schmiedel also, remember, pole sitter in our first race, and he's looking strong, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. He's challenging at the moment with that enormous chasm between 1st and 2nd at the moment. 10th and a half of a second. He can find his way slotting quite nicely into that. I think it will be 2nd place for Michael Schmiedel, as he comes up towards the line. The final driver in this qualifying session of the first pole of the evening. As he comes up to the line, it's going to be good enough for 11th.
Oh, wow. A very slow escape coming out of the final sector, and that's what paid the price. But it's back-to-back pole positions for this man, Jamie Fluke, who is a bit bemused by the looks of it, but astonishing for,
he's always been
0.4 that he's managed to dust off there. Fastest that we have seen all night in Group D. And a huge bout of confidence, obviously, as far as Jamie Fluke's concerned. That is immensely strong for MSI Gaming. Gives them the best chance possible to top the group, potentially, here tonight, before they're making their way towards the next round, where they could find themselves in Group C.
Was about to be fuming, by the way. It's only because it's quite bright with that camera. You couldn't see the track maps that are in the background in the Apex Racing facility.
He's let us down.
The ones that I put up. Yeah. So just wanted to make sure that they were still there. They are. I've basically graffitied the Apex Racing facility, but with track maps, it's fine. No, for Jamie Fluke, really good to see the turnaround of pace. Really good to see him feeling confident But like I say, a win is an absolute must for MSI. They need a poor result for ERA, a good result for them, and they could be the top team in this group. Again, a reminder, the distance on points between first and second here in the group, which is obviously the important bit. First goes through, second does not, at least up into Group C. It's just 9 points ERA lead MSI on.
Well, very fine margins. A very, very tight contest here. Could very easily be ERA going through into Group C come the end of play this evening. We'll wait and see how that unfolds. So that will all be decided based on what we see coming off the back of this third and final race tonight at Fuji in Group D. Let us know your predictions as well in the live chat. We'd love to hear from you as to who you think is going to operate at the very top of the order. In the meantime, we can now take a view at practice as they all get ready for the start of the race. So, big ambitions for MSI Gaming. They need a huge finish to the action here this evening. They'll be looking to the likes of Jamie Fluke to perform. They'll be looking to even Johan Harth, who's got a great chance, Lewis. The problem with Johan, though, it's not his one lap pace. He can provide the goods on the day. It's what happens in between the lights and the flag.
Are you saying he's not the cleanest racer out there?
I'm not saying that at all, Lewis McGlade. I'm just suggesting that things happen.
I was kind of hinting at that.
Things happen, Lewis. Things happen, Lewis.
I've watched Johan race quite a lot over the last 3 or 4 years, and I'll back that comment. Yeah, he's not the he gets involved in a couple of bust-ups out there on the circuit, does Johan.
I'm going to start calling him Mr. Muscle, I think.
Yeah, no, he's not afraid. Let's put it that way. But he needs a good result. You're absolutely right. We need to see a 1-2 really here for MSI. To be fair, first and third would do pretty nicely for them. And with ERA qualifying in 11th and 12th, they're not looking to be scoring too well at the moment. So obviously it was a first and third in the previous race as well for MSI. So at least there is that. Going to give you the points if they finish as they've qualified. That can't be right. Never mind. I'm not going to give you the points if they're qualified. I'm going to hold fire on that because those points don't add up at all.
Has the spreadsheet done a funny, Lewis McGlade?
No, I think I'm an idiot.
Oh, well. Bask in this now, everybody. Lewis McGlade thinks he's an idiot. My goodness me.
No, maybe it is right, but I'm like looking at this being like, that can't be right. But it would be ERA going through on 110 points versus MSI on 112. But that just doesn't, on 92, that just doesn't seem right.
Well, you never know.
Come back to me, George. Come back. Go somewhere else. Come back to me.
Goodness me. Massive brain fog here in practice already, everybody. Apparently he's fixed it. What's the latest, Lewis McGlade?
Well, no, I've temporarily fixed it. Hold your horses. It would be 170 points. So MSI would be going through 5 points ahead of ERA if everything finishes as they've qualified. That was horrendous. What have I done to myself?
Just a little moment there, Lewis McGlade. Now let's take a look at the starting grid ahead of this final race in Group D. From back to front, in the 6th row, it is going to be Ibrahim Khan and Michael Schmiedel representing ERA. We then have Matt Emery and Jimmy Antonez on the 5th row. Henry Moore and John Robertson meet on the 4th row, with Robbie Stapleford and Marco Pejic meeting on the 3rd row of the grid as well. We've got Bono House and Johan Harth. Of course, MSI looking for a big result. Harth could be the catalyst in that. Gabriel Solomon in 2nd, and Jamie Fluke looking to go from lights to flag with a victory, just like he did in race 2 earlier on tonight. Can he go back-to-back with victories, as we have already seen from the likes of Joshua Rogers already tonight? But what are your thoughts, Lewis?
Okay. I've set the spreadsheet. We've done the maths correctly now. This is correct. If it finishes as we're running, it's 123 points for MSI. It's 111 points for ERA. It's 90 points for Guild. I've had an absolute fit with this spreadsheet for a second, but it's all calm and settled. You know who I'm picking for victory here, George? It's obviously going to be Jamie Fluke.
It's got to be the Fluke.
I've picked him twice, and he's let me down only on one occasion. He's not going to let me down again.
Well, Jamie Fluke will be hoping there will be no fluke here this evening in order to obtain a 2nd win in succession. Gabriel Solomon, though, will meet him at every turn, coming down through towards turns 1 and turns 2 here in the 1st sector. Can the ERA esports driver lift himself to the front and confirm their place into Group C. Let's find out now together as we all line up with the drivers crawling down through towards the start-finish line and up a pedal to the metal. And it's go, 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 go. Great start for Jamie Fluke off the line straight away. A very slow getaway for Gabriel Solomon. And indeed, here comes Johan Harth. He's creeping through on the outside. Also a great start for Bono House as they sprint down through towards turn one as they go wheel to wheel. A massive crash. Oh my goodness me. A massive crash towards the rear. Bono House is gone. Henry Moore, Johan Harth, as well as, by the looks of it, Gabriel Solomon as well. It is Jamie Fluke, Robbie Stapleford now into second. John Robertson has found his way from the bottom into P3, and Matt Emery with him as well, and Ibrahim Khan into fifth. Chaos and Carnage. MSI, despite losing Johan Harth, they've got John Robertson is a replacement in at third place.
I'm going to give you a spooky one here that potentially might come from race control, because I'm pretty sure it was Matt Emery. It might not have been, but I'm pretty sure it was Matt Emery with that lunge down the inside at T1. And if it was, he ain't staying fourth, because that was insane. That was so bad. So yeah, no, that was not good from whichever guild driver it was. It was poor. Obviously a missed braking point, or getting right on the braking point, but just too tight of a line on the inside, and absolutely smoking the side of a poor Johan Hart, who actually did nothing wrong in that. He just suddenly had an Aston Martin slammed into his door.
Well, this is what I mean when things go wrong in between the starting lights and then, of course, the checkered flag. This is the unfortunate scenario for Johan Harth. Very unlucky. On his day, obviously can bring the big results. There's nothing wrong with his own speed, his own, one-lap pace. And it's just everything else that goes on around him just seems to collect him. And now he's towards the rear of the field.
So he's not dirty now, is he?
Well, no, I think it happens on both counts. I'm certainly not saying he's innocent of misdemeanors out on circuit. Obviously that every driver is responsible for what they do out on track. Matt Emery in the midst of a fight again, this time with John Robertson, has actually found his way around the outside, down through towards turn 2, as they now race on lap 2 of 10. At the inside though, Robertson determined to hold station there. Very difficult spot to get a move done. But Matt Emery moves up into third place. John Robertson was very keen to leave his Mercedes lingering around the outside in an effort to try and defend against Matt Emery, but Emery getting the move done. And now into third, 1.6 away from Jamie Fluke. The gap standing at around a second now between P3 and P2. Here's the start, Lewis.
Yeah, let's take a little look at this. So we've got the Guild Racing car getting to the inside. Like I said, I believe it's Matt Emery. In fact, I'm less confident it's Matt Emery now. Straight down the inside. It's the one with the pink end plates. Who has the pink end plates?
Well, that looks to me like it's Henry Moore.
Yeah, I think it might be. It's definitely not Matt Emery, because Matt Emery's got the yellow end plate, so it's not Matt Emery. I will take my criticism back. It was definitely one of the Guild Race drivers, like I say. It might be Henry Moore. Either way, very poor. I don't run with Henry Moore. So it was indeed Henry Moore. That one is confirmed. Very hard to pick 4 of them apart, by the way. That's just the joys of what we're going to have to deal with in the group stages. At the moment, by the way, MSI 117 points, ERA 122. At the moment, ERA would be top of the group and going through into Group C.
Certainly will. They're looking in good shape for it. Ibrahim Khan in the top 5. And Michael Schmiedel also just behind him as well. Here comes Matt Emery with John Robertson once again on his tail. A little bump draft in between us now. Robertson looks to switch places, looking for the switchback coming out of turn 1 through towards turn 2. Can he find the move? Now venturing in towards the next left-hander. Into the apex they go together, coming in towards turn 3. Can't quite find that avenue for the overtake. Michael Schmiedel, though, coming into this fight, obviously, between Matt Emery and Robertson, allowing Michael Schmiedel and Ibrahim Khan to come straight into this, allowing ERA an opportunity to perhaps even add one more of their cars inside that top 3, with Stapleford currently in second place. Been really impressed with Stapleford tonight.
No, honestly, yeah, he's shown some good speed. Obviously, he did definitely show some good speed in the first race of the evening, going from 8th to 1st, and obviously in this race battling for second position as well, trying to keep that gap under 7/10 of a second to Jamie Fluke, who looks to convert and make it 2 victories from 2 races. Of course, 2 teams have been... Whoa!
What on earth is going on there?
Matt Emery, he has visited Doc from Back to the Future, and that DeLorean's flying, baby. That car needs to take a hop, skip, and a jump out of the session. I think he's getting some serious desync.
Definitely. It looks like he's managed to stabilise a little bit, though. But just look at this in behind. Michael Schmiedel and Ibrahim Khan, who were basically wheel-to-wheel for a brief stint. It looks like that Ibrahim Khan has just allowed Schmiedel to just sort of progress. And now he's on the tail, almost getting a lovely toe now off John Robertson as we watch them sprint down through towards turn 1. And now it looks like the door's been well and truly open. Here comes Schmiedel right between the two now. They're going to go 3 wide in towards turn 1. The Porsche trying to squeeze in between the Aston Martin and the Mercedes, and they've trailed off wide, and that opens the door for Ibrahim Khan to swoop up the inside and move into 4th place and just slot in behind Matt Emery. And John Robertson has lost a fleet full of places. He is down below Marco Pajic, and now Michael Schmiedel back into 6th, just behind Jimmy Antunes.
Disaster for MSI, though. The important bit from all that, with obviously the issues for Johan Hart being sent. Oh my goodness me, that was a proper send coming in from yeah, it was Pajic. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sending one in down at the rear end there. That was a little bit too aggressive, must be said, but that's fine. Each their own. Yeah, MSI, they will not be outscoring ERA here. They will not be going through.
Well, look at this from John Robertson, leaving it very late around the outside, trying to break into and make the move on Michael Schmiedel. And if he can make it stick, that would be absolutely extraordinary. Oh, again. I think that must have been, was that Bono House on that occasion? I think they might have made contact. I think he's just behind John Robertson. I think that was him. Obviously, as they made their way through the mid portion of this sector, coming in towards Sector 3 now very shortly. Well, actually into Sector 3 now. Matt Emery still in 4th somehow, some way. Jimmy Antunes just in behind, but Ibrahim Khan has moved up into 3rd, and now it's ERA with 2 cars in that top 3.
Yeah, this is D for desperate. D for desperate. We are seeing some desperation out there on the circuit, and it ain't good. But it is bans, so at least there's that. Matt Emery then looking down the inside, trying to force the gap here on Ibrahim Khan. Those two are going to come into contact. That honestly, trying to go for the move down the inside there. 0 out of 10. You are so tight onto that apex curb at T1. That was not going to work in a million years.
Well, it's handed an opportunity now to MSI Gaming, bringing Jimmy Antunes into P3 right now, and now Marco Pajic and Matt Emery are occupying Ps4 and 5. Ibrahim Khan now sat down in 6th place with John Robertson on his tail. Bono House and Henry Moore still in 8th and 9th. Michael Schmiedel and Gabriel Solomon have tailed off quite a lot, with Johan Hart down in 12th and still very much disconnected from the front 10, as is Solomon as well. But Jamie Fluke, no concerns as far as he is currently operating at the front of the order, with Robbie Stableford only 0.6 away. That battle for the lead is still potentially on, as we now watch Schmiedel and Henry Moore go at it, coming uphill, and Schmiedel holding on to that 9th place, looking to try and recover some of the damage that was done earlier on when they all came together, coming through turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3. But now looking to try and muster something. He needs to try and close the gap on Bono House, but ERA, they were looking so comfortable. They had 2 cars in the top 3. Yeah. They're now with 3 cars in the bottom 7.
Because of that move from Matt Emery, dropping Ibrahim Khan down the order, right now he's actually put the pressure on Robbie Stableford to win this race, because now it's a must-win race. At the moment, MSI, now they're scoring 120 points versus 114 for ERA. Let's take a look at some of this memery. A little bit of a look. That was poor. That was really poor from the Gill driver. It's just, I know, again, we've said this before, like a load of drivers have like kind of sometimes been a little bit critical of us saying like you're driving badly. I don't care. That's poor. That's just bad.
Well, I got a feeling that might have been Bono House who might have done that. Did mention it earlier on in the broadcast, but I have to say, from experienced drivers such as that, if it was Bono, that is quite the shock.
Yeah, it's... look, I get it, it's tough. Also, you're 3 wide going into it. I understand the difficulty of it, but then sending it on someone onto the, like, nah, that's not how you race. That's poor. And like I say, it's kind of at the point where everything's just so up in the air. At the moment, it does look as though MSI will be the team going through. It's just been ebbing and flowing so much. It's not through, unfortunately, as disappointing as it is, not through good quality racing. It's through poor driving, and that's the problem here.
Mistakes and errors and overzealous overtakes, I think, have definitely been the story of race 3 here in Group D. Obviously, plenty of cars now looking to recover. Jimmy Antunes is still not, should we say, necessarily through into P3 at the moment, because he's got a queue of cars in behind that include 2 Guild cars that are being occupied by Marco Pejic and Matt Emery. Ibrahim Khan also chasing this pairing down in P6. So ERA still with the dog in this fight as well, with John Robertson down in 7th. Here comes Matt Emery now. We're currently watching him at the bottom left of screen as he makes his way down through towards turn 1. We're on lap 7 of 10, and we've got just over 3 or so laps to go on this race 3 battle around Fuji. And of course our next round will take place at Jeddah, but of course not forgetting we do have night 2 coming up in a week's time, where we'll witness the other groups take to the circuit. That will include Group B and Group C, and of course Group B will be looking to try and move their way into Group A. One of them will be relegated down into Group C. Group C will be looking for one team to move up to Group B, with one team in Group C moving down into Group D.
So, George Morgan explaining relegation and promotion to you.
Yeah.
That was
For those of you who aren't sure.
that was in detail. That's fine, but we've still not answered which team relate to which football club. At the moment, no. MSI, Spurs. Why not? They're white. White club, why not? That would mean I'd hate them, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Actually,
does it? I don't hate Spurs. No, I'm all right with Spurs, actually. Everyone's like, oh, you're an Arsenal fan. Oh, yeah, I don't care. I'm all right with Spurs. They got a cool stadium.
I don't think I have a team in this fight. Newport County don't quite occupy a place.
Are they not in the Premier League relegation?
I'm afraid they're not. In fact, they're so far beyond Premier League relegation. It's unbelievable. Yeah. But yeah, you never know. We'll see what the future holds. You never know. But yeah, back
to the Premier League. Gotcha.
Make it happen. I think we're more likely to see Wrexham there rather than Newport, I think, at the moment.
I think we're more likely to see Guild in the Premier League, mate.
You might be true. You might be right. I think saying that.
They're not
I would
a football
agree.
Team.
No, they're not.
Just to clarify, that's how unlikely it is that I'm saying. Whoa, bit of a look down the inside there from Ibrahim Khan, trying to get past Matt Emery as we're seeing this battle unfold.
Yeah. Wheel to wheel, heading down through towards turn 2. Matt Emery up the inside. Ibrahim Khan could be potentially losing out on that P5 just now. Emery really toing and throwing here with Khan as they look to duke it out. Obviously the RA Esports team could be in line to yet hold on to that P5 and try and break into the 2-car Guild fold that were holding on to 4th and 5th, and Matt Emery losing out on this occasion. Ibrahim Khan will hold firm after making that really audacious move late in the day coming into turn 1, but didn't he just pull it off? And you could essentially probably lay blame technically to Matt Emery for leaving the door wide open. Lewis, he's coming back up the inside again though, and making contact again on the rise coming out of Dunlop. But it looks like it's all okay for Ibrahim Khan, still occupying that P5, but Emery has been swarming all over him and is really not afraid of putting the big moves in.
No, certainly not. And for Ibrahim Khan, he needs to be moving his way forward. He needs to be scoring some decent points for the team, because at the moment, ERA will be out. I say out. They're not moving through into Group C. That's what I mean. I was talking about as if they're out and gone for the count. No,
they're
obviously they're just moving, not moving through. They would still be in Group D for the second week of their competition in a couple of weeks' time. At the moment, the promoted team will be MSI. They've got 120 points, plays 116 for ERA. Defensive move coming in then from Ibrahim Khan as Matt Emery once again goes on the attack. Penultimate lap of the race, the outside through turn 1 as Ibrahim Khan shuts the door clean on Matt Emery's face.
Yeah. Absolutely, just positioning the car in all the right places to keep Emery in behind, and all this inviting John Robertson, who will not be afraid as a former rallycross champion, to come and enter the fold, and also in behind bringing along Bono House as well, who's got plenty of experience in sim racing, as we have already said. The question is, who's going to come out on top? Who's going to take that P5 away from Ibrahim Khan? Can anyone take it away from Ibrahim Khan? We're on the penultimate lap of the race here in race 3 in Group D. Jamie Fluke now has advanced his charge to 1.4 seconds, now to 1.5 against Robbie Stableford. So the win almost home and hosed here for the MSI driver, effectively the locker room leader for this team. Was powered and brought to us by the Mercedes manufacturer, as well as it was with Apex Racing Team not too long ago. But now with a powerhouse such as MSI behind their backs, they've got every chance here to do something really special. Jamie Fluke and Jimmy Antonez both featuring in the top 3 and bringing big points in to hopefully gift MSI an opportunity to move into Group C for the next few rounds we're going to be witnessing here in this R1 Championship. As now we watch Jimmy Antunes. This time he's got Marco Pajic for company. 4 tenths to 3 tenths between them on the run down through towards turn 1. Final lap underway, Lewis.
Yep, indeed, and Jamie Fluke is comfortable and clear. This could really put things against them at the moment, as Jimmy Antunes has Marco Pajic fire his way down the inside. Contact between the two. Pajic has worked his way past now. 4th position for MSI. Do you know what? That it now puts it's 1 point. It is 1 point between MSI and ERA.
Goodness me. The tiniest of margins. Jamie Fluke may lead the way, but could the differences be made elsewhere across this timing tower at the moment? You would generally say so. We've got Robbie Stapleford still in second, but it's all about this P3 position at the moment, and Ibrahim Khan is still very much there. One mistake from Jimmy Antunes, and it could be going ERA's way. As now we watch them make their way through towards the final sector once again. John Robertson with Bono House are going to go late on the brakes, coming in towards Dunlop at turn 10, and they are going to go wheel to wheel, but the better line will be favoured here for John Robertson. But Bono House somehow squeezing his way through as they make their way around the final corner, as they do ride wheel to wheel, coming up through the S's, coming out of nets at turn 14 and 15. One final corner to come after this one, and also coming into this is, of course, Michael Schmiedel, looking to enter his name into the fold, adding yet more points here for ERA, as we watch in the bottom right of screen, Jamie Fluke doing the double, back-to-back wins in the palm of his hand, and for MSI Gaming as well, who mark their appearance here in R1 with 2 superb victories. John Robertson comes up towards the line, Bono House in tow with Michael Schmiedel. They open up the doors, they race towards the checkered flag, and indeed as they do cross the line, it will indeed be Robertson holding station in 7th, Bono House in 8th. Robbie Stapleford will finish in 2nd place, though, but what a victory for Jamie Fluke. Back-to-back wins, proving it certainly was no fluke for MSI Racing. What a stellar result, and they conclude business here tonight with at least assurances that they will, well, not be at the bottom of Group D, to say the least, fighting for contendership into Group C. Lewis, have you got any confirmation on the points?
I am trying to run it through now, because obviously there were actually a few penalties in that race that I think have worked out in favour more so of MSI than it was for ERA. If you hold on for a moment, I'll run you the numbers and let you know, because right now, I believe it is MSI on 121 points. It's ERA on 116. So I believe MSI have done enough. Obviously, there will probably be a few penalties to look at and all that. But it does seem as though at the moment, provisionally, MSI are the team to move through.
Oh, sensational effort from MSI, and well done to Jamie Fluke as well, who once he had his opportunity opened up to him, as soon as he was in that clear air, he was able to mastermind it. We can actually go across and chat to him right now. He is waiting, obviously, to speak to us. Jamie, welcome back. We're getting bored of this. Welcome back to the interview room. Wow, what a result. Back-to-back victories. Once again, unprecedented as far as you're concerned as well. First time, I think, in the history of R1. You must be absolutely thrilled, and it might be the case that you could be moving up to Group C as a result.
Yeah, definitely not bored chatting to you guys. I'm more than happy to do this any day of the week. Yeah, by our sort of back of the napkin ads and working out, I think we're good. Obviously, we'll see how everything shakes out. There's post-race penalties maybe still to be applied and stuff like that. But I think without that, and I don't think we got caught up in anything that would be, you know, something to look at on us. I think we're good. So I think John's debriefing there just behind me what's going on. Yeah, really tough first race. We bounced back really well. I'm really happy with how that went, and you know, from my perspective, 2 wins in a row, I can't be happier with that.
Yeah, no, that's a really solid evening. Like I said, by my points calculation, at least, again, roughly, I don't trust my spreadsheet too much. It was failing me a little bit earlier on. 121 points for you lot, and it'll be 116, I believe, for ERA. Of course, penalties involved. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, it does seem as though you're moving through. Really tight battle. That's the important bit. It's tight on points between yourselves, between ERA and Guild. Really, really interesting battle. What's that like for you as a driver, seeing it being a tie battle, and it's not an easy cruise like what you're seeing for Porsche Commander in Group A? And also, where do you think MSI can get to using the promotion system? Do you think you can get up to Group B? Do you think you can maybe get into Group A?
We're just going to have to take it one step at a time. It's been a really tough start to our season, so we're not going to just immediately say, oh, yeah, we definitely have this. We're totally locked down and ready to rumble, to just shoot up the rankings and shoot up the groups. We're just going to have to take it one round at a time, knuckle down, keep working as hard as we have done. Yeah, the guys worked extra on this one just to make sure that we could bring a solid package this week, and yeah, thankfully it's paid off, I think. Hopefully no one bursts our balloon on that one, but yeah, we'll try and hopefully consolidate and see, and then build from there.
Well, you certainly built the initial building blocks in the right way anyway, Jamie. Congratulations. 2 wins back-to-back. Congratulations. We'll soon find out, see whether you are moving through to Group C or not. Jamie Fluke, everybody, just
Cheers.
tuning in. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights, indeed, from that barnstorm of a race where we saw plenty of wheel-to-wheel action, but also a little bit of carnage as well, dusted in between. We saw, of course, the car launched up the inside. We came to believe that was Henry Moore, I think, in the initial incident that caused the massive scuffle at the very beginning with the lilac plates on either side of the rear spoiler. Once more, we saw more action between the MSI pairing, or should we say the MSI team going wheel to wheel, as well with the Guild Gaming team as well. There were 3 wide actions straight across, once more being pushed out wide. Johan Harth was also caught in the initial stint with some chaos. We obviously saw him right at the start of the race losing tread. Also coming through Jimmy Antunes, who would eventually become a factor in the top 3 later into the race. A tap in the rear from Bono House as he upended one of the ERA sports cars. In fact, make it 2. Another one spinning towards the bitter end. A major launch as well, heading down in towards turn 1. Of course, we saw Matt Emery come in wheel to wheel as well with the likes of Ibrahim Khan earlier on. Khan eventually getting caught out as we saw them persevere around this track, and they continued to race wheel to wheel right through the rest of the race. It certainly was an ERA Guild battle towards the very end of race 3. Of course, it would be Jamie Fluke at the top of the order who would hold firm and remain in control. But with all the action coming through, it left it up to the stewards in many ways to decide who would actually pay off. A very massive launch up the inside as well, as we once again saw MSI Gaming losing a place. But we'll now have a look at the results as confirmed here. Jamie Fluke, your race winner off the back of race 3 here in Group D. He went and took all the spoils with Robbie Stapleford in second. Marco Pejic found his way up to third, as we saw in the highlight reel with that final move, getting past Jimmy Antunes. Then came Ibrahim Khan in 5th, John Robertson in 6th, Bono House finishing in 7th place with Michael Schmiedel in 8th spot. Matt Emery in 9th, Johan Harth in 10th, Henry Moore finishing in 11th with Gabriel Solomon finishing in P12. So that is it from Group D, coming to an end here after race 3. Next up, we take a look back at Group A, and we look to finalise where they're going to be come the end of play. And theirs is a little bit more definitive, Lewis, because Virtus Pro are in trouble.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I'll call it now. The group will not change in Group A. I think the order that we have in Group A pretty much locked in. It's very unlikely that Virtus Pro will work their way and stay in Group A. It's Porsche Commander at the moment, I believe, on 106 points, 79 points for Team Redline, and then it's just 31 points for Virtus Pro. They're 48 points behind Team Redline, and so far throughout the evening, I think Porsche Commander's highest point score was 55. So again, it is mathematically possible, sure, but you need a 1-2 and then another good result, and you need a bad result for Redline. It's not happening.
No, I think they're going to be up against it. I think Group B is definitely going to be their destination, unfortunately, Virtus Pro. I suppose that's good news as well. If you are Team Redline and Porsche Commander, it means you are going to solidify your place moving through to Jeddah, I suppose, in a week's time. But the big question is, who's going to top the group, I suppose, is the big question. And obviously, between Team Redline and Porsche Commander, it's not just about staying alive and staying in Group A, Lewis. It's bragging rights as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, Porsche Commander have started out the season really, really strong. We saw that, of course, in Spa. We've seen it through the seeding stage. They were the top team in the seeding stage. But Redline did really catch them up an awful lot. It came down to only a handful of points between the two teams at the end of Hockenheimring. Realistically here, though, as you can see here, the groups from Group D, so confirmed, MSI is actually 123 points in the end, and 86 points for Guild, 115 between all that for ERAs. I think there was a couple of penalties in there, but it's actually worked out in favour of the Mercedes-AMG Esports team MSI. In Group A, though, with it being such a big gap, 106 points, then 79, I think really top bragging rights, it really is for Porsche Carrera. But 27 points, that can be overhauled in this race. That and Redline, I can see a 1-2 coming from. Either way, we're starting the qualifying session, and of course the first driver to come through in this qualifying session is the driver who's taken 2 victories this evening thus far. It's Joshua Rogers, of course, now on 40 victories in totality in R1, looking to make it 41, and I think he'd be the bookie's favourite to do so, and that first sector is pretty handy.
Yeah, and in the meantime, also shout out to Yuri Kazdorp for the raid on Twitch. We'll say big thank you to you and welcome all the raiders coming in to join. He is the Mouse Esports driver, Lewis McGlade, and obviously tuning in to see where all the action is so far here in tonight's first dynamic group stage. We have got Joshua Rogers, like you so rightly say, 26-3 in the first sector. Not a bad way to kick off, and he's also set a purple middle sector as well. No surprise being the first driver that we are witnessing out on track right now. Of course, remember, this is the final race here in Group A here tonight, and if we want to talk about free practice times as well, just to tee up these final qualifying runs here in tonight's session, Dane Warren was in fact fastest, and the first time he's actually nestled in a 1:36.2. Here comes Joshua Rogers, now up towards the line, and he's just had his middle sector poached away from him as well, only by mere fragments, however, as Rogers now sets the trend with a 1:36.4. That's not the best we've seen. 1:36.3s where we would most rather see pole position, but Dane Warren fastest in free practice. He's purple again here, Lewis.
Awful lap from Josh Rogers. Where's the 0.3? He's got slower and slower as the sessions have gone on. Come on, Josh, what are you doing? Obviously, yes, the next one up towards the line, Dane Warren, gone faster in that middle sector, and we'll see if he can improve in his teammates' time. I think he'll be likely to. 36.3 of some description, 3.89. There we go. To the top of the session goes Josh Rogers. Rietveld's going faster in the middle sector, though.
Yeah, much improved qualifying display thus far from Rietveld in terms of that middle sector, but the first sector might let him down. So we'll have to wait and see what the third sector can do. Can he try and elevate? Can he indeed elevate himself higher than Joshua Rogers, who, like we said, bit of a surprise, 1:36.4, not something we would necessarily expect to see from Rogers. We would expect him to be around more where Dane Warren is currently working at the moment. 5 minutes and 38 to go. Rietveld only enough for a 1:36.6, a little bit off the pace, but here comes the Sixter.
Indeed, Kevin Siggy, fresh off of, well, obviously qualified pole, looking really strong in the previous race, but still Josh Rogers coming through to take the victory. Rogers at the moment could be in danger of dropping right the way down the order in this qualifying session with that 0.4. We'll see what Siggy can do out towards the line. The sectors are looking okay. I think it'll be between Warren and Rogers, so it'll be a low 4. Not even that, a 0.5. Poor final sector for Siggy.
Yeah, tough visit. Currently, it's still 2 Porsche Commander cars sat in the top 2 places, but Enzo Benito has gone purple in the middle, and also only around about 700ths off the pace in the first sector as well. So not bad at all. This could yet trouble Dane Warren for pole position. Should he muster a decent final sector, or at least match Dane Warren coming up towards the line? Can he usurp the Porsche Commander here at this this very late stage of Group A? 4 minutes and 30. Is it enough? No, barely. Just a mere 200ths between them. Crossing the line, Benito second fastest.
Virtus Pro on a trip at the moment down to Group B for round number 5, it seems. But still, they want to at least end their run in Group A with their heads held high. The thing is, that's the thing, is that one of these 3 teams was always going to get kicked out of Group A. That's just how it goes. So they'll be looking to come back into it for round number 6, I am sure. But Mikhail Statsenko puts himself into 4th position with a 36.534 ahead of the 2 team red lines.
Yeah, Luke Bennett with a first sector that is only 24 thousandths off the top, and he's also a little bit slower in the middle. This is not the Luke Bennett that we would expect to see generally, but of course he has been known to take top results. We saw back at Hockenheim him becoming a round winner. Did it in great style as well. Needs a massive final sector though to turn the tables on that sector 2 time. As he now crosses the line, only enough for 6 fast. He's still faster than Jeffrey Rietveld, but you have to question, there could be faster elsewhere, and you do have to wonder whether this might be an opportunity for Virtus Pro.
I mean, look, at least to get a decent race, we'll hope so. Again, the opportunity for them to move through is still seriously unlikely. I need to 1-2 this session. And as you can see here from Kevin Ellis Jr.'s middle sector, again, challenging more the times that you'd be setting in there. That is a 38.1 in the middle sector from Kevin Ellis Jr. This is going straight to last.
Yeah, tough visit. Middle sector was certainly not great as far as Kevin Ellis Jr. was concerned. That's going to root him firmly to the bottom, at least for now. Charlie Collins was also a little bit off the pace in that middle sector as well. 29 thousandths off in the first sector against Dane Warren thus far, making his way up towards the line. Needs a big final sector to turn the tide. Obviously, it's been a little while since he's tasted victory. Last time was indeed back at Monza in the opening race. But in the quarterfinals, as now we watch Charlie Collins jump into 4th place. Darren McCormack up next. Now he is relatively close to Dane Warren's time. 17 thousandths off in the first sector, 84 thousandths in the middle here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Could be right up there in contention for the front couple of rows. Needs to hook together a decent final sector and at least maybe move himself clear of Joshua Rogers. I think it's going to be around the Rogers-Collins-Stetsenko time, though, as he comes up towards the line. It's not been the greatest evening for the Virtus Pro team, nor for the Virtus Pro driver. It's exactly where he ends up just ahead of his teammate Mikhail Stetsenko. Yeah,
and Fiala is the next man to come in across the line as well. But the first sector, 82 thousandths off. It's even worse, though, in the middle. Looks like he's just over nearly 1.5 tenths of a second off in the middle. So needs a huge final sector. He will at the very least, be ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr., of course. But the question is, will he jump ahead of the likes of Luke Bennett, maybe ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld as he makes his way up towards the line? Obviously, Rietveld setting a 1:36.652. Fiala does jump ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld and into 9th place.
One final time left to go in the session, and could we be seeing a lot of a Porsche party towards the top of the session? I think so. Dane Warren, pole position. Joshua Rogers, 3rd. Charlie Collins, 4th. The only driver amongst them is Enzo Benito, who's having a resurgent season so far in the Team Redline camp. Jordan Caruso up towards the line. The final time of the final race of the evening. Is it going to be up there to challenge? It's, it's up there to challenge. We've got 4 Porsches in the top 5.
That's not a bad run at all for Porsche Coanda. Dane Warren taking the top spot, and probably not necessarily was as comfortable as he probably would have liked to have been after his lap. But it was enough for a 0.3 nonetheless. Joshua Rogers might be a little bit disappointed of what could have been, I think, at the end of those qualifying runs. But nonetheless, 4 Porsche Coandas in the top 5. That is a hugely immense achievement heading into the final race. They could yet solidify their place ahead of Team Redline should the results stay the way they are. Obviously, still struggles for Virtus Pro. Darren McCormack, again, not the best lap time we could have expected here, Lewis.
No, to be fair, I think Virtus Pro will probably leave this round very disappointed with how their round's gone. Not a single podium from them this evening. That's one thing that they'll want to at least correct before the end of the evening, at the end of this race, of course. At least end Fuji on a relative high. It's been a really tough evening for them. And the problem is with these tough evenings, if you start out this dynamic group round with a tough evening, it can put you in a really bad mental position for the next round at Jeddah. And Jeddah, if the Esports World Cup last year is anything to go by, is going to be absolute chaos. Because unlike here, where you can go 3 and 4 wide and there's plenty of room for it, around Jeddah, you're in a wall.
There's some very close walls around Jeddah. Certainly not necessarily easy to overtake around a circuit such as that. Obviously, you look to generally the long straights. Maybe if you're lucky, maybe try your arm at one of the apexes. But yeah, not easy at all. The big question, though, is who's going to prevail here this evening. And also, there's going to be commiserations on Kevin Ellis Jr.'s side as well. That slowdown in the middle sector was brutal, Lewis. Around 2.2 off the pace coming through the middle sector.
Yeah, we've seen a slowdown. We've seen a few drivers affected by slowdowns this evening in that middle sector. It's only been in the middle sector. Seen a few come a cropper of it. And yet, Kevin Ellis Jr. will be the last driver to come a cropper of it here in Group A. I'm sure Group C and B and C, obviously next week, I'm sure they'll be keeping a watchful eye on where the slowdown is and how they've got into it. I will say, by the way, with Jeddah, of course, with the ball, it couldn't be more different than where we're racing at today. Like that's the interesting thing. If a team that's going weak today, at least the circuit that we're racing at the next time they'll be racing is completely different. But like I say, it's a brutal track. Walls will hit you if you don't. Ask my boy Salisbury boy, John Bennett. who absolutely clobbered it in Formula 2 qualifying. Respect to the pushing.
I mean, obviously, coming off the back of this, I mean, Virtus.pro, if they do, well, they obviously are going to go down. Doesn't mean to say they're going to come straight back up out of Group B, though, Lewis.
Exactly. And that's the thing.
It's just like the Championship, isn't it, when you leave the Premier League?
Also, you've got to remember, this is a thing that really needs to be hammered home. Group A, we're looking at one team dropping down. Group D, we're looking at one team jumping up. Group B and Group C, it's double jeopardy. You've got one team moving up, one team staying, one team moving down. They have both sides of the coin to deal with, right? And that's for both Group B and Group C. That's tough. Like, basically what we're saying is there's going to be a lot of movement, right?
Yeah,
and so, if you get into a downward position and you have a struggle round, this is the brutal nature of it. Virtus.pro could theoretically drop straight down into Group C, drop straight down into Group D. They can have a torrid time by just not being able to get out of a rut. And that's the brutal thing. And by that point, you're almost looking at a point where maybe they won't qualify for the Esports World Cup. Of course, I'm not saying that's likely, and it's basically unthinkable that would happen, but it's not impossible. That's the thing.
It's not impossible because the main area where they could lose it is on points accrued. In a round, and you know, when we look at it, obviously it's not enough to obviously, you know, if you're bottom of the Group D, for example, you're in the bottom two places in Group D, you know, you can still be out of it by having the least amount of points.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see. Either way, let's talk about the final race that might be a little bit almost pointless because we already kind of know who's going where and what's happening when. But still, we've got 12 drivers. We've got a victory to go and chase. We've got Kevin Ellis Jr. starting from the rear of the field after a slowdown penalty. We've got Jeff Rietveld down in 11th position with Wojtek Fiala in 10th. Luke Bennett in 9th position with Kevin Siggy in 8th. Not a good qualifying for Team Redline there, but not great for Virtus.pro either. 12th, 10th and 7th for Mikhail Statsenko and 6th for Darren McCormack. Jordan Caruso will start from 5th position with Charlie Collins up there in 4th. Joshua Rogers in 3rd. 2 victories so far this evening. Enzo Benito in 2nd and Dane Warren up there in 1st place, meaning it is 4 Porsche commanders, all 4 of them in the top 5. The favourites to win this race, I have no doubt. They are going to be top in this group. There is no real questions on that. Virtus.pro are going down. So we're just here for a bit of a banter race of victory, George. Who is coming out on top?
Hey, listen, again, I think there's a great chance here for Enzo Benito. I think to obviously come out and take a massive victory for Team Redline here, but also Joshua Rogers on the 2nd row. If he gets a good start, who knows? He could yet again make it 3 in a row here tonight, which would be absolutely massive for Porsche Commander. But obviously, I would say it's a mixed bag. But one thing that is for sure, Porsche Commander have an opportunity to really work it as a team in order to pull out the best result here, Lewis. It's anyone's race.
Certainly is. So for the final race this evening, we're about to get things underway. It's Dane Warren on the pole position, Enzo Benito in 2nd, Josh Rogers, Charlie Collins, Jordan Caruso, Darren McCormack, the top 6 at the moment. How are things going to be at the checkered flag? I'm sure very, very, very different. You're absolutely right. The Porsche Commanders, though, they'll all be communicating with each other. They'll all be trying to get this one right. They'll all be trying to make it a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Porsche Commander team. It's not going to be that easy, though, because it is a good start from Enzo Benito. He's read their bluff as he tries to keep it side by side, takes the defensive line down towards the inside of T1. Straight to the outside comes Dane Warren. Straight to the outside comes literally everyone else. Josh Rogers straight around the outside, and 2 of the Porsche Commanders have dropped right the way down the order. Charlie Collins and Jordan Caruso. It's not going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 for the team. Here comes Enzo Benito to the outside as we head through turn 3. Muscles his way past in the mighty BMW. And Enzo Benito has hit the front of the field, as you so rightly called, as a potential possibility for the Redline team.
It's definitely looking paramount right now that Benito will hold on to that race lead, albeit for now. Dane Warren is still very much there. Joshua Rogers in 3rd, but disaster for Jordan Caruso and Charlie Collins, who went awry coming through turn 1, but there's been more chaos further back as well. Caruso's fought his way right back up into P7. Rietveld down in 8, and Bennett, Wojtek Fiala, Kevin Ellis Jr., they've had a disastrous visit at the very start of this race. It's now 2 Virtus.pro drivers routed to the back of the field. And we have got Jeffrey Rietveld fighting tooth and nail with Charlie Collins over P8 as it stands as well, with Rietveld besting Charlie Collins for that position too, with Jordan Caruso now in behind Mikhail Statsenko only by 0.2 of a second of the realm, with Kevin Siggy now locked into 5th place with Darren McCormack for company. The one shining light for Virtus Pro, really, or two if you like. We've got Darren McCormack in 4th. Mikhail Statsenko has fought his way into P6.
They'll be very happy if they can get Darren McCormack up to win this race and be like, look, the only team to beat Porsche Commander in the first round was Virtus Pro, not Redline. Little boost to confidence heading into the next round of the championship for them. Here comes Jeff Rietveld then looking to the inside. Luke Bennett are going to look to the outside ever so slightly as they try and charge their way past Charlie Collins. Little bit of contact between the pair of them in T1. The BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls car going to come out on top of this. Jeff Rietveld getting past Charlie Collins, giving the slipstream to his teammate and allowing them to both pull clear potentially of Charlie Collins by the time they get down into 3. They've actually run off in the background. We'll talk about that in a moment. It is still Enzo Benito leading by a couple of tenths of a second over Dane Warren. And again, what a turnaround for Enzo Benito so far this season. We know he's quick and he's proven that before. He looked really good, to be fair, for FaZe last season. But he looks so comfortable. The fact that he's come into this and is now starting to look like maybe the strongest in the team so far, all right.
He was absolute dynamite back in Hockenheimring, went back-to-back with victories as well. It was, I must say, against the grain of how the first 2 rounds of the season went. There's argy-bargy as well further back again, as we witnessed Charlie Collins and Luke Bennett once again duking it out over P9, and Bennett gets the upper hand once more. So that's another Redline car moving its way up the order and just tucks in behind fellow Redline counterpart teammate Jeffrey Rietveld. Statsenko now being moved up upon as well. We're currently watching him make his way uphill. There you can see him in the bottom left of shot in the rig, just just playing with that wheel, making sure he gets the traction on the escape coming out of the final corner before venturing down on the long straight down towards turn 1. As they do so, lap 2 will very shortly come to an end. Lap 3 will then begin. Benito leads the way ahead of Dane Warren, 0.3 of a second between them now as we watch them come side by side. I believe that was Kevin Siggy, was it further back? No, I think it might be Mikhail Statsenko. We're just looking at the group further up. I think it was actually Dane Warren and Enzo Benito going side by side, all but briefly, as they fanned out coming down through towards turn 1. Benito, though, still holds on to that lead advantage, but he's got a queue of Porsche Commanders in behind, with Warren and Rogers waiting in the midst, and also Darren McCormack fighting his way back up through the field and not too far away from Joshua Rogers.
Yeah, I think McCormack might not be able to work his way back up to Rogers, though, unless they battle hard. So I think it might be the battle for 4th and 5th position between McCormack and Siggy. It is possible they can close their way back in, but not necessarily a guarantee. They need a little bit of hard battling from the group behind to pick up that slipstream for the top 3. Of course, McCormack is dragging Kevin Siggy along with him, and the two of those have battled time and time again in R1 over the last couple of years. They're two of the fastest pedalers out there on the grid, so there is potential that they'll close their way in. Let's try and pick apart what happened, especially looking at those 3rd and 4th Porsche Commanders on the race down into turn 1. It was 4 wide. You had the Virtus Pro going through the middle, and that was that was just messy. I don't think anyone's really to blame for that, but that was just messy.
Yeah, coming through turn 1. It's not the first time we've seen something like that already this evening. We had more argy-bargy as well further back, and this was, I must say, wow. I mean, talk about going bowling. Somehow that self-righted the Team Redline car and allowed it to go back on its way. I think it might have been Jeffrey Rietveld who got caught there, and Luke Bennett. I'm not sure between the two, but the one thing that is for sure is that Wojtek Fiala and Kevin Ellis Jr. are now rooted firmly to the back of the grid order. Fiala now 2.6 away from Charlie Collins as it stands. Mikhail Statsenko comes under some close scrutiny here, this time from Jeffrey Rietveld, as they now escape out of turn 1 and heading down through towards turn 2 and turn 3 as well. Still side by side again as they look to force each other backwards and forwards. Mikhail Statsenko, though, with enough in hand to hold on to P7. Of course, Rietveld has been part of Redline for quite some time, ever so experienced behind the wheel of a sim rig, also being utilised as well for his knowledge around setting up the car, as well as training as well future drivers and future stars as well. Like I said, has been working with the RB team during the F1 Sim Racing World Championship and their young collective of drivers, as they look to try and pull out their best results possible ahead of ahead of last season's F1 Sim Racing World Championship. But now back behind the wheel himself, currently sat 8th and ahead of Luke Bennett by a mere 10th and a half. As we now watch Dane Warren head uphill, chasing after Enzo Benito. The gap is still very slender. I get the feeling that Porsche Commander are waiting patiently for the right moment to strike, which could be the final lap of the race, Lewis.
Yeah, potentially, and they can work with each other to kind of make the effort as a duo with Dane Warren and Josh Rogers. By the way, speaking of people behind the scenes, you were saying about obviously Jeff Rietfeld behind the scenes there in F1 Sim Racing. One of the people behind the scenes of Virtus Pro, as announced very recently, I think it was a few days ago.
Oh yes, Kuba
Brzezinski behind the scenes of the team now. So that's
big announcement.
That's cool. That is cool. Having him as a little bit of a reserve driver, but also helping out behind the scenes with the Virtus Pro team. We do like a little bit of Kuba Brzezinski. As to the outside comes Charlie Collins, trying to battle with Luke Bennett. The two of those going side by side. Where have I seen this before? Did I see this in the previous race a few times? And there's some great side by side. Can we get it again, please?
I think we could. Charlie Collins up the inside this time of Luke Bennett as they crawl through turn 2 and turn 3 very shortly. But Luke Bennett, I think, is going to have the upper hand on this exchange. And yes, he will. Up into 9th place. But Charlie Collins still resuming and staying on the rear of that BMW M4 GT3. Enzo Benito still holding all the cards at the top of the shop. Once again, it's a Porsche Commander Team Redline display so far. There's the Virtus Pro pairing of Kevin Ellis Jr. and Wojciech Fiala. Credit to Kevin Ellis Jr. now, who has brought the time gap that was standing at beyond 2 seconds. It's now down to 1.3, Lewis.
Yeah, like I say, there's some hard battling going on, which is assisting things. Saw a little bit of battling happening up ahead. That was McCormack and Siggy going side by side. McCormack just about fending off the Slovenian driver, who looks down to the inside of the penultimate corner, and this has dragged Jordan Caruso right back into the fight. Jeff Rietfeld will be closing in surely. Look, you've got to have a little bit of fun when you can. McCormack hanging on to 4th position just about at this point, as Jordan Caruso will try and work his way through on Kevin Siggy, of course. Darren McCormack now will try and give Slipstream one way and then the other, because he wants these two to remain side by side at turn 1. That's what's going to give him the gap potentially to pull away from this group. As soon as he sees Caruso try and pull his way through, he might give the Slipstream straight back over to Kevin Siggy. There you go.
Yeah, nice move. Jordan Caruso now up into 5th place. Kevin Siggy forced to renege into 6th as well. Can't quite hold back the tirade of Jordan Caruso. It's now 3 Porsche Commanders in the top 5, and the ratio very much in their favour as it stands, as we now watch Dane Warren still pursuing after Enzo Benito. We're on lap 6 of 10. And looks like that Joshua Rogers also keen to meet them both as well. Just on the rear now of Dane Warren. Still a chance here for 3 in a row for Joshua Rogers. Could be a mighty, mighty moment indeed. Certainly here with only 3.5 or so laps to go. 4 if you're picky. Is now late on the brakes. Joshua Rogers taking a bit of a different line there. I think was a little bit cautious of his teammate. Took a very wide line coming in towards turn 10, and therefore it did cost him just a little bit of time, not too much, as they now venture uphill, coming through turn 13 and out of turn 14 and 15 at Nets, and then coming up through towards turn 16 at Panasonic. It is still Enzo Benito out in front by nearly 0.4 of a second as they now fly around this final bend. Soon to begin their lap 7 of 10. And Darren McCormack nearly 3 seconds now detached off the front 3.
Yeah, look, it's a battle between the top 3 for victory here. I don't know which way we're really leaning when it comes to the favourite of this group, as to whether Porsche Commander are holding something back here to try and not go past too early on this enormous straight, whether they'll try and time it right and make it a Porsche Commander 1-2. Remember, it's been a 1-3 for Porsche Commander in the opening 2 races of the evening. First position for Josh Rogers in both of the opening 2. Dane Warren would very much like a victory rather than a 3rd place as he was in the previous race. And look, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. But Porsche Commander, they are, at the moment, the strongest team in R1. And there is not really any doubt of that.
No, not at the moment. They've got certainly the lion's share in terms of the top 6. And coming into the next left-hander, it's still Benito out in front, but for how much longer can he hold this position? He's got 2 very venomous Porsches in behind that are looking to try and take all the spoils here tonight. So now race up now towards the next right, up towards Dunlop, and then cut back out of turn 10. Joshua Rogers planted firmly on the back here of Dane Warren. We're riding on board with the former full-season champion here in R1. As he now looks to rise uphill through this next left-hander before then making his way in towards the final corner coming out of Nets. But in front, he's got his teammate and colleague, Dane Warren, who has done a stupendous job this race, has had his troubles this round thus far. Wasn't very happy with a couple of his qualifying rounds, but this time around he can be happy with what he's achieved in race 3. And a great opportunity as well to go ahead and clamber on for a race win. And yet another one for Porsche Commander as now we watch him look to the inside this time and race down through towards turn 1. It's side by side between Benito and Warren. As they now make their way down through towards turn 1, Porsche meets BMW M4 this time around, and half the car is in front here on Dane Warren's car, and he'll need all of it now on the escape coming through towards the outside. But bear in mind, coming out of turn 2, turn 3 could offer Warren a huge opportunity with that tiger line in his favour. The question is, how late on the brakes can Benito go? Very close to contact between Rogers and Benito, who had to really plant his foot on the brakes. Luckily enough, it did not end in tears, but it's Dane Warren now who replies and responds. He leads the race here now for Porsche Commander, as now Joshua Rogers looks to cause somewhat of an inconvenience to Enzo Benito.
Yeah, this isn't going to go well for Benito, I fear, at the moment, just because Joshua Rogers now on the rear end of Benito. Whether he'll be able to find a way through or not, like I say, he'll try and battle quite hard, try and slow Benito down. But you know, when we go back out onto that enormous start-finish straight, as soon as Rogers can get any form of overlap on Benito, Dane Warren will be straight over to give him the assistance. This is going to be a Porsche Commander 1-2 in no time. You'd have to say, based on what we're seeing right here, and the experience of Warren and Benito and Rogers, like, they're all very, very experienced racers. I think even Benito will be well aware that this is probably about to become a Porsche Commander 1-2, and there's very little he can do to stop it from happening.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's going to be a very, very uphill battle to try and keep two Porsches behind. He's in a war of attrition, a fight of his own volition, and now with Dane Warren up in front, he's got Joshua Rogers right in behind, and now having a look at the inside again from Enzo Benito, almost half defensive here, and Rogers opening the door, looking to try and force the number through up the inside now, but this time he can't do it. Benito with a better exit coming out of the first corner, now coming in towards turn 2. Will now focus fully on Dane Warren and needs to do so. Can't allow Warren to remain in front. Obviously, it's all about maximising points here in the closing stages of this Group A Race 3 in order to at least give perhaps Team Redline some opportunity to at least close the gap between them. But at the moment, it's Dane Warren who is now starting to usher his way forward. 5/10 to the good so far, and Joshua Rogers, if anything, is closer to Benito than Benito is to Warren.
Yeah, no, like, Warren has set sail here, so it won't be, well, yeah, relatively speaking, it most likely won't be 3 consecutive victories for Joshua Rogers here. I mean, Enzo Benito could still technically win. I would say the straight line speed of that BMW did look all right on the previous lap. Whether Rogers is going to be afforded the opportunity to try and work his way through. What he might do is a little bit of a dive here to try and get Benito offline. Let's see if he does.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. Very soon we'll be venturing onto the final lap, penultimate lap of the race, as they exit out of the final corner at turn 16. And yes, Benito, whilst he's still second right now, this could be the opportunity that Rogers has been waiting for, but needs to get a little bit closer than this. Of course, Benito still getting the straight line speed of the slipstream away from Dane Warren's car, as they now race down through towards the first corner here on lap 10 of 10. Still nothing between them, no opportunity for an overtake. Dane Warren is basically giving Benito a chance to defend here against Rogers. There's just no opportunity for Rogers to get close enough here, Lewis.
He's given it a good go, but Benito's just not made a mistake. That's the thing. Knowing Rogers, he will definitely have a look at somewhere around this mid part of the section, but Dane Warren's not going to do anything too silly here to try and slow Benito down. It was obviously a 1-3 for Porsche Commander in the first race, 1-3 for Porsche Commander in the second. Looks like it could well be a 1-3 for them again, unless Rogers can do something special.
Absolutely. Well, we're coming into the final closing stages here, the final race of play tonight in the opening round of the dynamic group phase here in the R1 Championship on the road to the Esports World Cup. And now they're coming in towards turn 10 and Dunlop. Still no option here for Dane Warren to get that, or should I say for Joshua Rogers to get the move done on Enzo Benito. Dane Warren, though, confirming his place up at the very top and looking to take it home now after relieving Enzo Benito from that race lead. It is going to be Dane Warren in full control. But take us home, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a great victory for Dane Warren. Just his second of the season, opened up his account. Oh, big dive to the inside coming in from Josh Rogers there. It could still be a Porsche Commander 1-2, you know. That's the thing. Big look to the inside is what he was trying to do on the previous lap. There's going to be a bit of a drag race to the line. One person who's certainly secure for the 13th time in his R1 career. It's going to be Dane Warren taking victory for his second time this season. Won his opening race of the season back in the quarterfinals at Spa and wins again here at Fuji. That was a great drive, really well measured from Dane Warren, and was able to keep Enzo Benito at bay.
Yeah, and 4 back-to-back podium finishes for Enzo Benito as well after achieving a P2. That means he's touched all steps of the podium in the last 3 visits as well. Credit as well to Joshua Rogers. He's also coming back with a bang after a difficult Hockenheim week race night as well back in our last Friday's run. And now back on the podium once more to add to the wins that he's already laid claim to this evening. Porsche Commander still looking ever so dominant here, Lewis. That's a trend that has not changed at all so far tonight. Rogers, who was pulling out all the stops in the first 2 races, now we see a different player in the final race. Dane Warren taking victory.
Yeah, look, it's always good to see, you know, other members of the team challenging, other members of the team being able to take victory. But Josh Rogers looked really strong all night. Porsche Commander, though, as a team, really strong, scarily strong, even with the dramas that they had down at turn 1 there with Jordan Caruso and with Charlie Collins, still able to come through for a great result of 1st and 3rd. And there is no doubt in my mind that they are 100% the team to beat this season. Last season, it was all Team Redline. They were the teams to beat, and they went into the Esports World Cup and they dominated. They took both the drivers and the teams. And right now, it looks like Porsche Commander are on the cusp of probably doing the same. That said, July's a long way away, but they're strong right now and they're confident.
It's a very typical picture, isn't it, Lewis? Because we looked at full season championship win for Joshua Rogers, then it came into Redline's palm, you know, last year, where of course they responded with Kevin Siggy taking the EWC crown and Redline also coming out on top as a team when of course we had the EWC last year as well. Does it look set to be the case that we could see Porsche Commander doing the double this year?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. Obviously, you'd lean it towards their most experienced driver, Joshua Rogers, as being the one to do so, the driver with the most victories. But then I kind of look back towards the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. I look back to Charlie Collins and think maybe he's the one that can do it. Jordan Caruso, great debut in the championship. Maybe he'll find his footing as the season goes on. And again, maybe he'll challenge Dane Warren as well. Like, he's been so fast. He's been faster than Josh on plenty of occasions. The idea of it being any of those 4 drivers, very, very high on potential. Let's take a look at some of the moments of the race. You had this moment down at turn 1, a bit of 4, nearly 5 wide basically, and it sent a couple of the drivers out wide. One of the Virtus Pro drivers, obviously Charlie Collins and Jordan Caruso. A bit of a spin here. Bennett being bowling balled straight into the side of the other car. It's just a bit messy in all that. Before we got some good racing, some great looks, some great movement up and down the order as we have Luke Bennett going straight around the outside. Some of the Porsche Commanders there. Great fight between Kevin Siggy and Darren McCormack for 4th position in the race. Great side-by-sides between them as well. And yeah, just generally fun battling straight to the outside. Siggy would go to try and work his way up the order, and just about McCormack was able to hold him off straight away into the penultimate corner though, still slightly alongside. We'll again continue to look. Wouldn't come through on that occasion though, as the top 3 were checking out. Enzo Benito leading at this moment before being attacked by the 2 Porsche Commanders. Big slides up and down the order. Virtus Pro having a bit of a moment as well. Big slide straight off the road. It's just a disappointing day for Virtus Pro in totality. And then into the final corner again, Enzo Benito battling with Dane Warren, trying to find his way through and able to hang on to the race lead. Oh, he was not, unfortunately, as Dane Warren was able to come through to the lead of the race and was able to walk away with victory here, a 1st and a 3rd for Porsche Commander. Enzo Benito sandwiched between them in 2nd position, with Darren McCormack in 4th. Kevin Siggy there in 5th position with Jeffrey Rietveld in 6th. Charlie Collins in 7th with Luke Bennett in 8th. And Virtus Pro, a dismal day for them. 9th, 10th and 11th position for Kevin Owens Jr., Mikhail Stasenko and Wojtek Fiala. Jordan Caruso rounding out the grid. 0 points to his name from this race. But it is what it is. The big man, Dane Warren, though, did the dirty work and was able to take victory.
He certainly was, and we can chat to him right now as well. Certainly I was going to say round winner, race winner here in race 3, here in the dynamic group phase. We welcome back Dane Warren in the winner's circle. Hello, Dane. Hope you're keeping well. What a special result. You must be absolutely thrilled with that. I'm sure the family were watching and enjoying that too.
Yeah, I've kind of lost for words, to be honest. It's been an absolute shit show for me personally these past couple of rounds. So to finally put something together, as well as the team, to be honest, the team did an insane job this week. And all through tonight, so I'm over the moon, and yeah, I'm sure the family will be as well.
Let's compare then the last round of the seeding phase versus this round. Completely different. I'm sure obviously there's a little bit of maybe the Porsche didn't quite fit Hockenheim quite as well, but also things just didn't seem to go quite well and didn't seem to gel well with the team last round. This round, completely different. You've absolutely dominated Group A. Has anything changed in the week between it, or is it just a little bit of confidence, maybe just feeling the track a little bit more, a different style of racing with all 4 of you out on track at the same time?
Yeah, I think the format, I mean, I definitely feel like I came into the night as the races went on. But yeah, I think last round, it wasn't so much of like it was more so just a lack of, I think, putting things together from our side. We felt quite good at Hockenheim, but yeah, it just didn't come together. But this round, I mean, I think we finally put everything together, and yeah, all our hard work has finally paid off.
Well, Dane, you did a sterling job. Obviously, a great night for the team as well. The perfect way to bounce back from Hockenheim. We'll wish you all the very best, and we'll see you next time when we head to Jeddah. Well done.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Dane Warren, everybody. Winner here once again in R1. We can take a look at the dynamic groups and how they have panned out after that final race in Group A. Porsche Coanda Esports team, top of their group so far with 153 points, 121 going to BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls thus far. Still unable to topple Porsche Coanda in every single race so far tonight. Virtus Pro, though, we said that we expected it. Demise has fallen them. Unfortunately, they're going to be making their way into Group B at the end of play here this evening, and therefore next time we see them in action it will be in Group B. So there we have it, folks. A phenomenal display here tonight. Both myself and Lewis really do appreciate your support in tuning in to the series so far. What a battle it has been. We're now well and truly inside the dynamic group phase. Be sure to join us, of course, next week. We will be back for night 2 of round 4 of the dynamic group phase, of course being the first venture in the dynamic groups phase. But until next week on Friday, from myself and Lewis, we'll see you next time. Goodbye.